Pelosi and Schumer adamantly refusing to, I think it was $5 billion at the time, had the longest government shutdown in history. This is different because there's kind of, I think, a method to President Trump's madness here. And with Russ Vought is going up to the Hill today, I believe, to walk through a plan of taking on the administrative state during this period of shutdown. Schumer, who had essentially no leverage and tried to bluff his way, I believe, stepped on the rake. And now you have a very energized Trump administration that is going to do here what they were limited structurally from doing before. There's going to be a press conference on Capitol Hill in a moment with Majority Leader Thune and the Speaker of the House, Johnson, to walk us through the update. Thune's done something very smart. Last night he had a couple of votes. Guess what? A couple of Democrats, or at least one of the Democratic senators in Nevada, voted to keep the government open for the clean CR to the 21st of November. And Angus King, who's an independent, basically caucuses with the Democrats. He's really a Democrat who, too gutless to say I'm a Democrat, tries to convince people in Maine he's independent. So here's what we're going to do. The presser has not started yet, and we are going to, when it starts, we're going to pick it up. Wade Miller, who is the individual at CRA, the former Marine at CRA that Russ Vought has holding Fort Apache, is going to be on here to walk us through the logic of what Russ Vought is working on. We're going to play a cold open, and then I'll be right back. So let's go ahead and play it. The press conference will start here momentarily. I've got Wade Miller. We got a packed show this morning. Let's go ahead and let it rip.
There were thousands of years of combat experience collectively in that room. As someone who served yourself, what were your takeaways tonight?
Well, it's one of the more bizarre, unsettling national security events I've ever encountered. The president sounded incoherent, exhausted, rapidly partisan, speaking to an apolitical institution under the laws of the U.S. The Secretary of Defense gave a Rambo lecture to an audience that had been at war for 20 years. By the way, a lot of these men and women have daughters and sons who served in combat and were killed or wounded. And then finally, I think the Secretary of Defense basically looked at an audience of, it was not just the senior commanders, it was the senior enlisted command sergeant majors, Navy petty officers, and said, those of you who are a minority or women probably got to where you were as a DEI choice as opposed to on merit. Nothing could be farther from the truth. This is the most lethal, disciplined, effective, well-trained.
Okay, we're going to restart the cold open after the press conference. Let's go down to Capitol Hill, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
We visit this Capitol each and every day. But today, that's not going to be the case. Today, America's boys and girls will walk up to these doors and they'll see something different, a sign that says closed until further notice. And that's because at midnight, Democrats followed through on their threat to shut down the United States government. As we speak here this morning, there are hundreds of thousands of federal workers who are getting their furlough notices. Nearly half of our civilian workforce is being sent home. These are hardworking Americans who work for our federal government. Our troops and our Border Patrol agents will have to go to work, but they'll be working without pay. Food assistance, veterans benefits, and vital support for women and children are all coming to a halt. Now, thankfully, President Trump is trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible. His administration is working to limit the harm to the American people. But the longer this goes on, the more pain will be inflicted because it is inevitable when the government shuts down. The sad thing about it is that every single bit of this was entirely avoidable. Democrats could have worked with us in a bipartisan manner to avert this unnecessary and very harmful shutdown. But instead, they did something that is rather shocking to us. They prioritized taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens over keeping the government open for American citizens. They themselves positioned that as a binary choice, and it's patently absurd. Listen to what the Democrats are demanding. They demanded, in exchange for our simple, clean, 24-page bipartisan continuing resolution, the same one that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats voted for just a few months back in March. In exchange for that, they rejected it, and they demanded something else. They wanted us to add over $1.5 trillion in new federal spending, paid for, of course, by hardworking American taxpayers, simply for funding the government at current Biden level spending levels. We are not going to do that. We can't do that. We won't do it. Almost 2 weeks ago, the House did our job. In the House, we passed a common sense, nonpartisan bill to keep the government open. Republicans did our job. We had one Democrat join us there, so it was bipartisan. But every other Democrat in the House voted to shut the government down. And last night, 44 Democrats in the Senate did the same thing. This is a clean resolution. It would simply buy Congress a few more weeks, 7 weeks, to finish the job. Why do we need that time? So that appropriators in both parties can finish their work. They've been restoring regular order. They've passed 12 separate bills out of committee in the House, and the Senate has done its work as well. 3 bills of the 12 passed in each chamber. They don't line up exactly, so there's a conference committee constituted, the first time in years that that's happened. We just need more time because we ran out of clock at the end of the fiscal year, September 30. This is very important to note. Democrats themselves have voted to pass a clean bipartisan CR just like this 13 times in the last few years. During the 4 years of the Biden administration, 13 times this happened. Republicans did the responsible thing, even when we were in the minority, to keep the government open. And today should be no different. There is nothing new in this legislation. There's no poison pill. There's no partisan tricks. There's no gimmicks whatsoever. The only difference today is the man who is sitting in the Oval Office. Rather than work with President Trump and Republicans to get this job done, as our party has done repeatedly in the same situation over the years, Democrats want to play political games with the lives and the livelihoods of Americans. The simple truth is Democrats in Congress have dragged our country into another reckless shutdown to satisfy their far-left base. That is the truth. Whether or not the government remains open or reopens is entirely up to them. There's still time for Democrats to pass this clean bipartisan bill that's sitting before them, and we encourage our Democrat colleagues to do that. I certainly pray they'll come to their senses soon and do the right and responsible thing. The reason they will have one more opportunity today is because of the sound leadership that is being provided in the U.S. Senate by our colleagues who are standing here with us. This is a joint press conference, as you know, between the leadership, Republican leadership in the House and the Senate. And I'm delighted to yield to my good friend and an extraordinary leader in the Senate, Leader John Thune.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our House colleagues for doing the work. You sent us a clean, continuing resolution. Unfortunately, we are here this morning in a government shutdown that the Democrats wanted. Chuck Schumer, at the behest of a bunch of liberal, far-left activist groups, has walked his Democrat colleagues into a boxed canyon. There's no way out, folks. There's no way out. This could have been avoided. It's totally unavoidable. And everybody's now asking the question, how does this end? Well, it ends when the Senate Democrats pick this bill up, passed by the House of Representatives, and vote for it. It's on the floor of the Senate. We're going to vote later this morning on this, 24 pages. Does this look partisan? Does this look dirty to you? 24 pages to fund the government. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. The House kept it simple. We kept it simple in the Senate. This is something, as the Speaker noted, that 13 times in the past Senate Democrats have done when they were in the majority and Joe Biden was in the White House. This is a very straightforward issue. It's not complicated. They want it to end. Vote with us to open up the government by voting this out of the Senate today, putting it on President Trump's desk, and he will sign it into law. President, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, we're all united on this. And what's interesting now is some of the Democrats are joining us. Our vote last night was a bipartisan vote. There were 3 Democrats that came over and voted with us because they know this strategy is a losing one, and it hurts the American people. It's not about who wins or who loses or who gets blamed in all this. It's about the American people. And they have taken the American people hostage in a way that they think benefits them politically, but at the consequence and the cost of what's going to happen to the American families if this government shutdown continues. And so I'm glad to be here with our Republican colleagues. Our Democrat colleagues in the House have been around here the last few days, I guess, flailing around, celebrating the fact that they voted to shut down the government. How ironic. This can all end today, folks. It needs to end today. We will continue to work together with our House counterparts, with the President of the United States, to get this government open again on behalf of the American people. Next up is, there he is, the leader.
Thank you, Leader Thune. Today marks day one of the Schumer shutdown. As Speaker Johnson pointed out, this didn't need to happen. House Republicans came together weeks ago to prevent a government shutdown. We brought as straightforward of a bill as you can have to say, let's allow government to be funded for another 2 months while we negotiate our differences. Clearly, we have differences with Democrats right now. One of the Democrat leaders confirmed yesterday that Democrats shut the government down to fund health care for illegal aliens. That is no way to hold the American people hostage over some far-left demand. You know, we had an election in November where the country came together and said, let's send to Washington leaders who want to solve problems and get our country back on track. And we've been working feverishly to do that, to get this country back on track, to get the economy moving, to lower inflation, to lower interest rates. And Democrats, just to appease their far-left radical base, have been voting no every step of the way. Well, today it has consequences, because when Hakeem Jeffries whipped every Democrat to vote no and shut the government down, luckily in the House we only needed a majority vote. We were able to come together and do the right thing and get that bill over to the Senate. But as everybody knows in the Senate, you also need Democrats to come together with Republicans to get 60 votes. And so when Chuck Schumer made such a fatally flawed decision to shut the government down, ultimately the American people, I think, are going to get involved and demand that Chuck Schumer reverse course, because it's not sustainable. The American people do not want to be held hostage to Chuck Schumer's radical demands to fund illegal health care and, oh, by the way, to cut and gut $50 billion out of rural hospitals. That's in the bill that Chuck Schumer filed as his alternative. It's outrageous. You want to talk about a partisan demand to hold the American people hostage? That's what Chuck Schumer's done. We have a bill that is clean, that just keeps these negotiations going for another 2 months while the government stays open. And all Chuck Schumer needs to do is get over the tantrum that he's having with the results of the election from November and vote yes to keep the government open. We are here ready to get the job done. Schumer needs to end his shutdown and finally join with us, and let's start real negotiations without holding the American people hostage. With that, I want to bring up my friend, the whip of the Senate, Whip Barrasso.
Well, today we're in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. The Democrats have caved in to the radical wing of the Democrat Party, caved in completely, abandoned the American people in the process. And why? Well, one of the reasons is Chuck Schumer wants to try to prove to somebody that he's more liberal than AOC. Yesterday in the Senate floor, the cracks started to appear in the Democrat base. 3 Democrats voted with the Republicans to prevent a shutdown. And why? Because they know the American people are hurt when the government shuts down. We hurt our military, who may be without pay. We hurt our veterans, who may not get health care. Today, the Senate is going to vote again and give the Democrats an opportunity to open the government by passing the continuing resolution, to give us 7 weeks to do the appropriations process, to get the government open again. That's what the American people want, It's what the American people deserve. And today we'll see how many Democrats vote with us to end the Schumer shutdown. And now the whip of the House of Representatives, Tom Emmer.
A government shutdown serves no one. Government shutdowns unleash chaos on federal workers, delay pay for service members, and weaken our position on the global stage. To hold these people hostage instead of just letting them do their jobs is
okay,
so
you see the messaging,
wrong.
the Schumer shutdown.
These aren't my
Here's what Schumer is doing this, and here's the reason. Because it is a clean CR. As you know, I don't have to tell you, you hate that. You hate continuing resolutions. You're prepared to do it because they got to keep, quote unquote, negotiating. Now, as was it Andy Biggs we talked to the other day, you're going to have a worse calamity come November because they're going to try to force through an omnibus, say, oh, we just got to get this done for a year or a year-long CR. So the worst is still in front of us. But, and because the single subject appropriations, everything we worked for was not done, and a lot of fingers can be pointed, including at the Speaker of the House and other people, we kind of are where we are. But the Democrats have, I think, walked themselves into a trap. And why have they walked themselves into a trap? Because please notice, I'm going to tie a couple things together here. This is because Schumer and the guy and the folks that voted, gave him the 10 votes or the 7 votes in March to keep the government open, came under such huge pressure because the Democratic Party has kind of lost reason now. It's not orange man bad anymore. There's like a psychotic reaction to Trump, and this goes back to the escalating violence of the left, whether it's Mangini or the alleged shooter in Utah, or some of the talk you're hearing coming out of New York City. Mandami and his dominance of this New York City race, and really the crushing of Cuomo in the more traditional progressive part of the Democratic Party has all these guys on alert. Schumer's concerned about one thing, Chuck Schumer's political life, because without being a U.S. Senator, he's nothing, because you can tell he's a guy of limited intelligence and limited talent. He's being pressed by AOC to his left. If she decides not to run for president, which, yes, folks, that is on the table and they're thinking about it, she'll run for the United States Senate, and she would open a can of whoop-ass on Schumer in a primary, and he knows that. That's why he's got to be a tough guy here. But they stepped on the rake. Here's why they stepped on the rake. President Trump has a plan, and that plan, his architect of that, and the executioner of that is the great Russ Vought, who has worked on this for 8 years. And as you know, given he was a big contributor to the show in 22, when he came out and gave his first CRA budget, he talked about how to get to a balanced budget, I think, in 4 or 5 years. He talked about taking apart, deconstructing the administrative state. Russ has a plan right now, I think, to be one of the plans is to be very aggressive on deconstruction of the administrative state during this shutdown. And so it's going to play right into the hands of MAGA, who want to make sure that we can, we're not anarchists, but we want to have as a limited government as we possibly have with the regulatory apparatuses that you need. Russ Vought has that plan, and he's prepared to execute it and fight it in court if the Democrats want to do this. So this is where we stand right now. The Democrats understand they're kind of cornered. There's no real off-ramp for them, particularly last night. This was huge when the Democratic senator from Nevada voted with the Republicans and Angus King. That's 2 votes. This is why Thune can stand up there today and say, well, this is bipartisan, and they will continue to vote every couple of hours. Thune's going to put them on the griddle today. That's why I believe that Russ Vought's plan, which he's going up to the Hill, I think, to walk people through, not looking for sign-off. I don't believe the President of the United States is looking for sign-off, but he's clearly looking for to let them know that they're in the loop. Okay, I think that's the way to say it. Is Wade? Do we have Wade yet? Okay, we're trying to get Wade Miller in a moment. But Wade is over at CRA and is very familiar with the details of this plan. Let's go ahead and play because we've got to move the show along. Let's go and play the cold open and we're going to get Wade Miller here. We're jam-packed today on Capitol Hill. They're up there. It's all messaging. If you heard Speaker Johnson and Thune, you get the point of what we're doing and how we're driving this thing. It's a Schumer shutdown, but there's a lot to do, and this can be to our advantage. I'm a huge believer in these government shutdowns because, number one, you can do lots of reconstruction. Number two, it's been a winner for us in 13, and it was a winner for us in 18. By the way, we had a huge win in the midterms in 14. And we picked up 14 total seats in the House in the stolen election in 2020. I think a net 12, which is extraordinary given they stole the presidency from President Trump. So let's go ahead and play the cold open. We're going to bring in Wade Miller.
Estimate for us. Give us some ballpark numbers here. We've already had some sizable reductions in force. Actually, there's a number 300,000 floating around for this calendar year. That may or may not be the right number, but that number is floating around. Now, if there's a budget shutdown, as our own chat program suggested, almost ineluctably will be a budget shutdown, then you have the authority to reduce the federal employee count by roughly how much?
Well, I'm going to let those kinds of questions extend until tomorrow and the days after. Right now, where we are, we have hours to go before a government shutdown, and it can be avoided. And then we'll get in tomorrow. The preparation is all done. We have many options, but we're going to get in tomorrow and see where we are, and we're going to manage this shutdown and try to keep the American people from the havoc that the Democrats have caused on with their crazy demands. But let it be said, there are all manner of authorities to be able to keep this administration's policy agenda moving forward, and that includes reducing the size and scope of the federal government, and we will be looking for opportunities to do that.
And you've made that very clear to Mr. Schumer. It doesn't seem to move him, Russ vote. That's what I don't understand. It will be worse. I mean, if I were he, and I'm most certainly not, but if I were he, I would want a continuing resolution and discuss all this stuff. I wouldn't want to hand the circular over to you, and he'll have to take some measures that he's not going to like one darn bit.
Well, I think he's got some time over the next several hours to come back from the brink, to work with his moderates to get a continuing resolution passed. We'll see how these votes come up, and then we'll see where we are in the morning.
What am I going to say if I'm asked to go on the street and conduct illegal actions? And I guarantee you that the people in that audience will not execute illegal orders. We've been saying that for a long time. But at the same time, all of them, not only were they personally embarrassed, but they were embarrassed for their services that had to, sit in that audience and listen to this kind of stuff. That's the worst part of all this. There's a saying in the military that's a great leadership dictum. You praise in public and you discipline in private. This was a disciplinary approach in public with cameras so the whole nation could see. And it was an attempt at separating the military institution from the people that they defend. And I don't think it worked very well. But I'm sure there's a lot of people questioning what the military will do next. I'm sure of what they will do next. They will make sure they don't follow illegal orders and maintain their job like they did yesterday.
But Dave, call me a simpleton. Republicans do have a lot to lose. The midterms are around the corner.
Right, but their memory, again, of 2013 is that there was a shutdown. It lasted a while. It was pretty painful. They won the 2014 midterm. In 2018, after the midterm, there was a shutdown over border funding. Trump lost in 2020, but Republicans gained ground in the House. That's not remembered by Republicans as a failure. That's another reason we've been just piling up moral hazards and reasons that members of Congress are not worried about the long-term politics of this. They're really not. The only thing that's new compared to the last shutdowns I talked to is we've got elections in Virginia and New Jersey in a couple of weeks, and Republicans I talked to said we'd rather the issues there be about the culture and schools and gender policies than a government shutdown, because we think that's a better issue for Democrats. But that's pretty minor.
President Trump has said, he could use this as an opportunity to further cut government and turn some of those temporary furloughs into permanent job cuts. Speaker, can you assess what you're expecting in terms of the job cuts and how severe they could be?
Yes, the president and I have talked about this at great length. While a shutdown is very damaging for real American people who depend upon government services, it can provide an opportunity to downsize the scope and the scale of government, which is something that we've all always wanted to do. And so in a way, Chuck Schumer has now handed the keys to the kingdom to the executive branch under President Trump to do some things that we would not otherwise be able to do because we would never get Democrat votes for them. Now, Russ Vought is in charge, as you know, of the Office of Management and Budget, and it is his responsibility to look at all of this and make very difficult choices. He gets to decide now what services are essential, what programs and policies should be continued, and which would not be a priority for taxpayers. That is what is about to happen, and Chuck Schumer has allowed that. And so from his political perspective, it's a pretty massive backfire, and there's a real opportunity for government to work more efficiently and effectively for the people if those decisions are made.
Okay, so this is where we stand. The great Wade Miller is going to join us. We're going to take a short commercial break in a minute. Gold breached $3,900 earlier today. What did we tell you? We also told you it's not the price of gold. We don't focus on the price of gold. It's the process of what drives value in gold and why people look to it as a hedge. Very important. One of the things of this audience is to understand capital markets deficits, because at the end of the day, this shutdown is going to get back to, as we roll into November, it's going to get into a very unappetizing set of alternatives. I haven't seen what the deficit was at midnight last night. I'll double check, but look, it's roughly $2 trillion, as we told you it's going to be. And remember, we're still, when you talk about these CRs, you're still dealing with Biden and Pelosi numbers. How does that make you feel? Not great? Well, this is the reason that the Congress, which I think I'll start calling the Duma, because they got about as much power as the Duma had back in pre-revolutionary Russia, right? They've been unable to address the situation on spending. They're just not going to do it. They're going to continue to tap it along. As long as you have these massive deficits adding to the debt, you're going to have these refinancing issues. And as long as you have that, you're going to have to print more. You have to print more money. This whole issue of fiat currency, and particularly the central bank's asset allocation, that's why they're buying gold at an all-time record level. And that's one of the structural things underneath gold that continues to put the pressure on, the upward pressure on gold. You need to understand this. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. End of the dollar empire. We did this for a reason. We started 4 years ago when gold was $1,100 an ounce. Why? We said the financial crisis before the United States is something that has to be addressed. And during the Biden regime, the illegitimate Biden regime years, it was awful what they did. But understand today, it's one of the reasons gold is above $3,900, although it just backed off a couple of bucks. Wade Miller is going to join us. We're going to walk through the logic of Russ' vote and why, once again, this shutdown is going to work in our favor. Short break. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Because the government shut down, don't think the IRS is shut down. When I talk about a $2 trillion deficit that I think we hit last night at midnight or thereabouts, that means the government needs your money. I don't care how much tariff revenue, which, by the way, is coming in record amounts, is coming in. The IRS is going to be more aggressive than ever. You need to go to if you fail to file, late filing, haven't filed in years, got a letter from the IRS, hey, it's not going away. It ain't going to go away. And don't think, well, the government shut down. No, it doesn't work like that. 800-958-1000 or tnusa.com, promo code Bannon. You get a free consultation. Just use the name of the War Room or Steve Bannon. These guys have solved over $1 billion worth of issues. Trust me, anything that you've got, they've heard before. So what you have to do to get rid of the anxiety and the angst is get somebody on your side. So make contact today. Don't let your issues with the IRS metastasize. And that's what it means, well, I'll deal with it tomorrow or put it in the drawer. Do not do that. Just confront this and confront it by talking to the guys at Tax Network USA, the men and women over there. You'll feel a lot better after the call. 800-958-1000. Wade Miller. Yesterday, a fine Navy day yesterday. Pete Hegseth reading the Riot Act to the generals and admirals. I know you as a Marine. The Marines, I looked at the Marine generals in the audience. I don't think they had an issue with doing some heavy PT. And I think a couple, 3 of them would say, hey, Pete, no offense, Army Major, right? Bring it. So, but I don't want to talk about that. I got to talk about the budget shutdown. Russ Vogt, the warrior. Wade, in 2013, when Ted Cruz and Mike Lee and a bunch of us, support, I was at Breitbart at the time, we shut down the government. They shut down the government over Obamacare. And, man, Mike Lee and Ted Cruz got torn apart. These guys were going to destroy everything. It worked out for us. A big win in 2014, predicated upon the messaging that took place in the American people, because there's an opportunity for the nation to kind of focus here and hadn't really heard this, because a lot of people, as you know, don't follow politics. Same thing in 2018. When they stole the election from President Trump, we picked up on a gross number 14 House seats, net 12. This is one of the biggest, and you can look in the districts we picked it up. You can see how Trump won and had it stolen from him. So we've had 2 victories on shutdowns. Russ Vogt knows that as well as anybody. But in addition, and I was telling somebody today, I was in a conference room with Russ over at EOB in May of 2017 when Russ Vogt walked through his whole waterfall theory of cash coming in, because then on September 30th, 2 things were going to converge. We were going to have a debt ceiling issue and a government shutdown. And Russ was already thinking about at the time of what you do with these non-essential employees of the federal government. So this is not a guy who just thought it up last night. Walk us through. You guys released the Russ vote budget, I think in 22, as an exclusive on War Room to walk through how CRA was even at the time thinking about how you deconstruct the administrative state and do it mathematically. Russ vote is heading up to the Hill, I believe, not to look for sign-off, but I think President Trump and Russ want to keep the Hill in the loop about what they're prepared to do. What would that be, sir, in your best thinking?
Well, first, it's amazing what can happen if you have principled leadership on your side who is articulating a stance instead of proactively going out and blaming themselves and handing the victory to Democrats. So we're in a different paradigm. I think that's important. Number two, you're correct. So, Russ has spent years looking at the federal budget. He wrote a whole budget outline in 2023 when he was president at Center for Renewing America that was that methodically went through line by line by line of every agency and determined what was actually needed for the government to function for the American people and what was waste, fraud, abuse, weaponization. And so that was put out, and I know that Russ has been thinking about this daily for years of what would he do if so empowered. And right now we're in a position where President Trump has stood strong. He's not caving to the hostage-taking demands of the left. And he's empowering Russ Vogt to start moving forward on that vision. Now, we'll see. I mean, there's two priorities here. One, they actually do want to clean CR to fund the government. But if Democrats just won't allow that, then they will move to Plan B, which is to empower Russ Vogt to OMB to start sending out these orders to every single agency to determine what is actually necessary. And remember, there's now no appropriation. So they can do a lot now that they could not have done 24 hours ago to cut down the woke, weaponized, and wasteful portions of the federal government, the federal bureaucracy. And so they have a lot of power here. I honestly don't understand strategically why Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer thought it would be a good idea to go in this direction. Now, I get that their base wants them to extract some sort of fight, but this was not the fight that they should have picked. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have probably pushed it into November and made it about a Christmas fight and everyone wants to go home and strategically do it that way. But they have really fallen on their own sword here and ambushed, stepped on a rake, so to speak. And I don't understand what their logic and thinking is, because we now have a fully operational Russ Vogt who would love nothing more than to enact the president's agenda of demolishing the woke and weaponized deep state.
Yeah, I think that this is part of its mandami. I mean, they're looking and seeing what's happening with the Working Family Party and the DSA as the radical left escalates violence. You saw this in Portland. Ben Berncrom's going to join us right after Wade punches. But they have the Democratic Party, as you know it, has ceased to exist, right? They're held hostage by an ever-increasing Marxist jihadist party. That's just what it is, which is escalating violence. This is why we had to have the Antifa designation of terrorists. This is, I think, the buried lead of President Trump's, the commander-in-chief's address here, saying, hey, we got problems all over the world, and you guys are the best. I'm going to get you $1 trillion, and we're going to get you in fighting shape, and we're only going to go into wars we're going to win with precision and ferocity, I think, as the Secretary of War said. But we got a problem here at home, and I think he put people on notice that we're going to deal with this. So that's why I think it's captured. I just think logically, and this is why I hope Russ moves with alacrity, is allowed to move with alacrity. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right here. The Democrats are on the heel. You just saw, I thought the messaging from the House and the Senate was terrific, and Thune's going to keep putting them up against the wall every couple of hours and have another vote, right? So, Wade, I think, given Russ has thought this through, the president's empowering him. He's going up to Capitol Hill. Like I said, I don't think he's not looking for sign-off. President Trump wants to keep people in the loop, and I think this is the most coordinated I've seen, the best communication, and Russ is kind of in the lead tank. And I hope that he's unleashed this afternoon to go through really the administrative state and say, hey, look, it's essential, non-essential, and we're just going to have to cut the non-essential. Do you think that is a possibility, sir?
I think it's a high likelihood. It's a complex political strategy here in trying to get to Democrats voting for a clean CR. So if that's their priority, then they're probably thinking through this strategically of what will be step 1, step 2, step 3 to kind of help push them in that direction. If they just don't want to go in that direction, then we could get into step 14, 15, 100. And we've already seen an announcement from OMB and Director Russ Vought that they're cutting $18 billion in infrastructure spending in New York to make sure that it is not funding DEI, which, of course, is systemic racism, which gets back to your point. We no longer have a Democrat Party. We have a neo-Marxist party that's focusing on identitarian politics. And so they're cutting that funding, and we'll see over the coming hours how much more Democrats want to watch this happen helplessly.
No, and this is, I think, great that Russ is putting people on notice. I love the fact, first tweet, this is infrastructure that's needed. Collectively, people realize, I think this is for rejuvenation of some of the tunnels, bridges. I mean, this is entrance and egress from New York City, from the Manhattan that's needed. Everybody concurs with it, but Russ is saying, hey, we're not playing games anymore. You guys still have all this DEI madness. You've got all this woke madness. We're not doing this, okay? President Trump, and that's why the address yesterday to the flag officers. President Trump is putting people on notice. We're not playing games. When I want something done, and I realize the institution of the uniformed services in the Pentagon, you're going to take a trenching tool and dig out DEI and all this woke madness and climate. But Russ, as the organizer, he's the linchpin between the kind of legislation and the executive branch and programmatically how it gets spent. Russ is a guy that has limited capacity for nonsense. And I think what he did today in New York City was absolutely brilliant. Say, look, sorry, not sorry. We're not doing this anymore. And he's going to put people on notice. And we got to go to court. You'll go to court, and they're going to win in court. Wade, to talk to me before I let you go.
Oh, good.
Yeah, go ahead. No, jump in.
Well, he has the ability to do this with a scalpel at large scale. So what do I mean by that is he can get into thousands of different programs with a scalpel to have this impact, woke, weaponized, and wasteful government spending while minimizing the impact on the American people. And there's probably no one else on the planet that can do that as good as Russ Vought.
Tell me about CRA. You guys are kind of the think when Russ decided to set up a think tank or an action entity. You guys were focused on these kind of big issues at the time. But tell me about your work now. Where can people go to find out more about you? Because you're still generating amazing stuff, although half your team went into President Trump's administration to make sure we could set things right.
Yeah, you can find us at AmericaRenewing.com, and we continue to work on America First paradigms, and we try to anticipate what's the fight going to be a year and a half from now, and start preparing the work to fight those fights. There's a lot of other good organizations that carry on with the day-to-day. We, of course, do that as well. Census is going to be a big fight. We're already working. We're knee-deep in that fight, and we'll continue to try to anticipate what is the support that the president is going to need, what is the support that the Trump administration will need, and then put in the work to advance those America First ideas and agendas.
Thank you so much. Social media, where do people get you?
Yeah, it's Wade Miller _USMC. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All the work you guys do over there. Let's get Berquam. Berquam is in Portland, Oregon. Ben, we'll come back and play your footage. Talk to me about last night. Last time we left you, it was in the rain of Portland. All this madness takes place between sundown and sunup, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what happens. It's like at your house, the cockroaches come out at night. The same thing happens here in Portland. All the violence typically happens at night. Antifa comes out at night. We were in there. Actually, right after I got off with you, we got invited inside the building. We were the first and only media yesterday that got invited in. We're going to be cutting up all that footage later today and getting that out to you guys. But as soon as we got in there, the Antifa and all these guys started showing up. As soon as the sun went down, there were 7 arrests last night. We were there for it, And it's just the worst of the worst. And as we speak now, what happens is during the day, now you got these liberals, these leftists, these NGOs that are coming out. They're setting up to provide legal aid for the illegals and for the criminals that got arrested last night. So there's this entire network, conspiracy network, whatever you want to call it, of organizations and individuals that are working to aid and abet and undermine this country from within. By the way, the same NGOs that were profiting off the invasion of America are now working to protect illegal aliens and protect the criminals that are trying to undermine America from within.
I have no earthly idea why we're still allowing those folks to function. Anyway, Ben, hang on. We're going to come back to Portland, Oregon. Amazing footage from last night. 7 arrests. When we're going to roll them all up. Put the military on notice yesterday. Folks, we have an invasion here in the United States of America, and we're going to deal with it. So says the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Short break. Berquam in Portland next.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rab fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
the threat level that you guys are under, and in particular when you have local politicians saying everything's under control?
So here, with the way the building is set up, you can see behind me, there's a lot of high rises. There's a lot of different opportunities for people to look down and look into what it is that we're doing and to try to zone in and dial into our operations. We've actually had to put up some paper and some different window blockages on our third floor to keep people from looking in and trying to dial in. I get that the mayor and other politicians within Portland are saying that there's not anything going on here, but we've had a lot going on here over the last 9 months, especially since the beginning of June. This has been an ongoing protest, and the protest is fine. We're not here to stop people from exercising their First Amendment right. It's the folks who come out later at night. Normally the news crew show up here first thing in the morning. There's not a lot going on here then. But towards the nighttime, that's a whole different ballgame. And depending on what's going on in the local news and what it is that we're doing, what is happening in Washington, there can be anywhere from 15 people here to 1,000 to 2,000. And they can be here in a relatively short amount of time. There'll just be waves of folks that'll come in when they see if we've stepped up our battle rhythm, if we have more people coming in and out, if we have more people on the roof, if there's more traffic in and out of the building, just a whole lot of different things, because they have some spotters downstairs who will let everybody know through their networks what is and isn't happening down here. And that drives a reaction for a lot of folks. So we've had arrests that I think we're up to 170 arrests about that have occurred here in this building, but it has been difficult. We have folks that come in masks. I mean, we get a lot of flack because our folks wear masks. Our people are doing that to protect themselves and their family from this doxing and from people coming to their houses and from being followed home. Meanwhile, we have people here who show up with gas masks, with helmets, different types of strobe equipment or other things that will impede the lawful operations that we have going on.
Okay, so the mainstream media, this is why on the terrorist investigation, we have to not just look at the financiers and the NGOs, as Ben Bergquam has said over and over again, the sources, these all the foundations, and the NGOs. You have to look at the media. The media is an active partner of these folks. They come in the morning when it's all calm, and these people are vampires. They come out at night. They're like the Walking Dead. You just heard the officer right there. No federal official that is trying to stop the invasion of our beloved republic under orders by the president of these United States in a government that would control the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the executive branch should be under that pressure. She shouldn't have to play these games. You just heard it right there. This is not acceptable. These people have to be every night we ought to roll them all up. Put them in a federal lockup, and then, indict them, do whatever you got to do. But they shouldn't be out on the streets to terrorize. They're terrorizing federal officials that are trying to begin the process of mass deportation. Ben Bergquam, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I just want to kind of show you, paint the picture of what's going on. Speaking of that, so Antifa comes out at night. During the day, you got these NGOs, and that's what's happening right here. You got these leftist NGOs that are aiding and abetting illegal aliens. So you have illegal aliens that are coming in for their court appearances. Then you have these leftist NGOs that come out and meet with them and provide them legal aid. And then there are also part of the networks that are telling illegals when ICE is coming to their communities. It's all a coordinated effort. It all goes back to the mainstream media, like you said, that's providing aid and comfort as well, covering up the story, telling the lies. And then you have the local community that's having to live with it. I've got Rick here, who actually lives in this neighborhood. You live in that building right next to us. Rick, tell us about what it's like to live here and your thoughts on the folks that are that are running these operations.
Well, it's been, 115 days now, June 7th. And they're here every single day. all day, 24/7. Obviously, at night it gets, a lot spicier, but it's just a nightmare getting called Nazi every single time I walk my dog. Nazi, my girlfriend, my Nazi princess.
Just because you love America.
Just because I love America, yeah. Because I stand up to them. So what I've been doing is there's a couple people here, a couple women here that are afraid to even come out of their building. So they text me and I walk them. I also offer to take Chelly and Katie Davis Court to their cars, when they're leaving.
Hey Ben. Ben,
because these people are afraid of me. But
Ben,
yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Ben, hang on one second. I want to continue this to the top of the hour. No citizen of this country should have to live like he's living. No citizen of this republic should be terrorized by these people on a nightly basis. And if the local authorities in Portland are too gutless, and you got that governor, and you got the mayor stepping up to the microphone, oh, it's calm, Trump's overselling it. No. If there's one citizen being terrorized like that, round them all up and throw them in the hoosgow. It's time we got to stop playing patty cake with these people. They're going to intimidate. They will intimidate anybody until somebody steps up. This is not going to end until we end it. This country is rapidly heading to a very dark place unless we stop it now. We still have time to do it. But we have to have the political will to do it. Short commercial break. We're going to turn to Portland, Oregon, and a besieged citizenry next in the War Room.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rad fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rad is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, it's Wednesday, 1 October, year of our Lord 2025. We're absolutely packed in this hour, but we're going to carve out as much time as we need. We're going to go back to Portland and to Ben Bergquam. First of all, Ben, your interview with the ICE official was incredible. She just walks through very plainly what they're trying to do to end the invasion of this country and to begin the process of mass deportations, okay? They're just doing their jobs as federal officials under the auspices of the chief executive officer of the U.S. government. That would be a guy named Donald J. Trump. And now your interview with Rick is incredible. I want to start at the top. We're pressed for time, but I want to go back to citizens of this country, regardless of their politics, regardless of the liberals or progressives, can't live besieged by terrorists and the people that support them. Because remember, Ben, one of the reasons President Trump had the victory for 4 years, actually for 5, we did it even during President Trump's presidency, but then ramped it up when the invasion started on the southern border. And you were so eloquent in what you said yesterday. This is not chaos, not disorganization. It's highly organized by Antifa and the NGOs, just like the invasion was highly, highly choreographed and coordinated. It was not, as Todd Bensman, who's now in the government working over with Homan, used to tell us every day. This is highly organized. This is how they're trying to get in as many people as possible, illegal aliens, into the country. So you take the interview and just go ahead. I know Rick doesn't have comms with us. You go ahead and let it rip, sir.
Yeah, no, so that's it. Just to give you an idea. So I just want to give you, again, we're going to start at the beginning. We got the ICE facility behind us. The entire building has had to be boarded up to protect because they've got projectiles being thrown at it. It's been firebombed, Molotov cocktails, all of that. And ironically, or you want to be really pissed, the city is actually now trying to attack the building for putting that up. They're saying it's a code violation. While you have that going on, you have all these leftists out here that are aiding and abetting, working with Antifa and all these groups to undermine our country. And right next door to where all this is happening, you've got people having to live here in these buildings. Rick is one of those people. Rick, walk us through what the last 9 months has been like living here with this insanity.
I mean, basically every single day I come out here, I walk my dog 4 times a day. I get called Nazi. They scream at me. They give me a hard time. They're not. They say they're peaceful, but they're not peaceful. They're very aggressive, especially at night. I mean, the day crew's not so bad, but at nighttime, I can't even come out here. My neighbors, most of the females that are in here, they're terrified to come out. So they have to text me so that I can come out and help them. It's just ridiculous. And they're not accomplishing anything. They've been here for 115 days, and they're yelling at an empty building. They've literally accomplished zero.
Portland tends to be a pretty liberal city. Are you starting to see that shift where even liberals are saying enough, we're tired of it, people that live in here?
I think the ones that are more centrist are moving away from that. The radical left, they're the radical left. I mean, they're not going to change. That's what these people are. But the people I think that are more in the center, I think I see them shifting a little bit. But
how tough is it? You were talking about your wife, your girlfriend, and some of the elderly ladies that live here. What is that like? I mean, terrorism is a word that's thrown around. What is it like actually living here? When you have a mayor that says there's no problem, it's all under control. The governor says there's no problem.
They're not doing anything. I mean, they care more about the terrorists than they about the people here. The police don't do nothing. The city council, they're complicit. It's just I think they are Antifa. It's just they allow this, they enable this. So it's just absolutely out of control. It's out of control.
Ben,
that's it,
ask Rick. Just ask Rick. Ask Rick. Is he thoughtful? Because we're playing both your footage and Andy No's footage that is unbelievable from last night. Is Rick, or at least certain people there, the women that can't go out at night, are people appreciative of the fact that President Trump has now said, we're not going to play this game anymore. I'm sending people in, and we're going to clean this mess up?
Yeah. So, by the way, Rick is a big War Room Posse fan, but that's the question. Are the folks like you that live here that have to go through this every day, are you appreciative of President Trump saying he's going to come in and clean it up?
Absolutely. They can't send those people in here, the National Guard in here fast enough. Come in here and wipe these people out. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Yeah. Can't happen fast enough.
Ben, thank Rick and tell him to be safe. Be safe.
Thank you, brother. You got it, brother, man. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Anything you want to say to Steve?
No. Actually, yeah, Steve, I love you, man. You're the best.
Hey, Rick, how's therapy going?
We love you too.
Speaking of one of the,
you were in Fort Apache. Fort Apache. Ben, hang on for a second. I'm gonna come back to you in a minute, okay? Just stay right there. We're gonna get back to Ben Bergquam. If you saw that footage, Andy Knows got it up, and Ben Bergquam, of course, he was with the ICE guys last night. When Rick, the citizen, says, hey, the building's empty, is because they surround it every night, and heretofore, federal officials, et cetera, have not wanted to force the subject. I think that's going to change. I really think that's going to change. I think President Trump is coming down to the conclusion that, hey, it's not gonna change until we make it change, and that's why you saw federal officials last night. Look at those arrests in some of that footage. At least 7 people arrested last night, and you got to clean the whole thing up. And I would go with the NGOs and roll them up too, just like they were at the border. Look. Nobody wanted to cover this, and I really appreciate Robin Parker Sig and Real America's Voice giving us the platform and actually helping assist us to get the investigative reporters down there. But Oscar Blue Ramirez, Ben Bergquam, and others, dozens and dozens of others, reported this for years and years and years and showed you the entire thing and all the lies of the Biden regime. This is one of the reasons people said we've had enough of this. We see it in our communities now. We know Biden's lying to us. And look at that. President Trump shut down the border in the first, 30 days or 60 days of this administration, of his second term? This is what President Trump called they called them together the other day, and that wasn't just the Secretary of War telling them, hey, you're not in shape, you got to get in better shape. They kind of do that every Friday in the military anyway. Part of it was that, and we're going to fight with ferocity and precision, but the buried lead was the commander-in-chief saying, hey, look, we're going to win all over the world. We're going to win these wars now. You saw what I did with the B-2s and the total obliteration of the Iranian nuclear weapons program, right? Total obliteration. That's the way we're going to roll. However, we have an issue before us we have to address, and that is our country has been invaded. There's certain elements that are out of control, and the violence is escalating, and that's not going to happen on my watch, full stop. That was the purpose of Donald Trump's address to 800 flag officers yesterday for the first time in American history, face to face, right? And I think they took it on board. And you see what's happening here in Portland, and you see what's happening in places like Chicago with the crime being out of control and the gangs being out of control. And soon it's going to happen in New York City, because you're about to have the Red-Green Alliance, neo-Marxist with jihadist, control New York City. It's going to happen. Chris Orr, now more than ever. In fact, I just went through a personal situation where somebody was remote and had the internet and the wireless communications down for 4 days. And man, did they need a satellite phone? I was going to talk to you later, but talk to people about why now more than ever, with everything going on, you need to be prepared. You need to think ahead and get ahead of the program here, sir.
Well, Steve, yeah, you're absolutely right. Things are really escalating. When we had the last UN meeting, what we saw was the Secret Service managed to take down a network of over 300 SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards that were set up within 35 miles of the UN to basically flood the cell towers with messages. And that network of servers had the ability to send up to 30 million messages a minute. And what that does is that overwhelms the cell towers and therefore effectively takes them offline. And this was focused around the UN, Steve, but this can happen across the country. In the last week, we've seen huge attacks on software infrastructures for ticketing systems for airlines, both here in the US and around the world, that causes chaos for flights. And this is a pattern that we've been seeing for the last several years of bad state state actors basically testing out how they can influence and disrupt our communications networks and our infrastructure in general. And so we have to be prepared for this. And the only way to do that is to have a communication system that does not rely on these cell towers and the power grid. And that's, of course, sat phone, Steve. So sat123.com, we still have the free sat phone with activation. And right now we're doing the free satellite phone with the free bulletproof backpack. Obviously, a lot of places in this country are getting more and more dangerous. But a free sat phone and a free bulletproof backpack, you're paying just $95 a month. You're getting 150 minutes. But this sat phone will enable you to stay in touch. If the cell towers get taken down, if the power grid gets taken down, you are not going to be without communication. Just like your friend discovered there, you don't want to be without communication.
I was in a situation, five days, no comms. No, I had to drive down to a local village and get comms. I want you to go back, though. I want you to connect dots. This whole thing with the airports being shut down and this whole, cybersecurity attacks, some in Europe, some here in the United States, is that directly tied? Do you think that's directly tied to what happened to the UN? And just take a second, because we haven't had a chance to cover it. This massive thing the Secret Service and other federal agencies found about in New York, what was that specifically?
Well, this network of servers was designed to cause what they call a distributed denial of service attack. And we're used to websites being attacked like this, but this kind of a new development of this equipment being used to disrupt cell towers. And that very clearly, I think, is tied to what's going on with other cyber attacks around the world. Because the end result is that our infrastructure is taken offline, and that is designed to cause chaos in the U.S. And look, if I was looking to attack a country, the first thing that I would do, and others are doing, is figuring out how they can cause chaos so that everyone's looking the other way and nobody can communicate. And, if you're out of communications for 5 days, a lot can happen in that time. You don't want to be in that situation. Either we as a country or you as an individual with your family, you do not want to be left without any kind of communications. But Steve, I certainly believe that all of these attacks are part of a bigger plan to disrupt, the infrastructure here in the U.S. and cause chaos on the streets.
Folks, it's all a piece of a whole. You got to get ahead of this. You need to get prepared now. Remember, I'm not running around with my hair on fire. Hey, you got to do, no, but you get the logical people. The My Patriot Supply guys and Chris Orr come on here. These are professionals that do this for a living. This is why 4 years ago we started with Birch Gold. I said, no, we're not going to go sell gold on War Room. Everybody else does is all the podcasters. However, if you're ready to partner up and walk people through why gold has been a hedge, and particularly in today's times, that was 4 years ago. It was $1,100 an ounce, $3,900 today. This has nothing to do with financial forecasting. We're in a fourth turning, okay? And things are going to get crazier. They're going to get crazier. They're going to get crazier. Chris Orr, one more time, where do they go to the satellite phone store, sir?
They can go to sat123.com, that's SAT123.com, or call 941-841-0844. Steve, that's 941-841-0844. You get a free sat phone, a free bulletproof backpack, just $95 a month with activation.
Amazing. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Chris Orr and the team over at Sat Phone Store. It's going to get crazier. Take your number 2 pencil out and write that down. Short break.
I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rad fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rad is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Voice family,
Are you on Getter yet? No?
what are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, we got a lot of moving pieces, and Brian Glenn's going to have a huge story for us probably this afternoon. I don't know if we can get anyone for a hit this morning. Senator Hawley, if he's out of these meetings, is going to join us also. I want to go to Jillian Barbie. So, Jillian, by the way, good news, folks. Gold, 3,900. That's all good. Pattern recognition. We got all kind of information there to make you a genius. We do. We will. You will become. You'll become smarter than the guys on Wall Street. I will tell you that by reading this. Guaranteed, because they all mocked us a couple of years ago. Budget deficit, I got to get that number. I think it's $2 trillion this fiscal year. Just ended last night at midnight. What does that mean? It ties to, let me give you some bad news. Yesterday, I think it was reported, and I keep telling you, the OECD, that's an official organization with the Organization of Economic Development in Europe, the OECD, huge organization. We're a big part of the United States. When you take the ambassadorship to that, you get like a 15-room mansion in Paris. So it's a good gig. They put out a report. Financial Times of London broke it down. We are now globally $338 trillion of global debt. And I mean, that's everything. That's national debt, regional debt, municipal debt. I don't care if you're a city in India or a local waterworks or something in Topeka, Kansas, right? All federal debt, personal debt, junk bonds, add it all up. Something called debt, $338 trillion. The point the OECD made in the Financial Times is that the world is kind of over-leveraged, okay? And I keep saying we're going to have the world's biggest margin call, and when that happens, Katie bar the door. You're going to be glad you're in gold, okay? Because these fiat currencies are all of a sudden going to look like you're going to understand what fiat means. So one of the biggest parts of that, the problems For people under 35 years old, first off, the student debt, that what they did to these kids is absolutely horrendous. That's another topic. But credit card debt, your debt, now at all-time highs, and also now all-time non-performing. So what do you do about it? This is just like the IRS situation. Nothing has your angst more than three things. Losing your job, right, in this environment. Number two, I got a problem with the IRS. And, oh, by the way, I got a problem with these credit cards. And I'm behind. I can't pay. I'm getting these letters. Once again, what you cannot do is just put the letter in the drawer. That does not solve the problem. It metastasizes. Jillian Barbary's here, just done such a great job with the Done for Debt crowd. These guys can take care of the problem immediately. And people need, if you want to get that angst and anxiety away, and you know what it's like, Jillian, you must deal with this today. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, you forgot the fourth one, cancer. I had that at my door as well. It was knock, knock, and it was the Grim Reaper who was there, death and taxes. Done with Debt is the way to go. And I'm just going to explain. Last night I was going through a feed, and on TikTok, on the younger side of things, they have all of these, get $5,000 now, fix your problem. And of course, when you look into it, you'll end up owing $10,000 on that $5,000. So, if you are young, if you are going into retirement, and you found yourself just living life and you're in debt, this is the way to go. It's called Done with Debt. What is it? Well, we are a team of financial experts. I'm just the mouthpiece. They're the experts that get together and look at your situation. And they are master negotiators. So they can take any of your debt and work magic with it. Now, I'm not saying it happens overnight. You have to work with them. Do not stuff an envelope in a drawer. And before you do anything else, if you're watching Steve Bannon's show right now, don't pay another bill until you get your free consultation with Done with Debt, because they're going to tell you, and you can go online and read all of the testimonials. There are many people that they've helped over the years. And what they'll do is get you back on track to financial freedom. They'll work with all the people that are calling you late at night, that are hassling you, that are mailing you. They work with the credit card companies, the banking institutions. They can sometimes get your debt wiped right out, some of it at least, and that's a start. And they can certainly get you on a program of paying back that you can live with, that you can actually still feed your family and go to work and get gas for your car and maybe have a night out with the family. Yeah. They're not, they're not evil. They want you to have a life, but they also want you to get back on track because, it's so easy in this environment to get off track.
But if you don't, hang on. They're not evil. They're not evil, but they want their money. Okay, they want their money. These were unsecured loans, and they're going to show you about how your name and reputation is secured. You also can't just. People say, "Well, I'll just go into bankruptcy." If you go into bankruptcy, you're never going to be able to get an apartment. You're not going to be able to get a car loan. That thing will trail with you. My point is, there are other alternatives, but until you take action, and it needs to come from you and the audience. Just don't sit there and don't put the letter in the drawer. It's just metastasizing. One more time, Jillian, where they go, who they talk to today, right now, to make sure they can start sorting this problem out.
Go to donewithdebt.com. You get a free consultation. The last thing they want to do is push you into bankruptcy or a big, big conglomerated loan. They don't want that. So this is the way to get yourself back on track. Look at the testimonies, and you'll see you're with the right people. They are... When I say master negotiators, these are the best of the best, Steve.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. We're going to be spending a lot of time on this because of the simple fact that this credit card debt situation, because they fed credit cards to everybody, the credit card companies. I'm not saying they're the villains here, but they're the villains here. And now people have got to pay for it. Here's the thing. They will cap the interest rates. They may get a haircut to your total face amount as they negotiate for you, because by the time the credit card companies come out after you, they've already written it off. So anything they get back is juice. That's why you need an expert. You can't do this yourself. You're never going to be able to negotiate yourself. And don't take the easy path out where people say, "Oh, we'll just go into bankruptcy." That thing will follow you for a long time. Okay, do I have Sheila? Let's go and play a cold open for Sheila Matthews, my wingman on one of my favorite topics. Let's go ahead and let her rip.
In the days after the murder, as you're trying to bring the country together, Steve Bannon, the philosopher of the MAGA right, called you a national embarrassment.
Yeah. I love free speech. I would give my life defending his right to say that about me. That's okay. We can have that debate. There are some people that think I am a national embarrassment, and that's okay too.
Who do you blame for the division?
I do believe that social media is a cancer, and it is taking all of our worst impulses and putting them on steroids. It is driving us to division. It is driving us to hate. These algorithms that have captured our very souls.
Okay, I went the wrong way. Okay, Sheila's with us. By the way, Josh Hawley, I think we're going to get Senator Hawley at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to hold Sheila over. Sheila Matthews, and last night he was on the Charlie Kirk. The Turning Point was back at Utah Valley. Tyler Boyer was handling, and Cox showed up. And look, I think Tyler and those guys did a great job. Andy Biggs was there. Although I don't think they made Cox should apologize. He should grovel for saying Charlie said some inflammatory things. I don't remember that. Not inflammatory in the war room's perspective, so he has to explain himself. But this guy is quite insidious. He and Jared Polis have gone around and they got this disagree together, or kind of the group, because he's lying to 60 Minutes. He's got a kumbaya thing he's working on, which is essentially the Chinese social credit, the CCP social credit score, is it not, ma'am?
Yes. Let's not forget the governor of Utah is in the midst of an investigation and now trial of a political assassination of Charlie Kirk. And he is now on the media spreading this dignity index, which is a pilot program of his, which basically is suppression of free speech. I have 2 points of the policy that he's pushing. We are not allowed to mock and attack others, their beliefs, their commitment, their competence, which we should, because this assassination happened in the state of Utah. He has no competence. So according to his dignity index, we're not allowed to talk about his competence or his performance under level 4. Under level 7, he wants to address and admit to mistakes after their investigation fails and this trial fails, and he wants to come together and be lessons learned, and that is something they did in the aftermath of Sandy Hook. This is psychiatry, this is behavioral health, and this is suppression of freedom of speech. So the chairman obviously is pushing an agenda here, which he shouldn't be, because he is in charge of what happened in Utah. Okay, he's in charge of the investigation. His sheriff was in charge of collecting the information on the ground. His sheriff was the biggest failure on one of these sexual abuse cases in the court system. Okay, he was a character on A&E where he allowed people into the prisons to mingle with prisoners. I mean, this is corruption, and we should be able to point that out.
Yeah. Hang on one second. I'm going to hold you over. She's right. Right now, we've been trying to force it. He hasn't been charged with any federal crime. So as much as the FBI is helping, they're not running the deal, because there's not been any federal charges filed as of yet. Short commercial break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality,
community, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless. Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless. Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Senator Josh Hawley joins us. So, Senator Hawley, Russ Vought's going to come up today and I think brief people on what the plan is for deconstruction of the administrative state in the Schumer shutdown. The Leader Thune, I think the strategy is pretty good. Make them, particularly now it's a bipartisan vote since Nevada and Maine kind of threw in with the Republicans. Are you guys going to vote every couple of hours on this until you break the Democrats?
Well, it sounds like that's the plan, Steve. I just don't understand what the Democrats think they're accomplishing here. I mean, you're going to shut down the government and have a fit over what? I mean, what is it exactly? They can't articulate it. Their demands shift every 2 days. We all know what the real, or every 2 hours, I should say. We all know what the real thing is here. Say, hey, Trump. This is all about Trump. And it's a hissy fit because they just want to hurt Trump. And, you know, I'm sorry, but I just think the American people are going to look at this and say, hold on, I can't now go to the VA. If you're a farmer, you can't go to the USDA and get the programs that you've applied for, that you're paying for with your tax money, Medicaid reimbursements. That's all going to stop because the Democrats just don't like the guy who won the election, by the way. I mean, come on. It's a joke.
But here's the thing, and you've pointed this out in your efforts to reverse all this defund the police madness. The vote in New York City with the Working People's Party and the DSA, the combination of neo-Marxism and jihadist, is the same thing we just saw out with trying to stop the law enforcement officers from implementing the mass deportation programs around ICE. The violence continues to escalate. The radical left is even more radical than ever, and they are winning in certain polling in certain Democrat strongholds away from what used to be moderate Democrats, which don't even exist anymore. So how can you deal with a party that is becoming radicalized and, quite frankly, pushing the escalation in political violence, sir?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the question of the day, Steve. And I just look at the Democrats, the elected Democrats, and I think they've got a choice to make. You know, I mean, are they actually going to represent the middle of the road, normal constituents, the working class people. Democrats are always saying, oh, we're the party of the working class. Really? I mean, is that right? You're voting to raise their taxes. You're voting to make them less safe. You're voting to offshore their jobs. Now you're voting to shut down their health care. I mean, really? You're voting to trans their kids? I mean, come on. They've got a choice here to make, Steve. And I think that's what this is really about. This is the Democrat Party melting down before our eyes. That's why they're lashing out at Trump like this. Now they're shutting down the government because of their own internal divisions. And I'm afraid it's going to get worse before it gets better, to be honest with you.
Missouri is maybe the most MAGA of the states, particularly the working class part of it. You're considered one of the leaders of the populist wing of the party. Where do the folks in Missouri stand on this government shutdown? What are they telling you?
Oh, they think it's stupid. They hate it. I mean, they think it's just classic Washington, D.C. establishment types. This is how they play the game, Steve, which is why, we ought to ban this, and we ought to not do shutdowns or allow them. We don't in Missouri. Our Constitution doesn't permit them. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And they look at the Democrats. I think Missourians get it. They get what's going on here. They're like, why are the Democrats doing this? I mean, why are they closing everything? By the way, every Missourian is still getting taxed to pay for this government that now is not working. This is a basic we the people moment. Does the government work for us, or are we just here to fund this government no matter what it does? Is the government just going to be shut down for months on end, but we're going to keep paying our taxes because we really serve the government? Is that the message? That seems to be the Democrats' message. I don't think that's what the people in my state believe, and they want people up here in D.C. to get to work, get off their butts, get to work, start solving some problems here, start getting jobs back, get wages up, get inflation down, get the cost of health care down, put power back in the hands of working people. That's what we need to be doing. Democrats are going in the opposite direction.
Russ Vought, I think, is going to go up to the Hill today and brief people on one of the alternatives they got. Since the government's been shut down by the Democrats, he's got a couple of different alternatives of how you get into either mass layoffs, RIFs. He's got a whole menu. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen what he's proposed yet, but I just say this to the Democrats. I mean, listen, they're all crying about the fact, Donald Trump now has more power than ever. I mean, you guys shut down the government. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't whine and fuss and say, oh, the president is acting like a dictator, when you shut down the government and now, frankly, put onto the president the decision of designating who's essential, who's non-essential, who's going to work. I mean, to be honest with you, Steve, what I would urge the president to consider doing is just paying people anyway. I mean, start with the military. Our military servicemen and women, they need to get paid. They're doing their job. It's ridiculous. Just because the Democrats don't like Trump, they're not going to get paid. I think the president ought to say, listen, I'm paying the military, and if you want to stop me, take me to court. I think the president should say for essential services that the American people have paid for and rely on, he's just going to keep them open. And if the Democrats want to stop that, take him to court. Get on the side of the people, which is, I think, where the president is. But I just say again, the Democrats on this are out to lunch. They're off the wall. They're totally in far left field, and I think it's going to backfire.
Senator, you've been one of the voices of reason about this situation with artificial intelligence, and I think people in the Senate, even across the aisle, who normally you can't reach, are starting to understand that we have a big problem here if this thing's totally unregulated and just allowed to have the oligarchs in Silicon Valley run the deal. Can you get us up to speed on your latest work in this area?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's a sample of this, what's going on right now, Steve. Just this morning, there's news reports now that AI chatbots are out there saying that Charlie Kirk was not actually assassinated, that this was a, quote, right-wing terrorist incident. Right-wing terrorist incident. As if Charlie was somehow involved in it, as if, he deserved to die. I mean, of course, it's total propaganda, but this is the kind of thing, it's going to be censorship on steroids if we allow these AI companies to control all of the news, all of the data, all of the information. That's what they're doing right now. Those chatbots are also telling our kids how to kill themselves, and their kids are doing it. And that's not hyperbole. I've heard from the parents. We've held hearings on this. I mean, literally, that's what's happening while the oligarchs make billions of dollars. What we need to do is put power back into the hands of normal, everyday working Americans. We need to allow Americans who are harmed by these AI companies, whose kids kill themselves or harm themselves because of these chatbots, to be able to sue these companies. It's a basic American right, the right to defend your own individual rights. We need to make sure that that remains good and true in this AI age. The Constitution is still in effect. AI doesn't wipe out the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution protects the rights of the individual, and we need to double down on that and protect that from these companies who want to come after our kids, want to come after our rights, want to come after our jobs. And I got no sympathy for the oligarchs. I just have to tell you, they're going to do fine. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the worker, out in Missouri who might lose his job. I'm worried about the family who's got a kid who asks a chatbot a question about science and then is told how to put himself in a noose. This has got to stop. We got to hold these people accountable.
You saw, and this gets back to the antitrust, where the Trump administration started off as you got Gale over at the antitrust division. You got FTC, FCC. People were, we got Google in court. You got Facebook in court. But all of a sudden, guys are trying to cut deals. And the power, I keep telling people, the power of the oligarchs, they got all the best law firms. They get all the best crisis PR firms. They got the best lobbyists because they got so much money. The power these oligarchs have is personified in D.C. in the fact that they've kind of got it, they got us surrounded. So how do you start to fight back on this?
Well, the antitrust is a key part of it. I'm glad you brought that up. The president has a tremendous record on antitrust. He started it in his first term, and we got to keep the pedal to the metal on that. And I just urge DOJ, don't let up now. You've taken these guys to court. Google, they took to court. Meta, Facebook, they took to court. Don't let them cut a deal and wriggle out of it at the last minute. Don't ever forget what they did to us in the 2020 election. For that matter, the 2024 election, the 2022, but in 2016. But you never forget, in 2020 in particular, their censorship was brazen. And they got by with it because they had so much power. We cannot trust these people ever. The answer is to break them up. It is to get competition in there, and it is to protect individual rights, First Amendment rights, your basic right to work, protect your own private property, which is your data, your information in this age. So we got to get DOJ on that antitrust agenda going strong. Steve, we've also got to pass protections here at the federal level. People need to be able to say, I'm going to sue these companies. You need to have a right to protect all your own information, name, image, likeness. If it's good enough for college athletes, it ought to be good enough for every working person in America. These companies shouldn't be able to take your stuff or talk to your kids without your permission. We need to give people their rights. And I say again, the Constitution of the United States is still in effect. The AI oligarchs haven't waved it away. We need to make sure that Constitution is good for and accessible to and a real thing for every working person.
When you bring this up at the Senate lunch, do you get some blank stares or some nervous coughs? Or do you feel like you've got some colleagues who are sitting there going, right on, Josh, I love where you're going with this. What is it? Is it stony silence or I'm with you, brother?
It's closer to the silence. In fact, sometimes it's not silence. Sometimes it's, Josh, you're totally wrong. And these are dangerous ideas, Josh. All this talk about working people, that's dangerous, Josh. And I just say, guys, it is we the people. That's how the Constitution begins. Can I just remind you? We the people, not we the oligarchs, not we the corporations, not we the establishment. It says we the people. Number one. Number two, who elected us? Who elected Donald Trump? Working people. We're going to be the party of working people, or we'll be nothing, Steve. You know that. I know that. People in Washington need to get it through their heads. But I would just say this. I say to my colleagues all the time, just ask yourself, do you want a chatbot, some AI chatbot, telling your kid how to commit suicide? Do you want that? Do you want some AI chatbot telling your kid that Charlie Kirk was a right-wing terrorist? Do you want that? Because that's what's happening right now. And if you think you can trust these people and everything will work out great if you just give the companies whatever they want, give the oligarchs whatever they want, tell individuals, good luck to you, tell working people, good luck to you. No, it's not going to come out good. It's going to come out the way it always does. If you let these people run wild, we need to protect working people in this country.
Senator, you're always ahead of the curve. I want to make sure people get your writings. You wrote 2 books. One, the book was so controversial about big tech that I think the publishing company dumped it. They tried to ban it. It was outstanding. Then you wrote a book on masculinity that really got to the basics, I think, of a lot of what Charlie Kirk tried to take around to the universities. And one of the reasons Charlie got such great traction, was so highly revered, particularly by young men. Where do people go to get your writings, and where do they keep up with you on social media?
You can go to joshhawley.com. You can follow me on social media at Holly Mo across all the social media platforms. You can find my books anywhere, any bookshop. I hate to even say the word Amazon, given what we're talking about here, Steve. But you can find it there, and anywhere else books are sold.
Thank you, Senator, for taking time away. I know it's crazy up there today, so thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you.
John Thune, I think, has got the strategy. He's going to brace him up against the wall and going to vote every couple hours, I think, because I think he sees some daylight. He sees some weakness. You got Angus King, who's always got his finger to the wind, and you've got Nevada. It's already bipartisan. Sheila, I've run out of time, but I'm going to get you back up here. Tell people where they can go. You got reports up. You're analyzing this. I want to get you back up this afternoon because the situation in Utah has to be dealt with. And this dignity index, and his wife is out with the empathy crisis. We gotta talk about this because they're trying to put in Chinese Communist Party social credit score into the U.S. Where do people go in the interim, ma'am? Social media and your website.
Sure. I just want to remind everybody that Utah is the highest state with mental illness, and the governor has increased the budget over 12,000%, 1,200% rather. So my organization is abledchild.org, and people can find me on the web. We are funded by parents. We do not get funding by state or federal government. That gives us the ability, unlike what Governor Cox likes, is to stand up to corruption. We believe that he is at the center of this. And so we believe that nobody's above the law, and there's probably more evidence against him than this kid.
Wow. We'll get you back up at 5. Explosive. Who had ever thought Utah, the biggest mental health crisis? Thank you, ma'am. Grace and Mo, can you push that out? Back in a moment.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The precinct strategy was absolutely central to the victory in 2022, the midterm, President Trump's win in 2024. You had the young people with Charlie Kirk. You had the precinct strategy folks, and now in 26. Johnson said it last night. The speaker finally coughed it up and said, hey, if they win the midterm elections, the first thing they're going to do is impeach President Trump. Where you heard that before? We got Dan Schultz and Steve Sterner with us. You had a big event yesterday, Dan. And I realize as people get into the precinct strategy and start to go, and then when they move up the chain to the state level, there's a lot of frustration because the establishment always tries to beat back. Can you give us a status? Tell us what happened yesterday, and where do people go to get all this, all the content?
Well, thanks, Steve. It went very well. Thanks to Steve Stern and Raj for putting it all together. We didn't have any technical glitches. I started off by, doing a short PowerPoint, 14 slides. My first slide, I basically asked, I said I had asked somebody that if there was a better political strategy than the precinct committeeman's strategy to save the republic for we the people to carry out, what would be that strategy? And if there isn't a better strategy, then please state that. And the answer was no better political strategy exists for we the people to save the republic than the precinct committeeman's strategy. And the person that I asked was Grok on X.com. So Grok agrees that if we want to save the republic, we've got to carry out the precinct committeeman's strategy like big time. But unfortunately, still and we learned that yesterday from all the people from the 50 states, on average, over half of these slots still are vacant. So we've got to double down and triple down because the average turnout in a primary is 20%, which means 96% of our lovely rhinos, the incumbent rhinos, are going to win their primary based on history. And I've done that research, and I've used Grok to confirm it as well. So what do you got to do? You got to go to precinctstrategy.com, learn how to get involved in your party. And you asked me to mention the fact that twice a week now, Tuesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern, Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern. So this Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, Jonathan Broadbent from Ohio, my cohort in Ohio, he's been on War Room as a success story. We co-host a X space, and the way to find it is just get on at those times, 2 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern on Friday nights. We have a precinct strategy community. You can go in there and find the link, or just search precinct strategy and sort by latest, and you should find it. You can follow me at
yeah. Go ahead, give your social media.
I was just going to say I'm at
Dan
Schultz, the number 2 on X.
Is that 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Eastern Time?
Yes, Eastern. Yep, 9 p.m. Eastern on Friday nights, 2 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. Perfect. We try to do one during the day and one at night, and it works out pretty well. And we have a good crew that comes on, and we only talk about the precinct committeeman strategy and how to fill those 200,000 vacancies.
We'll stream that. And what time's your weekday podcast?
It airs at 6 p.m. Eastern.
What time?
6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern.
6 p.m. Eastern daily, 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Tuesday and Friday. Steve Stern, brother, you did a great job the other day. Coordinate where they go to get all your content, particularly this. We're trying to push this out, the whole thing. We had a huge audience yesterday, but we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to see this, sir.
So we had 77,000 on yours alone. We had 5 million all over with all the podcasters. If you want to see this now, go to Stern American Rumble. Very easy. We had many, many people on there. One person from every state. It lasted 4 hours. It was sensational. Dan was great on it. And we have another one coming up on election integrity, which will be October the 8th, which is going to be important. We'll hopefully get you on to speak. We have some great speakers on there. We're going to have this for Virginia. General Flynn's going to come on. Ken Nunnenkamp, Executive Director of Virginia. Brian Swenson from the RNC. Joe DeBox, who you, I think, had on, the America First Warehouse. Andy Mangione, Senior Vice President, AMAC. Gary Myers, the Myers Report. Dr. Robert Epstein. John Vieira from Voter Fry Now. Cleta Mitchell, EIN. Greg Stenstrom. and many other people will be on.
Where
you want to get on? Just go to S-Stern.
Where do people?
Yeah, go to S-Stern1054gmail.com to get on. Right.
Dan,
also,
we'll link to your. Yep.
The RNC's asking
Thank
for
you, brother.
poll watchers, poll workers for Virginia, and
perfect. Dan Schultz will make sure we stream that. Steve Stern will make sure we stream that. Thank you, guys. Breaking news: Tim Pool is going. We're going to toss to the Charlie Kirk show at noon, as we've done every day every work day for the last 4 years. Is it? Tim Pool is going to be co-hosting today, so don't miss it. Tim Pool is going to co-host the Charlie Kirk show. Then at 2 o'clock, Poso, 3 o'clock, Gruber, 4 o'clock, the great Eric Bowling. We're back here live at 5 p.m. Russ Vought's just been announced, going to be at the Oval Office with the President of the United States at 1 p.m. today. If that's open to the public, we'll definitely show that. Also, Brian Glenn is going to be making a special trip this afternoon. He'll be with us at 5. Mike Lindell, what do you got for us, sir? People looking for sheets and pillows and other products from MyPillow.com.
Absolutely, everybody. Remember, we have over 250 products, and we're all on sale for the War Room Posse, but we have our 3-in-1 sale that's been working. You guys have responded. Amazing. The towels that came in, they're about 3/4 gone now that we came in for this sale. And all the colors are still there. You guys get them. They're $39.98. They will be running out. They're $39.98, normally $69.98. So you got those using promo code War Room. The pillows, the MyPillow Premium Giza pillows we made, those queens ran out, but we're going to do something really special for y'all. We're going to substitute the MyPillow Premium Queens that are normally $69.98, $17.98 for the queens. We've never done this before in history. It's our #1 selling pillow ever, and $19.98 for the kings. And then we have the percale sheets. You guys were closing out that sheet line. Forever. Once they're gone, they're gone. Any size, any color, $29.88. And I just checked, and there's enough for about another week of those. But you guys get those. Use them for Christmas gifts. Use them for gifts. Get yourself a gift. Stock up. 10-year warranty. Remember, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee on all of our products. So go to MyPillow.com /War Room or call 800-873-1062.
We'll see you back here at 5. Mike Lindell, the most powerful promo code in the business. The great Tim Pool on the Charlie Kirk Show, next on Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters.
Yesterday, the president posted an offensive deepfake AI video of Leader Jeffries and me. With sombreros, fake music, impersonating my voice through AI. It wasn't me.
And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. Say it to my face.
What does that shameful man do? You post something that draws a sombrero and a mustache on the leader with whom you're supposed to be negotiating?
Is that appropriate in your view?
Look, I think sometimes the president plays with the press like a little boy and a flashlight and a dog. And he's shining the flashlight here and he's shining it there. What he's saying is this offer from the Democrats is ridiculous. $1.5 trillion on top of funding that they already agreed to.
We'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, Cadillac Medicare, to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen.
This bill, this 24 pages is sitting at the desk in the Senate right now. It could be picked up and passed. The government stays open. So this is a made-up problem by the Democrats who desperately need to satisfy a political base that is hostile to Donald Trump.
If the government shuts down, it's their decision to do it.
If you shut down the government, you last time, Democrats point out, you lose FEMA, you lose troop pay, you lose all these different things that are so important to Democrats when they're on the other side of this.
The president has a lot of levers he could pull. This is one we could pull, but why would we pull that lever? Because that allows him to pull a lot more levers and make a lot of changes about the government.
Here we are at the entrance to the House of Representatives. Not a single soul. It's locked.
Now, I know the leader is going to show a poll that says that Democrats will be blamed for the shutdown. There are many more polls that show Republicans are blamed. The question in that poll is bias. Biased in the New York Times, but it's biased.
Chuck Schumer shut down the government, and he did that today. What that radical wing had told him to do was work with them through his war room. He had a war room going for the last 8 weeks to orchestrate the shutdown. Chuck Schumer is forcing a government shutdown, regardless of the cost, regardless of the consequences to the American people. This truly is a Democrat-owned, Chuck Schumer-owned shutdown.
Chuck Schumer is worried about a primary challenge from you. I want to just ask you straight up, are you planning to primary challenge him? Do you think that's why he's doing this?
This is so not about me in this moment. This is about people being able to insure their children. And I will say, because I saw some senators speculating about this, and I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shut down, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open, and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly.
Well, this is all caused by the Democrats. They asked us to do something that's totally unreasonable. They never change. They want to give, but this is what Schumer wants. This is what the Democrats want.
Why is it that the Democrats, in my mind, are facing more pressure, those Democratic leaders? And that is because their base thinks that their party leaders are weak. Among Republicans, 80% of their base thinks Republicans have strong leaders. Yet among Democrats, just 35% of Democrats say their party has strong leaders.
Americans have told us over and over again, we want you to fight for health care. That's what we're doing today. Democrats are going to hold the line.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in. We are honored to be joined today by the one, the only. I think you're like, what are you, the record holder of YouTube streams or something? I don't know. The most YouTube streams of all time. I don't know. I think we talked about this once, and I think it was a pretty remarkable stat. Anyways, this is Tim Pool.
Hey,
welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor and a privilege.
Well, it's an honor to have you, and I got to do your show on Monday night, and that was a great experience. And I just, with everything going on, Tim, we'll get into it later. Thanks for making the trip. I know it's no small feat.
Security is a huge. It's a very large challenge. It's very expensive, but I again honored that you're having me out. Having you on my show it's an honor and a privilege.
Awesome, man. Well, listen, we have so much news to cover today. And, first of all, I want to give a big hat tip to our team and what they accomplished at Utah State last night. We had Tyler Boyer was out there. We had Jason Chaffetz, who was actually there. He was a witness on the day at UVU. And we had Governor Cox, and I want to explain some of the backstory with the Governor Cox thing, because I know there was some hemming and hawing and some heartburn over why we invited Governor Cox. And there was also Andy Biggs. So a great showing, and this was actually the largest evening event to date that we have ever done at Turning Point USA at a college. So there was over 6,000 people in attendance for this, and the crowd was fired up. You can see that if you're watching the stream. The energy in this room, everybody was texting me. My phone was blowing up. They're like, "It's insane. It's just so great," and that was despite, by the way, some sort of bomb threat or suspicion of a bomb at a separate building. So it didn't affect this building. This building was on pure lockdown, and I think Bomb Squad kind of detonated some sort of device in a defensive measure. Haven't gotten confirmation on what that suspicious package was, but everybody's safe. Everybody's home. We're grateful for that. So let's go ahead and play at least a couple of images here. Let's see here. I just love me a good Charlie Kirk chant. So Charlie chant 91, please play. Yeah, it was just completely organic. The kids are fired up. We have more tour stops coming. We're not backing down. Tim, hopefully you don't think we're totally crazy for doing this, but we have to go on. Charlie would have mandated it. I can tell you that.
Let's call it brave. In the face of your fears, you persevere.
Yeah, well, the kids are doing great. The team is doing great. And all the speakers that have been coming out. I mean, I can tell you the security is extraordinarily robust, magnitudes more than anything we've ever done. And there's a lot of people, I will just say, that are working in conjunction with it. So take that as you will. I want to get into something that I kind of think is, and we were just talking about it before the show started, something that I think is almost like a little bit of a Washington meme. Like, it's in the bubble, right? It doesn't, like, nobody seems to care about this story, but it is political news. So I want to make sure we talk about it. And that's the Schumer shutdown, or Sombrero Gate.
It sort of snuck up on us.
Yeah.
Because obviously we've been distracted by everything. Yeah. And in the background, there was like, oh, there's a government shutdown possibly approaching. So even, I feel a lot of us at Turning Point are belatedly looking, we should probably know about this, because people will ask about it.
It's interesting because before all of this happened, we were talking about it months ago. We were kind of circling on our calendar knowing that this was going to be a thing. And then obviously with what happened with Charlie, it has totally faded into the background. And it feels even more so now, Tim, because of everything that happened. It's just like, I can't explain it. I can't tell if it's just me living in the bubble that I'm living in, but it just doesn't seem quite like the past shutdowns.
Yeah, I agree. And to be honest, last night on Timcast IRL, we decided not to lead with the government shutdown story because of the bomb threat or hoax device at the TPUSA event. And I feel like, we were talking to Jack Posobiec about this. I'm not sure we're that concerned with the government shutdown when we've had, in the past 4 weeks, 4 terror attacks. It's the question we ask when we launch every show is, what is the big story that people are looking for and wanting to understand about and understand? And the government shutdown matters. What is the reason for it? But I think right now, when I talk to regular people, when you listen to some of these other podcasts, big shows, even Joe Rogan, they're talking about what happened to Charlie still. It's kind of, there's the pros and the cons of that, right? We don't want to forget Charlie, but at the same time, it's because we're still scared. And I'll stress this again, there's nothing wrong with being afraid. It's what you do in the face of your fears. Do you back down? Do you give up? Or do you persevere? And I think that's what everyone's trying to do. So when I saw a video of a detonation at one of your guys' events, I was scared. I said, what are they trying to do?
So was I. Yeah, I mean, there's so much out there right now. You know, it's funny. The likes are not public anymore, but you can see people when they like your tweet. And I've seen some high-profile people, including Elon Musk, like a tweet or a post that I posted yesterday about this new Rutgers poll that says, 50% of people over 50% of progressives, left of center people, think that it would be justified to kill Elon Musk to advance their political views, or Donald Trump to advance their political views. There's a new poll out today that is also really terrifying. But, we were talking about this before we came on. Steven Crowder has felt moved to go back onto campus and, basically do because Steven called him Change My Mind. And now he's doing it again. And Charlie's and Turning Point's were Prove Me Wrong. So it's basically the same concept. They'll go on campus and have a debate and do it in a civil way. And I'm going to play this clip. Steven Crowder, cut 96.
2016, the idea was, hey, calling the left on their bluff, civil dialogue with anyone to the tune of billions of plays and hundreds of hours. And it got increasingly violent. And what I didn't tell people, I told people out there, go do this on your own campus, have these conversations. I advocated for it. And Charlie took it to another level. He was unbelievable at it. What I didn't do, I didn't tell people about the threats because I didn't want copycats. I didn't tell them about terrorists from Yemen through Sweden showing up in East Grand Rapids. I didn't tell them about concrete milkshakes. I didn't tell them about my tires getting slashed, about people trying to firebomb my car. And maybe if I would have picked up the phone, maybe if I would have used this megaphone to tell people it's real life out there and the left wants you dead, maybe Charlie would have had a fighting chance. Maybe I could have done more.
What do you think of that, Tim?
He's completely right. I've been getting death threats quite a bit. This is what makes it currently very difficult to travel. The whole time I've been doing this, even let's go back to 2018. I'm on YouTube, and I'm like this moderate, and my position at the time was I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm not going to support Donald Trump. I'm going to try and be honest about what he's saying and what's going on. I'm not here to get political. I was still getting death threats from the left. I was still being accused of being far right, the lies, the smears. As the threats and the violence ramped up, I stopped going on the ground. My whole career was field reporting. I went to Berkeley. I filmed these protests. I interviewed people. The threats got so intense.
Nick Shirley, you were doing,
The younger generation has picked up that baton, and they're carrying on that legacy. I became too well known, and the threats were intense. Where we're at today, even yesterday, in the face of all the threats that I get, where we've increased our security, which is already intense, I have people on the right saying, don't talk about it. Don't let anyone know, because you don't want, like exactly what Crowder was saying, you don't want copycats. You'll make it worse if you bring it up. I fear this has created a perception for the average American that the right is not facing death on a regular basis for going out and talking about these things. I also think...
Yeah, we're just about to hit a break here.
This
we warned you.
This is important. We will be right back. More with Tim Pool. Let's keep going in the stream if we can, guys. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, Tim, keep going, because this is important. I don't want to interrupt this, because so you're saying you and others, and Stephen said the same thing, that have been reticent to talk about the threats because you didn't want to inspire more.
We got in 2022, we were swatted at my studio 15 times. We had the bomb squad called out 3 times. They deployed robots, I believe, in 2 of these occasions, because hoax devices had been sent, which the standard police deployment could not assess. They had to get the actual machines out there. There are people like Cam Higbee and Nick Shirley who are currently on the ground. Just recently, someone threatened to kill Nick Shirley on the ground in Portland.
Yeah.
I fear, exactly as Steven Crowder pointed out, that because we constantly are told, don't talk about the threats you're getting, these younger guys don't understand how serious the death threats we were getting, why we stopped doing it. And so they go out there thinking, well, I know Antifa is violent. I've heard about what happened to Andy No. But as Crowder pointed out, the slashing of his tires, the firebombing of his vehicles, terrorists from foreign countries showing up. Just the other day, in the face of the death threats we have been receiving, which we've been in contact with the FBI over, I have conservatives, people on the right saying, don't bring it up. Just don't say anything. It'll get worse. And then I'm just like, guys, I don't know how much worse it can get. Maybe we need to actually try a different strategy and say, hey, look, this is very real. It's happening. We need everyone to take it seriously.
I think a reasonable thing to speculate on is we have to take it more seriously in the sense of actually what we should do is we should make sure these things are investigated. And if they are, if they're able to make an arrest, you have to punish that harder. You're just going to say, if you're going to make actual threats to kill somebody, we're going to put your face on the internet and we're going to put you in jail for 5 years. And
longer than that,
as they say, or longer,
candidly,
and just like dox people with their address of people who threaten people.
So just so we're clear, it is patently insane to say, to threaten somebody's life. I'm going to go out of your way and say those words. And I mean, I've seen some of yours. You've showed me, and they're insane. They are graphic.
The left's goal is the heckler's veto in these radical campus activities. Yeah. They want to use threats. They want to use menacing. They want to use bad behavior to stop people from exercising freedom of speech. And that when that is crossing the line to succeeding, it has to be punished for real.
It has to be punished extraordinarily hard. I completely agree. So real quick, we're going to get back to Real America's. Oh, we're going through the clock. All right. So I'm going to tell you really quickly about one of our partners here. As I mentioned the last couple of days, we're trying to get back to regular order. I just want to thank again all of our media partners, our advertisers who have been so patient with us and have understood that it just wasn't the time, and we're trying to get back because it's important. And one of those partners that's really important to us is YREFY, YREFY. They sponsor their campus tours. They sponsor Turning Point, and they are a partner of ours here at the show. And it's a great client because they're good people. And they are some of the people that have said, we're standing by you no matter what. We're not going anywhere, and we love them for it. So that YREFI, they handle your private student loans if they are distressed. and that's about $45 billion of worth of private student loan debt in the United States is labeled as distressed. And so Y-Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. It's not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Y-Refi does not care what your credit score is. So if you've got terrible credit, it's okay. They can work with you, call them, talk with them, and they're going to take care of you. And like I said, good people, good values. They support the things that we support. There it is. There's the logo. Support Y-Refi. So, I mean, we've got about a minute before we rejoin radio. But, I mean, one thing we haven't talked about, and I totally agree with the fact that we need to change our strategy, because there's just too many data points right now that show that the left, and especially hard left and younger progressives, are getting extraordinarily radical, right? And so we need to also attack the funding networks. And I will never get this out of my head, Tim. The last text message that Charlie sent to Stephen Miller said we need to address the financing networks of those groups that are fomenting violence. It was the last one he sent Stephen Miller. And if I trust anybody to be a dog with a bone on this stuff, it's Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who he and Katie have been completely harassed by these people and dogs. So we're going to welcome back radio. Give us 1 second. We're going to rejoin in just a second. Radio stations across the country. We are doing an Ask Me Anything in honor of our Fridays with Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett executive producer of this show, joined by Blake Neff, another of our producers, the man, the myth, the secret weapon, the not so secret weapon, and Tim Poole. Thank you again for coming, Tim. What's it? I don't know. What's it like to be in here? I mean, I know that you guys did your show here once.
I know,
and I think you sat in Charlie's chair.
I got to sit in the chair. Man, when I walked into the building yesterday, or 2 days ago, we're doing our Tim Castello show from you guys' headquarters. We came out, and I remembered the studio that you guys had so graciously built for us so that we could come and do this. The extent that the TPUSA team and Charlie went for us to have us be involved in what you guys had built, it is beyond an honor. It's I describe this job as being Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill. And I have a lot of companies that say, hey, come on my show. Hey, can I interview you on this? And it's always a chore. It's always work. There's only one time it didn't feel that way. I described it as when you guys extended that offer to come out here, it was like all of a sudden the weight of that rock had been gone. And I looked to my right, and Charlie is pushing that rock up the mountain. He says, we got this. Come be a part of what we're working on. And I could finally relax. You not only built us a studio so that we could be here, and again for us now, but when we had technical difficulties, brought us in and said, you can use Charlie says, you can use my studio. You can sit in my chair, do your show. We're grateful to have you. I walked in on Monday, and those memories came flooding back of that feeling. And then instantly it was cut in half by the knowledge of what had happened to Charlie, and I almost started crying. Man, it's tough.
Well, Charlie always loved having you at our events, Tim, and I think you're a really important voice, and you occupy a lane, and you do it in such a way that I think really engages, a whole different audience, right? That we couldn't reach or weren't reaching or maybe we did. I don't know. But the point is, you do a great job, and we were honored to have you, and still honored to have you. That's why I reached out, because I was like,
I appreciate it.
Tim needs to be here. Tim needs to be a part of this.
I looked up to Charlie. He's younger than me. I looked up to him. I can't believe the amazing thing that you guys had built. And, he's come on my show a couple times. We've got these hand drawings. He's autographed them for us, these posters. And so when I come here and I see everything that you guys have done, it's the craziest feeling in the world for, you and Charlie to have been like, no, Tim, you got to be here. And I'm like, me? What are you guys talking about? This is so amazing. It's beyond confidence building. I'll put it that way.
Well, you've earned it.
Yeah.
I want to show this image for the audience. We're talking about left-wing violence, and I'm going to get into the ADL in just a second. But, You look at this cut, this would be 300. Put this up. Majority of strong liberals, a majority, which means more than 50%, say violence against the rich can be justified. 9 in 10 conservatives say it can't be. Violence against the rich. Tim, why are we seeing numbers like this, and where did this come from?
I blame social media. There's a clip going viral right now from Joe Rogan's show where he's talking about how he's shocked. So many run-of-the-mill liberals, teachers, doctors have been celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And with all due respect, because I think Joe's a great guy, I told him this on his show 6 or so years ago. We sat down with the executives from Twitter, Jack Dorsey and Vijaya Gadde, and I explicitly stated, one of my key points in the show is that if you create this bifurcation in the world, and if you do not allow people the ability to speak and come together, I'm going to build a van and go live down by the river because it's going to be civil war. It's going to be crazy. What I see now is I am pessimistic. I hate to say this. People call me black-pilled. But when you have social media platforms that allow monetization and social growth from celebrating assassinations, you will get more of it. Young people were told after the assassination of Brian Thompson in New York that assassins are celebrated by the left on social media. And they told me, YouTube, X, all these platforms, well, Twitter before Elon bought it, celebration of death is against the rules. To celebrate murder and violence is against the rules. You'll be banned for it. After Luigi Mangione was arrested, accused of killing Brian Thompson, they made sainthood candles of him. Social media celebrated him. Nobody gets banned. Nobody gets suspended. Charlie warned, this was creating assassination culture.
Charlie warned a lot about that.
Look where it brought us.
Charlie,
it's not changed.
I mean, we've got, real quick, we had, in advance, I believe, of the Utah State event, we had a table out. And it's not just, obviously, the big threats or the big violent actions, it's all the stuff that lies beneath it. So we had these left-wingers just kind of walk up and throw everything off the table and attack it. And someone, we're not going to show it, but someone handed a pencil illustration of Charlie being shot just to the person at the table. Those little elements of performative. NAU. Oh, was that NAU? That's where it was. That was where it was. Sorry.
University.
NAU. And they hand a note of Charlie being shot. Ha, here's this person you may have met just dead. It this level of nastiness, going down to the core that you cultivate in these little ways, and it turns into this big violence when it's indulged.
More with Tim Pool when we get right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Congressional Republicans are taking control of the narrative as it relates to the current government shutdown, which went into effect overnight. Just hours ago, Senate Majority Leader John Thune blasted his Democrat colleagues for forcing this shutdown.
And everybody's now asking the question, how does this end? Well, it ends when the Senate Democrats pick this bill up, passed by the House of Representatives, and vote for it. It's on the floor of the Senate. We're going to vote later this morning on this, 24 pages. Does this look partisan? Does this look dirty to you? 24 pages to fund the government. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. The House kept it simple. We kept it simple in the Senate. This is something, as the Speaker noted, that 13 times in the past Senate Democrats have done when they were in the majority and Joe Biden was in the White House.
In the meantime, at least 500,000 federal employees are at home right now and not at work after being furloughed. Some of them are even facing the prospect of being fired outright. Republicans blame congressional Democrats for holding government funding hostage over demands for funding expiring health care subsidies that are expected to raise insurance premiums for millions of Americans. A last-ditch effort to keep the government open failed on Tuesday when the Senate couldn't get the 60 votes necessary to avoid the shutdown. And as you just heard, Senate lawmakers will try again today to get those 60 votes needed to reopen the government. Amid the government shutdown woes, President Trump celebrating a victory when it comes to saving Americans money on prescription drugs. Tuesday, the commander-in-chief announced a deal with drug maker Pfizer to lower the cost of the company's prescription drugs for millions of Medicaid patients across the country. 47 says prices will soon be more in line with what the rest of the world is paying. Pfizer CEO even admitting that the United States has unfairly shouldered the cost burden of lower drug prices in other countries. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. Thanks so much for being along for the ride.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am Andrew Colvett, executive producer of the show, joined by Blake Neff and, of course, Tim Pool. So, Tim, why don't you explain for the audience what's going on with the ADL? The ADL had Turning Point listed as an extremist hate group. Meanwhile, it looked like it was apologizing for Antifa?
Indeed, they were. It was their glossary of terms. Yeah. It's fascinating. Basically, everything was racist. Did you know that I think numbers 1 through 60 were considered racist? I'm not even kidding. Like in the glossary, it's like, here's why number 3 is racist. And so they have Turning Point USA listed in their glossary of terms, describing it as like a hate group or something to that effect. They've since gotten rid of the whole thing. And I think at least they're starting to recognize the role they played in the avalanche. The saying goes, the snowflake doesn't blame itself for the avalanche. Each one of these NGOs, these organizations, they make money, they receive donations when they accuse people on the right of being Nazis or white supremacists. But you know, the problem is they strip mined the whole place. There were no white supremacists left to condemn. So what could they do? Well, move over to regular old conservatives and accuse them of being racists, I guess, which has created this culture. I think all of that has played a deep role in the bifurcation of the moral worldview in this country. Liberals don't actually know who Charlie was and what he believed. And they were shielded from actually being exposed to it by the lies of these organizations. Yep. So they would tell these liberals, Charlie was a racist white supremacist, don't listen to him. Then, if someone ever said, watch this video of Charlie, they go, no, I'm not watching that, I refuse. Mm-hmm. And same thing is true for Trump in the political space. It's good they're getting rid of it. I'll give them credit for that, but we still should recognize the problem. And what
it's amazing how effective these lies can be. I'm reminded of when Charlie was at Oxford, and you have to point and counterpoint, that sort of thing. And Charlie just dismissed that one guy out of I think it was a professor who parroted the Very Fine People hoax. Yeah. All these years later.
Well, the Very Fine People hoax got repeated again this week by Nicole Hannah-Jones in the New York Times, in her article bashing Charlie.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing how that happens and how insulated the algorithms make people, right? So that you live in an information bubble.
You know what's funny? I'm not a conservative. I mean, maybe by today's standards. So what am I? Well, I'm a Chicago urban liberal from a working class firefighter, first responder kind of area. How am I finding myself in this place? Well, my biggest concern from the beginning of this was the truth, what's really going on. And so I enter the space because when I was actually on the ground covering news, I'd see CNN lie. I'd make a video being like, here's footage of what really happened. Liberals were not happy with this. When I went to Sweden, Donald Trump had that famous moment on TV in 2017. Last night in Sweden, he said, and so I did what I always have done. I said, I'm going to go there and film vlogs and mini documentaries about what's going on. I had journalists messaging me saying, don't do it. And I'm like, I don't understand why. And they said, Trump's lying. I said, great, I'll prove him wrong. They said, no, don't go. That's how insane it is. Today, we have this shutdown. The big debate is, why did it happen? Trump says they want to give illegal immigrants healthcare, government-funded healthcare, which is correct. That is the truth. I go on CNN and it says, fact check, false. Democrats don't want to. Why? Because the Democrat argument is, if you entered the country illegally, but claim asylum after the fact, you are now a lawful immigrant.
Yes.
Just by virtue of whether it's been adjudicated or otherwise by saying so. Now, if CNN told me that and said the argument between Democrats and Republicans is, I would accept their news company as a news company, but they don't. They omit all of those details. I go to the Bulwark, same thing. Republicans are lying, ignore them, don't listen to what they're saying. Yeah. I go to the National Review, they tell me the truth.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a argument over a definition of a term. We think those people are illegals. It's like, and by the way, every time we try and change the status for a temporary protected immigrant or whatever, or whether I guess DACA would be included, these asylees, we're trying to get rid of them because we believe that they were given the status illegally or fraudulently. You run into judges that will block them. But it's essentially a pedantic argument, and you're right. The news does not want to give you the truth. They want to cover for their side. They are activists in journalist clothing. And I mean, I think everybody's just getting really upset, like getting tired of it. However, there is this contingent that we're seeing on the hard left, the progressive young left, that obviously doesn't want the truth. They just want to kill their enemies.
Yep.
And everything else feels like, pointless now. And this is why what the ADL has done. Now they've deleted their entire glossary of, I guess, their hate glossary or whatever. So you can't look at it anymore. But this is what they said about Antifa before. We talk about lies and truth, right? Antifa, a decentralized, leaderless movement. So nothing to see here. That's a lie.
I can confirm that.
Composed of loose collections of groups, networks, and individuals who are vigorously, it's like it's an oddly positive way to say it, opposed to fascism and focused on countering right-wing extremism, both online and on the ground. And this is where it gets really egregious. While some Antifa adherents have engaged in violence or vandalism at rallies and events, this is not the norm, despite disinformation campaigns that suggest otherwise.
Well, as a journalist who has been on the ground and inside of their meetings, I can confirm that's all lies. They engage in what's called the diversity of tactics. This is the term they use. They have meetings where they invite these peaceful protesters to join their direct action meetings, where the leaders, the financiers, and the organizers supply tools and signs and resources and a plan. So there's an effective leader. They work internationally. We call them the tourists, because somehow the same people in New York are in LA and Turkey. And then what happens is they tell a certain group, everyone wear the same clothing. You wear black masks. That way, when our agents get violent, they can't convict us. It is coordinated. They have they have progressive NGOs that specifically go out to provide free legal defense. Watch these videos. You'll hear them yell, "What's your name and birthday?" And as they're getting arrested, they yell their name and birthday. Why? The legal apparatus they have as an aside to their groups then goes to the legal system, creates reasons by which the person must be released. They exploit our speech laws, our criminal laws, and our court systems so they can engage in this violence. But I'll just say one last thing. The money comes from somewhere. The signs come from somewhere. The marching plans, what route they're going to take, comes from somewhere. And they're all flying the same symbol. They got leaders.
Oh, they've got leaders. And by the way, in places like Portland, we had Tom Homan in the studio yesterday. And, you've got this ongoing battle in Portland to defend federal property in the ICE facilities that are, by the way, getting sniped in places like, there's been 3 ICE facilities that have been shot up, right? illegal immigrants in that instance died in Texas. So in places like Portland, where the local leaders are like, nothing to see here, everything's safe and peaceful. I mean, they have allowed these Antifa militant groups, these guerrilla groups, to grow and fester and unabated. I mean, they are absolutely organized, and they run the city.
I would actually point out, like, the decentralization thing is actually fairly true, and it's how they get away with a lot of what they do, which is they are able to, anytime someone, reaches out, they sort of melt away and all of that. And so you do need unusual techniques to go after them.
We need to update our techniques.
We need to update. That's the thing. So, like, when you say, like, go after the funding networks, a lot of the people in Antifa are huge losers, which means they don't need a lot of money to do things. Right. They're the sort of people who are willing to be quasi-homeless or live out of a really crappy apartment, and all they do all day is go menace ordinary civilized people. But I think it doesn't take a lot of money to do that.
The decentralized thing is a tricky position. When the ADL says they're leaderless, I don't believe for a second the ADL does not understand how these systems operate. I think they're intentionally covering for the left for legal reasons. So in these direct action meetings, they will explain to you why the leaders must remain nameless. They've explicitly stated at all the meetings, I've been to maybe like a dozen of these, they say, if our leaders come forward and they're visible to law enforcement, they will be targeted, arrested, or smeared in the press. Mm-hmm. So while the leaders do exist, you meet them, you shake their hands.
There has to be leaders. Any system, eventually people rise up and they become the leaders.
Even lobsters have leaders.
That's exactly right.
Yep. So somebody is telling people where to go, because anybody who's worked at a Walmart or a Baskin Robbins or whatever understands some people are management, some people are not. Yes. And why is the ADL then claiming it's leaderless, other than to just cover
and you know what bothers me, and you had a great bit on this earlier, Blake, a couple shows back, where we're talking about this both sidesism, right? I went on Smirkonish on CNN, I believe the weekend after it happened. And you know how if you do like a news hit, they plug you into the program feed, you kind of hear the program before your interview comes up. So you're sitting there watching the show. And, Smirkonish is an okay guy. I really don't have any particular bone to pick on, but I got inflamed that day. And it took everything in me to just keep it down the middle in the fairway, because I had to sit through a whole, this is both sides. Both sides need to tone down the rhetoric. Both sides need to do this. And I'm sitting here going like, you guys have no idea what our side has been up against for so long. And guys like you and guys like Steven Crowder and guys like Charlie knew it, and he knew it, and you guys know it firsthand, because the death threats and the threats are very real. And there's the calls with the FBI are very real. And you're constantly trying to play whack-a-mole with this stuff, because groups like the ADL whitewashed it and they cover for it. And this is, again, why I got so mad at Jimmy Kimmel, because that was a tacit indication, a signal saying we're going to whitewash when people kill conservatives. Yep. We're going to lie about it. And by the way, when you tell me I can't, I'm going to double down on it, because I don't think you deserve the truth.
We saw this Cato study. They say the right is responsible for more extremism, more violence. What they're really doing is they're saying fringe sovereign citizen and white supremacist extremists are the same thing as Charlie Kirk. That's what they were trying to do. Yes. I look at that and I say, okay, I literally don't care. What is the motivating ideology? This guy attacked the LDS Church. Was he motivated by Speaker Johnson? He wasn't? Okay, well, the concern we have when we say the left is that AOC went on the House floor and espoused the same ideology as the alleged assassin. That is where we say, wow, this ideology of the liberals, of mainstream liberals, moderate Democrats, is held by violent extremists. We're concerned about how violent they have gotten. Well, they then say the right is doing it, but you can't compare Steven Crowder or Charlie Kirk to some Klan guy in the middle of Nebraska or who knows where.
Well, and by the way, you made the point, though, that a lot of people were quoting the ADL crime sort of data, some study, and wasn't it done by a guy that was connected somehow to Antifa?
Oh, yeah. So there's several different studies. I don't know I can't remember which one. This might have been the, I can't remember the name. But yeah, one of the studies they were passing around was just literally made by an Antifa activist. There was like 3 or 4 databases that they were like always sharing that do this.
Pull up the ADL heat map, the extremism map, and right wing has right wing white supremacy, right wing anti-government, and right wing other. Meanwhile, left is just one thing. If it's not a Marxist-Leninist who blew up a building, it doesn't count as left-wing violence. For instance, the killing of Aaron Danielson didn't count, according to these studies, as left-wing violence.
Jeez Louise, are you kidding me?
It's true.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's like as far as you want to go down the rabbit hole, right? It just keeps getting worse, and something has to be done. And I think you're spot on that we're going to have to adjust our tactics to confront this, or we're all in deep trouble. I'm going to tell you about another one of our partners here, and that's Tax Network USA. The government needs more money, your money. Apparently, if you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Don't let the IRS target you. Call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their tax lawyers and enrolled agents are experts in powerful programs that may even help you eliminate your tax debt. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $1 billion for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you. So regardless of where you're at, just pick up the phone. You can start the process of stopping the threatening demand letters, stopping the aggressive collections, and resolving your tax matters once and for all. Call Tax Network USA 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com. We'll be right back with Tim Pool.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Please send us your emails. We're looking at them. We're monitoring them. We're going to read some on the show today. freedom@charliekirk.com. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. As you guys know, Charlie read all your emails. We're going to do the same. A little bit by committee because there are so many. I want to think that there's maybe even more now than there was before. So, maybe even Charlie would have struggled to keep up with him now, but he was amazing at that. Please check out the podcast, the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Leave a review, 5 stars, do all the things. And Tim, how can people follow you?
At Timcast on X, Timcast IRL on YouTube.
Awesome.
Or I have the Tim Pool Daily Show and Timcast IRL on all audio podcasts.
And you're on Rumble too.
Oh yeah, Rumble, man. Oof.
Yeah, well,
I had to say that first. Rumble.com/Timcast IRL. Of course, that's our home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the home of free speech. And by the way, I think YouTube's been like loosening things up a little bit, but if it wasn't for Rumble, I don't know that we would have been able to keep Charlie on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It was like the counter pressure was super important.
Yep, market pressure.
All right, we're going to wrap up hour one with the final segment, hour one, but I think we're just going to keep streaming through the break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to welcome back radio. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvin, executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show. I do kind of want to talk about Sombrero-gate just because I think it's fun that the president of the United States is trolling Dollar Store Obama and shut down Schumer.
What's great is they're going to scream that it's racist, and I guarantee
they already are.
But I guarantee that actual Hispanics, like especially Mexican Americans, will find it extremely funny. Because it's the same thing with like Speedy Gonzalez, where like they would all complain that that's racist, and actual Mexicans love Speedy Gonzalez. Like Mexican Americans generally really like Mexican themed like humor and cultural stuff.
So we got. I totally agree. Even with the taco bowl.
Yeah. The best taco bowls.
We love Hispanics. Let me see here. We actually have the. Okay, I think this is 85.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
Surely the Trump FCC will not fine us for a government communication. That is an official
through the cracks.
That is an official communique from the government of the United States. We are merely publishing a government document that had that.
And what's funny is that I think the team got it. That we gotta let's be more careful on that. We got it. Okay, good. We got it. My goodness. All right, but so this is what's great. So Hakeem Jeffries comes out and it was like, you can't do this to me. Like, you're not gonna get me with this bigoted, which it's not bigoted, guys. He's making a point that you want to keep healthcare for illegals as we define them, Tim, not as CNN defines them. Anyways, so he's making a point about who you're in, and obviously many illegals come from south of the border. So so he gets all upset about this. So Trump doubles down and posts another one. Play cut 95, and you probably should ride that dump button while we do it.
Country will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
Yeah. So Trump will not be cowed. He will not back down.
Oh, he's investing in the future. These are clearly targeted at younger millennials, Gen Z. And I think about who would be most offended by these things, and it's your aging MSNBC viewer. I think
exactly.
Younger people are just laughing, being like, it's good to have fun,
Yeah, that's such a good point, though. Like, if you had to do a psychographic of who would be most offended by this, it's definitely probably not like Hispanics.
They're like offended by anything. They've really eroded their ability to find things funny. That's why like all the late night shows are so unfunny, or their stand-up comics are so unfunny. Like, it's actually, the sense of humor is atrophied because they can't handle transgression. So we get the kind of seal clapping humor where they're just like, oh, what about that Trump? He's such a fascist. Oh,
yeah.
It's so funny.
You're not wrong. And I actually, I said this to a Fox reporter. They were, because at some point it became like Colvett versus Kimmel, like, during the height of that story. And obviously Kimmel's still on air, but I told the Fox reporter, I was like, listen, I don't want him off the air. I don't want to make a martyr of him.
Yeah.
Let him, go the way that he should on his own accord by not being funny, and by the left just completely losing their sense of humor.
Not to mention his ratings are.
That's what I mean. Yes.
With all due respect to the older generation, that's who his audience is. He gets, I think in August, average was 129,000 in the key demo. And you got to think about how much his show costs. It's probably 10. I think Colbert was, $100 million a year. Jimmy Kimmel's got 100 staffers or over how much. I got to tell you guys, the numbers. 129,000 in the key demo for your show is not going to cover $100 million.
No, it's not. It's not. And by the way, like, this show does better in that demo.
Oh, you could post a picture of a cat and do better in the demo.
Yeah. But like, that's what I said. Like, let him just, like, he's going to get Colbert. They're going to realize the numbers don't add up. And, in many ways, when Nexstar and Sinclair took him off the air, it was kind of pushing against an open door, right? Like, they were already, there's a lot of pressure within the ABC brass because the show's too expensive and because the ratings are terrible. And, if you're coming into this kind of controversy, that's not good either. I don't know.
I love how they pretend it's Trump's fault all of this is happening. Like Colbert got canceled because of Trump.
Oh, yeah, anti-free speech.
Yeah, I thought it was the $40 million loss per year.
Well, and all the lawsuits. But
what's funny is big picture, they're right, because Trump caused them to make a terrible show nobody wanted to watch.
That's true.
Good job, everyone.
All right, that's the end of hour one for radio. For stream, we're going to keep going, and we're going to be welcoming Jack Posobiec in hour two. Don't go anywhere. I played this clip yesterday, but I want to play it again for you. And like I said, I saw some of the people who liked it and on when I posted it, and they are people that are certainly being targeted. So, I mean, everybody is aware of this, and I don't want to black pill everybody. Like, in my heart, I hope there's a way out of this that doesn't lead to violence. I really do. I really do. I'm not saying you're ever going to be in a position, Tim, where you can go out and just go to the mall. Maybe you already do that. I don't know, but I'm hoping that for the sake of the country, that this doesn't have to end the way that it very well could. Right? Let's go ahead and play cut 57.
I want to ask you about this Rutgers report.
Good morning.
On the Network Contagion Research Center. This is their conclusion, okay? Users online are increasingly associating the memification of Luigi Mangione with calls for political violence against Elon Musk, President Trump, and others, reflecting the growing cyber social presence of assassination culture. And Aisha, you have some findings that they have here on justification.
It's alarming, and I want to put this up here. This is a justification for murder of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And you'll see here, they found that when it came to the left of center, 50% thought that it was justified to murder Elon Musk, 56% for President Trump.
Jeez. Houston, we have a problem.
There's a way out. There is a generational challenge. I would tell everybody have as many kids as possible because that is the way out, which means there's some speed bumps for the next 20 years, maybe even 30 or 40. But what we're looking at is the polarization of moral worldview. Clearly, the right doesn't want to kill people. The left feels it's justified in the majority. But if you actually break those polls down, what you'll find is that older liberals do not want to kill people either. Mm-hmm. The bulk of that bloodlust comes from the younger millennial and Gen Z liberals. Now, there is some light at the end of the tunnel in that, as disturbing as this may be, liberals for the longest time are either through birth control, abortion, or gender affirming care, they call it, creating a generation that cannot have kids, and they're having less kids themselves. We are seeing this trend towards the right. Gen Z is trending rightward. And it's not just because we are winning culturally through the battle of ideas, but also because conservatives just have kids. So you are going to have this large cohort over the next 10, 20, or 30 years as they move into industry and politics that are very violent. However, they're not having kids themselves, which means it's a wave that we will get through maybe 20 or 30 years from now.
Blake, why don't you talk about, because I could do it, but I actually just did this on his show. Talk about, one, the having family thing, because I know you have a family, Tim, and that's changed you dramatically. But what Charlie thought about that, but also he was proposing like a moonshot to get young people to buy into America.
Yeah, it's funny to ask me about this because, of course, I'm horrible on this front. But no,
but you were there for it.
He was just very aware that when you have atomized people, like individuals whose main point of existence with the world is essentially online because they don't have an IRL, as you'd call it, because they don't have a family and they don't have the social networks that a family necessarily creates, that brings down the country. It's as you would say, the most conservatizing events in your life, the marriage, mating, mortgage thing. Those are all things, they increase your stake in society and they increase your connections to society. Mm-hmm. When you own a home, you're way more likely to know your neighbors, to interact with them. When you have kids, it's not merely having kids that you care about the future of, but kids naturally create networks with other people. They go to school. They have friends.
I can say that.
They have social
Soccer
activities.
Practice.
Your friends.
School.
Parents will always tell you who are your friends. Very typically just the parents of your children's friend.
Yeah, it's true.
And I've seen it with my parents where they'll cycle through. My younger siblings would get into different activities, and suddenly, oh, there's this new friend of our family is because their kid played basketball with my sister, that sort of thing. And all of these are what are creating your tethers to the rest of society, and by extension, your ability to care about society, your ability to care about America. We enrich that by having more families with more kids.
When you have a kid, and Tim, I don't know, you're pretty new to this game. I have 3. But when you have kids, all of a sudden it changes the way you look at content that you see on the streaming platforms or whatever. It changes the way you look at laws or homelessness. It changes the way you look at how we take care of public parks, smelling weed in public places. It starts forcing you to think about the world in a different way.
I agree with you. I think I'm a little different in that I've never liked the smell of weed in public places.
Nor have I. Yeah. But, it's one of those things. By the way, Charlie was super anti-weed, and he would take so much, gruff for it because, a lot of people are sort of libertarian about it.
Right. I'm a bit libertarian on it, but I think the answer is culture. So we're talking about if you have kids and you instill your children with your values, laws don't matter. Laws are for when your society has no trust and your morals have broken. Yeah, and that's a terrifying thought that we have to explain to some people why not to murder. But if everybody had been instilled with proper values, it wouldn't matter.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing about, say, the 10 Commandments, for instance, thou shalt not murder. If everyone in this country had the same morals of Charlie Kirk, you would need no police.
You would need nothing.
In fact, you wouldn't even need a cup of sugar because you could knock on his door and he'd lend it to you without a thought.
Yep, absolutely. Well, listen, the studio is telling me I need to wrap so they can get Jack set. So we're going to have Jack Posobiec join us for hour 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. Well, folks, the latest vote to try and fund the government so that it can reopen just failed. Not enough Democrats joined Republicans to reach the 60-vote threshold needed to cancel the current shutdown. In the meantime, congressional Republicans are taking control of the narrative and blaming Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for forcing this shutdown.
And everybody's now asking the question, how does this end? Well, it ends when the Senate Democrats pick this bill up, passed by the House of Representatives, and vote for it. It's on the floor of the Senate. We're going to vote later this morning on this, 24 pages. Does this look partisan? Does this look dirty to you? 24 pages to fund the government. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. The House kept it simple. We kept it simple in the Senate. This is something, as the Speaker noted, that 13 times in the past Senate Democrats have done when they were in the majority and Joe Biden was in the White House.
Well, that vote that Senator Thune just mentioned just happened, and unfortunately, it failed. In the meantime, at least 500,000 federal employees are at home right now and not at work after being furloughed, some of them even facing the prospect of being fired outright. Republicans argue congressional Democrats are holding government funding hostage over demands for funding that expires when it comes to health care subsidies that are expected to raise insurance premiums for millions of Americans. Leader Thune could bring the issue to a vote every single day until the government reopens or until some sort of deal is reached with Democrats. While a few Democrats have crossed the aisle to vote with Republicans to reopen federal agencies, so far it's just not enough. However, Democrats appear to be hopeful, saying, quote, "At least we're talking." That, by the way, coming from Georgia Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock. Amid the government shutdown woes, President Trump celebrating a victory when it comes to saving Americans money on prescription drugs. Tuesday, the commander-in-chief announced a deal with drug maker Pfizer to lower the cost of the company's prescription drugs for millions of Medicaid patients across the country. 47 says prices will soon be more in line with what the rest of the world pays. Pfizer's CEO admits the United States has unfairly shouldered the cost burden of lower drug prices than other countries. Pfizer, by the way, also participating in the Trump administration's new Trump RX website, which will allow people to buy medicines directly from manufacturers. That site is said to still be in the works. Turning Point USA hosts its first college tour in Utah since Charlie Kirk's assassination, and thousands of people showed up. The event, by the way, at Utah State University was about 2 hours from where Kirk was murdered. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this fine show. We are joined by Jack Posobiec as well. We're getting just a full house in here.
What's up,
Tim
guys?
Pool,
What's up, Tim? Thanks for being here, Tim.
Thanks for having me.
We were asking people to come in. We're like, people take a day or something, and Tim's like, I'll be there all week.
Wow.
In order to do Timcast IRL, there's no way to travel in and out. So I was like, I can do it if we can. But TPUSA, you guys are amazing. They set a studio up for us.
But how cool is that? That so you're doing your show every single day because I remember my buddy was, when he heard when you were on, Andrew was on the other day, he goes, oh, did Andrew fly to West Virginia? Because he was just listening. and I was like, no, he's right here. Why? And I was like, well, but he's there in the room with Tim. I was like, no, dude, Timcast is here.
How did you get him out of his compound?
I was just looking at this.
We don't talk about it.
We were talking about Kimmel, by the way, and I do believe, basically there's an article here from Zero Hedge. Jimmy Kimmel's audience numbers implode after a brief spike. So he gets 6.5 million for his night back, right? But now he's averaged 1.77 million total viewers, down like a lot from 2015 highs, right? And in the demo, you're totally right. It's like in the 25 to 54 Thursday's episode, hemorrhaging 73% of viewers from that critical category off its high.
Wow. Yeah, but remember, so Jimmy Kimmel's show doesn't exist to get ratings. Jimmy Kimmel's show exists to spread propaganda. So they do not care.
Church. For liberals.
Well. Liberal church. Yeah, exactly. Right.
They're fake religion.
So this is the, for your liberal boomers that still watch him, this is, they love it. They think it's the funniest thing ever. They think it's the greatest thing ever. They think they actually did something. And the fact that it loses money from Disney, by the way, which is, of course, one of America's most beloved institutions prior to the current ownership or current, managership, is, again, something they love. Because remember, they can never create. All they can do is corrupt and destroy. And so that's what they're doing, which they did also, by the way, to Jimmy Kimmel, who used to be great.
Let me fix that statement. It's anti-church.
Yeah.
It's an anti-church.
Now it's better. That's better.
I was like, where are you going, Tim? I was reaching for my rosary.
I mean to say that it is where they where they meet their fake high priests of their demonic sermon.
100%.
So we talked about
a sermon.
What we wanted to talk about next. Yeah. What we want to talk about next is something that you've been keying in on, Tim. And that's Dana White and Joe Rogan. And I think it's a really fascinating kind of conversation that you're... Do you want to set the premise for us and we can play the clips?
Sure. I excuse me. I have tremendous respect for Dana White. I'm a huge fan of his business acumen, let alone UFC. And Joe's a good friend who's really helped me out in my life and career personally. So I say this with all due respect. It is either that they are not actively paying attention or they are deeply scared about what is happening to this country. And so, again, I don't say this with any derision. Dana White came out recently saying, we can't have this cancel culture over Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's wrong. And I feel like something to that effect, that people are losing their jobs.
I've got it right here.
I feel like that misses the big picture. Joe Rogan has a viral clip right now where he says he's surprised at so many people celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And the reason I bring that up is, I've been on Joe's show several times and talked to him explicitly about this. In fact, the Twitter episode ended with me saying I was going to go live in a van down by the river to avoid the coming civil war because of what they were fomenting on
That's when you were on with Jack
Twitter.
and Vijaya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The systems that they had built 10 years ago, I had warned about. So I'm surprised to see Joe is shocked by the celebration from these liberals. I'm wondering if there's actually more of a look. I'm just going to say it. I'm tired of being overly diplomatic to people when I have some critique of them, and I know there's so much that I owe Joe, but I do feel like he's saying these things because he's scared of what the left will do to him and his family, and so he's kind of walking things back and acting like, oh, I had no idea.
Well, let's play the clip then. Here's Joe Rogan, play cut 99.
Yeah.
I never expected so many people would celebrate that man's murder.
That is evil. That's
bizarre. It's just bizarre. Like normal people that I think they're good people, and they genuinely think that guy was a bad guy, and I don't think they're right, and I think they were indoctrinated. And I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or did.
I don't care if he was a bad guy or not.
He's not a bad guy.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody die.
Joe's called them a cult before. So I know he just said they were indoctrinated, but I saw that, and I'm just kind of thinking, I don't know how you spend as many years in the cultural space as you have and find yourself surprised, but I will cut him some slack. Perhaps what he means to say is, because I've experienced a little surprise myself, middle-of-the-road liberals who are relatively apolitical that I knew celebrating on Facebook that I was friends with. Maybe I should cut him a little bit of slack on that one. But as to the Dana White, the cancel culture stuff.
I haven't heard this.
Let's play this.
Okay, let's play cut 98.
I'm a big believer in free speech, and unfortunately, probably the most important speech to protect is hate speech.
You're not a fan of cancel culture?
No, I hate it. On both sides. It's like all the stuff that's going on with Charlie right now. These people are going out and saying stuff, and you're seeing people getting fired or kicked out of school.
You don't think they should be fired?
I think you're a disgusting human being if you're celebrating the death of another human being. But people make mistakes, and people are going to do dumb things. I don't like trying to destroy people's lives over doing something dumb.
Yeah, so I just drank a Form yesterday, and I'm like, I want to throw up after. That's his energy drink. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing. That's literally the dumbest thing. So cancel culture is when you dig up someone's old statements and try to get them canceled.
Like when you when you say that I don't think police are racist.
That someone said in private,
or at least if it's something they say, people just lost their jobs because they said I don't think there should be riots. People lost their jobs because they said, I think riots might hurt Democrats in the elections. How about people lost their jobs for that?
How about Vivek Ramaswamy? He didn't put an appropriate image on Instagram, and he got a letter from his I can't remember the exact. His board wrote him a letter being like, "You weren't sufficiently angry over George Floyd."
That's not cancel culture at all. That's people saying, I don't want my have to bring my child to a doctor's office that has that doctor or has that nurse, or I don't want that person working in my HR department because you're celebrating
1000%.
someone's murder. That's totally different from cancel culture. It's not even in the same ballpark at all.
Honestly, you are correct, but I'm going to say this. I don't care, make it cancel culture, and I'll tell you why. The line for the left, and this is to your point that you're correct on, the line for the left is you said something that disagrees with our our non-theistic religion.
Yeah.
The right has said, don't push assassination culture any further. That's our line. My attitude is this. We are at a point where they celebrated the assassination of Brian Thompson, venerated this guy, the alleged assassin. Not even a year later, Charlie Kirk is killed and has come home for all of us who have been begging for it to stop. I a couple weeks ago said, I won't call for these people to be fired, but I will not defend them. And Will Chamberlain said, you're too nice. I think they should be fired. I think they should be canceled because a society that tolerates the veneration of assassins and assassinations is a society that has opened the door to civil war. And immediately I said, you're right.
Yeah,
that's our line.
I'm on that way.
This isn't a principle thing. This is if we want the country to be saved kind of thing, you need to draw the line somewhere.
This is my energy, though. I am so on board with cancel culture. And by the way, one of the things that gave me strength in the immediate aftermath was seeing accounts like Libs at TikTok just calling these people out, blasting them up. These tweets are going crazy. People getting fired. I was like, yes, because this is absurd that we would put up with this as a culture. You should be canceled. You are a disgusting, gross human being if you do that. And I don't care what happens to you at that point. I mean, obviously, I don't want physical violence against it, but I think you should lose your job. If I'm an employer and I find out that my employee is doing that, good riddance.
You're canceling them back. That's the key. With you're canceling someone who is celebrating the literal canceling of the man who sat in this chair right here. And if you're going to celebrate that, then yeah, you should lose your job. You should lose your pension. You should use your rank if you're in the military, whatever it is. Lose it. Lose all of it.
Man, that gets me fired up, guys. I'm not going to lie.
As it should.
I'm going to read one of our partners here. Done with debt. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and say, I'll deal with it later. Don't do that. There's a hidden fact that debt strategy experts at Done with Debt have shared with us on the show. They discovered that they got to get to it now, and it works in your favor. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to right now, which they know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have year-end audits and need to get your debt off the books. So you got to get started now. Go to Done with Debt now and get started on this so they can figure out the best strategy. Done with Debt accomplishes this without bankruptcy or new loans. In fact, most clients end up with more money in their pocket the first month. Get started now while you still have time. Go to donewithdebt.com and talk with one of their specialists for free. Visit donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. All right, more with Jack Posobiec, Tim Pool, Blake Neff, and myself, producer Andrew. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
take you to the White House, where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is hosting this week's press briefing. Here she is.
Clean piece of legislation to extend current government funding until November 21st. But nearly every single Democrat senator voted against this bill. To be clear, this was the exact same bill that Democrats approved 6 short months ago in March, just adjusted for inflation. This is the same kind of clean funding bill that Democrats passed 13 separate times when they held the majority during Joe Biden's administration. So the American people woke up this morning and asked the obvious question: why is the government shut down right now? The answer is pure partisan politics being played by the Democrat Party. The Democrats shut down the government because President Trump and the Republicans will not force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegal aliens. America is $37 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to provide taxpayer-funded free health care to illegals who broke the law to enter our country. To put this all into perspective, the Democrats refused to keep the government open over health care to illegal aliens and now have jeopardized critical health care programs for American citizens instead. The Women, Infants, and Children program, community health center funding, Medicare treatment options, and other health programs are now all at risk because of the Democrats rejecting the clean CR. The most vulnerable in our country are being punished because the Democrats want to prioritize illegals over American citizens. And if Democrats actually cared about health care, they would applaud the actions taken by President Trump just yesterday in the Oval Office. He took a bold and massively popular action to improve our healthcare system. He announced the first agreement with a major pharmaceutical company, Pfizer, to lower drug costs for Americans. This is a historical achievement long sought by past Democrat presidents that only President Trump was able to get done. Also yesterday, while the Democrats were whining about health care for illegal aliens, President Trump signed a powerful executive order to supercharge American AI innovation and unlock cures for pediatric cancer patients in the United States. While President Trump took action to lower drug prices and improve the lives and the care of American children with cancer, again, Democrats are fighting to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. The Trump administration is fully committed to lowering health care costs and advancing policies that will save American lives. But right now, we need to keep the government open and funded. And individuals and organizations across the political spectrum, across the country, agree with the Trump administration and Republicans. The labor union leader, the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, sent a very blunt message to Democrats over their destructive antics. He said American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the world's largest business organization, called to immediately pass the Republican Clean CR, saying, quote, shutdowns are harmful to the economy, the American people, and our national security. And even Democrat Senators Cortez Masto and Fetterman acknowledged that their party is betraying the American people with this costly and chaotic Democrat shutdown. Enough is enough. Democrats need to stop sabotaging our country and holding the American people hostage in the country. Democrats need to do their jobs. The American people want the government reopened, and this is proven in a New York Times poll showing that 2 in 3 Americans say the government should not be shut down by the Democrats, even if their absurd demands are not met. The president and Republicans are working very hard to reopen the federal government. The vice president here has been crucial in this effort. We encourage all Americans across the country, call your Democrat senators and encourage them to reopen the government. That's what President Trump and the vice president want to do. And with that, I will turn it over to our great vice president, J.D. Vance.
Great. Well, thank you, Carolina, and good afternoon to everybody, and good afternoon to everybody who's watching at home. It's a tough act to follow, but let me just say a few things, and then I'll take a few questions. Number one, Democrats say that they care a lot about lowering health care costs, and yet when the president took historic action to work with the drug companies to lower prescription drug prices, the Democrats did nothing to help us. In fact, we would have loved to have the Democrats helping us, but they didn't. They talk about doing something. They don't actually do the hard work of making it happen. What they have done instead is to shut down the government because we won't give billions of dollars to health care funding for illegal aliens. That is what has actually happened. To the American people who are watching, the reason your government is shut down at this very minute is because, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of congressional Republicans and even a few moderate Democrats supported opening the government, the Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's a ridiculous proposition. Let me say two other quick things, and then again, I'll take some questions. Number one, we all understand that Democrats and Republicans have policy disagreements. The Democrats want to do things. Look, when Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries were in here a couple of days ago, they made some suggestions that the president was more than happy to say, yes, let's sit down and talk about how we can solve the health care crisis that we inherited from the Biden administration. But it's one thing to say that we should solve the health care crisis for Americans. It's another thing to say that we're going to shut down the government unless we give the Democrats every single thing that they want, which, as Caroline says, includes giving billions of dollars of taxpayer funding for health care for illegal migrants. That's ridiculous. You don't have policy disagreements that serve as the basis for a government shutdown. Let's have the conversation about how to fix American health care, about how to make health care more accessible. As the president showed, he's more than willing to act on behalf of the American people for this very reason. What you don't do is say, unless you do exactly what we want to do as congressional Democrats, we're taken hostage. And the hostage, it turns out, is critical, essential services that the American people need. Caroline talked about some of it. Let me talk about some more. Our troops are not getting paid starting today because of the Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party. We have people who require food assistance, low-income Americans who require food assistance, who will not get it unless we reopen the government, thanks to Chuck Schumer and his wing of the Democratic Party. We have flood insurance as we start hurricane season in the southeastern part of our country. That flood insurance is going to disappear because of Chuck Schumer and the far left of the Democratic Party. We need to reopen the government. Let's fix America's problems. Let's work together to solve them. But let's reopen the government before we have our negotiation about health care policy. That's what the American people demand, and that's certainly what the President of the United States wants. Let me make one final point. I think a lot of Americans are asking themselves, why did this happen? Why did the Democrats shut down the government despite, as Caroline said, voting on the exact same piece of legislation 6 months ago? And there are a lot of different spins that we can put on it, a lot of different answers that we could give, all of them true. One answer I already gave is that they want to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. That is true. They gave us legislative text that would have undone us cutting off health care benefits for illegal aliens. That's one of the things that they asked for. But the reality here, and let's be honest about the politics, is that Chuck Schumer is terrified she's going to get a primary challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The reason why the American people's government is shut down is because Chuck Schumer is listening to the far left radicals in his own party because he's terrified of a primary challenge. So I'd invite Chuck Schumer to join the moderate Democrats and 52 Senate Republicans, do the right thing, open up the people's government, and then let's fix health care policy for the American people. Questions? That's a lot. Matt Boyle.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, there's two key Democrat lies I would like to get your take on and see if you can address. The first is that you're seeing a number of top Democrat leaders, from Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries, claim that it is a Republican shutdown caused by Trump. The second is that they're out there now claiming that they don't want to give health care to illegal aliens. Can you address both of those lies from the Democrat Party?
Yeah, so on the point that it's a Republican shutdown, look, it's obviously a Democratic shutdown. Just look at the vote totals in the House, look at the vote totals in the Senate, and look at the President of the United States' own action and conduct throughout this crisis. Nearly every single House Republican voted to open the government, Matt. Nearly every single Senate Republican voted to open the government last night. And even to their credit, a few moderate Democrats voted to open the government. That's not a Republican shutdown when nearly every single Senate Democrat votes to shut it down and every Republican voted to open it up. It's just obviously not true. Now, you can disagree about a number of things, but you can't disagree about the obvious fact that Republicans voted to open the government. The president stands ready to sign signed that opening of the government. We just need a few more Democrats to join us in that effort to open the government. Your final question about illegal alien benefits. Look, the text is very clear. And I even saw, I think it was George Stephanopoulos in an interview with Mike Johnson, did a fact check that was totally rooted in baseless claims. It was basically Democrat propaganda. If you look at the legislative text that they gave us, they tried to turn on two separate provisions that would give health care benefits to illegal aliens. Number one, if you're an American citizen, you've been to a hospital in the last few years, you probably noticed that wait times are especially large, and very often somebody who's there in the emergency room waiting is an illegal alien, very often a person who can't even speak English. Why do those people get health care benefits at hospitals paid for by American citizens? The answer is a decision made by the Biden administration that the Trump administration, working with congressional Republicans, undid. We turned off that money spigot to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats, in their legislative text, want to turn it back on. That's one thing. The second thing, Matt, is we all know that there are various ways in which the Biden administration waived away illegal immigration status. They gave parolees, they gave asylum claims to people who weren't really claiming asylum. And when they waved the magic wand of amnesty, giving millions of people legal status, even though they were in the country illegally, they also gave those people access to health care benefits. So what the Democrats are engaging in is a sleight of hand. They're saying, no. Those weren't illegal aliens who were getting health care benefits, even though everybody, knows they were in the country illegally. It's a lie told by the Democrats that they're not trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. It's a lie that is obviously untrue if you just look at the text that they gave us. And all you have to do is understand that this is about who benefits. We think the American people's government ought to benefit American citizens. The Democrats are willing to shut it down to benefit illegal aliens. The contrast couldn't be more clear. Peter.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. The big holdup is, of course, that you guys say illegal immigrants are getting taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats say you're lying. That makes it feel like it could be a really long shutdown. Is this going to be a long shutdown?
I don't know. I can't predict what congressional Democrats are going to do, Peter, but I actually don't think it's going to be that long of a shutdown. This is a pure guess from the Vice President of the United States because I think you already saw some evidence that moderate Democrats are cracking a little bit. They understand the fundamental illogic of this. Look, for years, every single one of us, we can remember Barack Obama on the White House lawn. We can remember Chuck Schumer. We can remember, Nancy Pelosi for years. In Chuck Schumer's case, for literally decades, we've heard them say you don't shut the government down over policy disagreement. Okay, Republicans think this thing about health care, that thing about health care. Democrats think this thing about immigration. Republicans disagree. Whatever those disagreements are, you don't shut down the government over it. For the first time since the Democrats have been in politics, they're now saying that unless we get every policy item that we demand, we're going to shut down the people's government. They're trying to take a hostage, and we're not going to let them.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen so it can't go to DEI programs there. But the timing of this, does announcing that today mean that you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks?
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken about the fact that he's unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people, but when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low-income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for being here. Yesterday, President Trump said, as a result of the shutdown, we'll be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they are going to be Democrats. the administration asked agencies to target federal workers who they believe to be Democrats in these reductions of forces?
We're not targeting federal agencies based on politics. We're targeting the people's government so that as much as possible of the essential services can continue to function. That is the question the president has asked the entire government, is fundamentally, okay, we're in a shutdown. That causes some problems. The troops aren't getting paid. There's nothing that we can do about that while the government is shut down. But there are essential services that we want to make sure as much as possible they still continue to function. That is the principle that's driving us forward during this shutdown. It's going to continue to be the principle that drives us forward. But let's be honest, if this thing drags on for another few days or God forbid another few weeks, we are going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to save money in some places so the essential services don't get turned off in other places. That is the reality of the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have foisted upon the administration.
So what did
Phil.
he mean by they're going to be Democrats? He said they're going to be Democrats.
You've laid out a lot of the pain and problems that would come with a Democratic shutdown, and yet in the Oval Office yesterday, the president said that a lot of good could come from a shutdown. So square that circle. Which is it, a Democratic-caused crisis or a Republican opportunity for reform?
Well, I think all the president is saying, Phil, is that he wants to make sure the American people's government functions as well as it can, despite the fact that we're in a shutdown. We're going to have to make things work. And that means that we're going to have to triage some certain things. That means certain people are going to have to get laid off. And we're going to try to make sure that the American people suffer as little as possible from this shutdown. That's what the president is saying, is that, yes, this is a bad thing. Obviously, the president is trying to reopen the government, but we're going to make things work as well as we possibly can, given the constraints that we have.
And then on those policy differences for the discussion and the negotiations to come later, during the Biden administration, Democrats twice voted to expand these Affordable Care Act tax credits, but those were supposed to be temporary and they were slated to expire at the end of the year. As you sort of crack the door open to negotiation at a later date, would the party that ran on defunding Obamacare really negotiate about potentially expanding Obamacare?
Well, Phil, what we've said to the Democrats is that we're willing to have a conversation about how to ensure that Americans continue to have access to health care. And frankly, they should have access to better health care at a lower cost. We inherited a mess of a health care system from the Biden administration. It's why the president has worked so hard on the most favored nation status for prescription drugs. It's why we care so much about lowering the cost of prescriptions and why we're doing everything else. We're willing to have that conversation. But I think it's important to bracket the health care policy conversation because it's separate from the government shutdown. We think that we can open the government and then have the conversation about what best healthcare policy to fit the needs of the American people. That's all we're trying to do. That's all we're trying to accomplish. We've got to reopen the government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are president of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican, in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government over these disagreements, but just agree to negotiate with us in good faith on these issues. And of course, we're having that conversation with them. Then there's another category, people who say, give us everything we want or we're going to keep the government shut down. We just write those people off because they're not negotiating in good faith. And frankly, we don't need them. We've already got 3 more Democrats last night than I thought we would get. And I think it's because they recognize the illogic of the position of taking the entire American economy hostage because they don't get their policy priorities. So 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Republicans last night. We need 5 more in order to reopen the government. And that's really where we're going to focus, is how to get those 5 additional Democrats.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. First 2 questions. Are there plans to meet Democratic leaders again in the coming days, or are you planning on plucking off senators one by one?
So that's the whole question?
No, I got a second question.
Okay, go ahead and ask the second question.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer.
I saw.
Recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your first question, are we negotiating one-on-one? Are we negotiating in groups? Look, I will go to the U.S. Capitol right now and meet with Chuck Schumer or any Senate Democrat if it helps us reopen the government. Most of the conversations, in my experience at least, have been one-off. We're also, of course, relying on some of our Senate Republican colleagues who have good relationships across the aisle. We're going to do whatever we have to do is the answer. And I think it's tough to predict what shape this negotiation is going to take over the next few months. But I feel good about the fact that Democrats already realize privately the fundamental irrationality of their position. I hope that they're going to publicly acknowledge it and reopen the government. Right in the back, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You responded to a post on X of Chuck Schumer on the House floor back in 1996, railing against illegal immigrants receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. You said Chuck Schumer once recognized that it was disastrous to give illegal aliens rewards for breaking the law. Now he wants to shut down the government unless we reward illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why has Chuck Schumer changed his stance?
That's a good question. Actually, it's a very tough question. Asking me to get in the head of Chuck Schumer is not a place I particularly want to be, but my basic read on it is that the entire Democratic Party, the political leadership, not every Democrat nationwide, but the political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve and the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people. That means the people who have the legal right to be here, and that's why we're fighting to reopen the government. And unfortunately, the Democrats are fighting to shut it down for the benefit of illegal aliens. And I'll take a couple more, and then I'll let Caroline. I'll go back to my day job so Caroline can go back to hers. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just going back to the sombrero, you said that the president is joking, but Hakeem Jeffries says that these memes were racist. What's your response to that? And just if I may briefly go off topic, Secretary Hegseth yesterday made an edict about no more beardos in the military. Just wondered what.
Sorry, what did he say?
No more beardos. Beards. Oh, sorry, that's my accent. Just wondered your response to that.
I didn't see that particular comment. I thought Pete gave a hell of a speech, and a speech that really is just oriented around returning the American military to the very high standards that it has had for virtually its entire history until Joe Biden came along and decided to lower standards. I think it was bad for our military, and it was bad for our troops. When I was a young United States Marine, I did not have a beard. I am now the vice president, so I get to do what I want to do. But I think Pete's trying to re-implement high standards, and that's a very good thing. On the sombrero thing, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero meme? I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say, this is AI generated. And he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, in every previous shutdown, workers have been furloughed, not laid off. So why does the president want to fire some workers and not just furlough them? Why is this shutdown any different?
Well, first of all, we haven't made any final decisions about what we're going to do with certain workers. What we're saying is that we might have to take extraordinary steps, especially the longer this goes on. We're going to have to take extraordinary measures to ensure the people's government government operates, again, not perfectly, because it's not going to operate perfectly in the midst of a shutdown, but operate as well as it possibly can. And I think that the Democrats, if they're so worried about the effect this is having on the American people, and they should be, what they should do is reopen the government, not complain about how we respond to the fact that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have shut down the government in the first place. Thank you all.
Also
Caroline.
going to target some benefits, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. See you guys.
Benefits to be cut as well?
All right, guys. Well, let's let the fun continue. The Vice President's a very busy man, and I'm happy to take some more questions. I know there's more news today. Aside from the shutdown, we can focus on the shutdown if you want, but let's go ahead. Kate, why don't you start?
The president talked about doing things that he said were irreversible during the shutdown, cutting vast numbers of people, he said, and cutting programs. Can you specify what exactly he was referring to, what's on the table, and what's going to be cut?
Look, I think the Vice President just referred to this in some of the answers that he gave regarding the layoffs. There are unfortunate consequences to a government shutdown, and the federal government is not receiving any cash at the moment. And so the Office of Management and Budget has been tasked with looking over the receipts and looking over the budget of the entire federal bureaucracy. And as the Vice President said, determining what needs to continue to go out the door and what can we continue to keep running and what unfortunately is going to have to come to an end. So those decisions are being made. And unfortunately, layoffs are very likely, as the Vice President just said, going to be a part of that.
And has the White House had any direct response from Hamas from the peace proposal that was laid out? The president said he would give 3 or 4 days, but is there a hard deadline now, or what are the next steps here?
I will reiterate what the President of the United States said, 3 or 4 days, and I can tell you that there are some very sensitive discussions that are taking place, but I certainly don't want to get ahead of any announcement at this podium. I'm going to let Special Envoy Witkoff and the President of the United States handle that.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First of all, following up on that, the president said yesterday, I believe, within 3 or 4 days he wanted to hear an answer from Hamas. Is he still sticking by that timeline?
Yes, as I just confirmed.
And then second question is a comment that's gotten a lot of global attention. Senator Dick Durbin, he was set to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Catholic Church. He's since declined accepting it because there has been some controversy. Pope Leo commented on this, and he said that someone who says I'm against abortion, but I'm in agreement with the inhumane treatment of immigrants in the United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. You've been very open about your Catholic faith. How do you respond to that?
I would reject there is inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the United States under this administration. There was, however, significant inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the previous administration as they were being trafficked and raped and beaten, and in many cases killed over our United States southern border. You also look at the inhumane treatment at the hands of some of these illegal immigrants that took place under the previous administration as well. Laken Riley comes to mind, a beautiful American citizen who was killed at the hands of an illegal immigrant. So this administration is trying to enforce our nation's laws in the most humane way possible, and we're upholding the law, and we're doing that on behalf of the people of our country who live here.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. What is the level of concern that the administration has regarding a protracted government shutdown in terms of its impact on the U.S. economy and also its impact on small businesses as well?
Well, look, this government shutdown is no doubt going to impact everyday Americans, and it is the fault of the Democrats that we are in this position. And I know I relayed some programs that will be impacted. The Vice President did as well, but I just want to make sure the American public understand what the Democrats have done to our government and our country. 1.3 million active duty troops will work now without pay. Critical food assistance for low-income women, infants, and children will now lapse. No new mothers or children are allowed to join this critical program because of the Democrats' decision to shut down the government. Telehealth services for seniors and in-home treatment options for Medicare patients will now come to an end. Nearly 50,000 members of the United States Coast Guard are going to have to work unpaid. Over 13,000 air traffic controllers will work without pay, as well as TSA agents, which will very likely create flight disruptions. And pay will now stop for over 150,000 federal law enforcement officers. These are not just numbers and in statistics. These are real Americans who have families at home. And I saw some Democrat members today saying they're still going to accept their paychecks because they have 3 kids at home and they have mouths to feed. Well, so do these federal workers who those same Democrats just voted to shut down the government and turn off their pay. And we believe that's very unfair, and it's why the administration wants to see the government reopened.
GDP growth fell by about half a percentage point during the last government shutdown during the president's first term. Are you expecting a similar type of impact on GDP growth related to this potential protracted government shutdown?
Well, look, I think it's dependent upon how long this shutdown continues. So it's dependent on how long it takes Democrats to muster up the coverage, 5 of them, to vote in the best interest of our country, our citizens, and our economy. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Yesterday, your administration took a 5% stake in Lithium Americas and a stake in the mine that they're working on, and you've taken stakes in other companies and revenue streams from other companies. Can you articulate the broader principle here? When does the administration see it as appropriate to demand equity stakes or revenue streams from American companies? And what other companies are you going to be demanding those from?
Well, look, this is a creative solution by the President of the United States to tackle our nation's crippling debt crisis. As I said earlier, we are $37 trillion, trillion with a T, in debt. And not only is the President effectively utilizing tariffs to bring in massive amounts of revenue, and there's billions of dollars coming in every month. I know you know that, even, because you cover it on CNBC quite well. So the President is focused on how can the United States government make more money? How can we make our country wealthy and rich again, and cutting some of these unique creative deals with companies around the world and here at home is just one way the president is seeking to do that. And I know the Department of Energy just announced this new deal. It's another great deal for the American people and our government.
And on Lisa Cook,
Sure, go ahead.
Lisa Cook, the Supreme Court said today that she's going to be allowed to stay at the Federal Reserve Board until oral arguments in January. Does the president have any personal reaction to that? This has been something he's been very intent on.
Look, we have respect for the Supreme Court, but they're going to hear the actual case and make a determination on the legal argument in January. And we look forward to that because we maintain that she was fired well within the president's legal authority to do so. She was removed from the board, and we look forward to that case being fully played out at the Supreme Court. Reagan.
Caroline, I have one for you on E.J. Antoni and one on the shutdown.
Sure.
CNN reported that Collins and Murkowski declined to meet with E.J. Antoni, raising concerns that his nomination was in trouble. I'm wondering what message Collins and Murkowski are sending to the White House by not meeting with one of the president's nominees.
Well, look, E.J. Antoni remains a great ally of the president and our team. It became clear, unfortunately, that he was not going to have the votes, and so we will be announcing a replacement nominee very soon.
And on the shutdown, I'm just wondering how soon you could see cuts to the federal workplace, and if there's a specific agency that will experience the most cuts or people focused.
Unfortunately, because the Democrats shut down the government, the president has directed his cabinet, and the Office of Management and Budget is working with agencies across the board to identify where cuts can be made, and we believe that layoffs are imminent. They are, unfortunately, a consequence of this government shutdown. Ed.
So you talk about the layoffs being imminent. Is there a percentage, then, of reduction that the White House is looking for of workforce?
I don't have a specific percentage for you.
Can I ask what about China, if I could? So China has not made one soybean purchase this year in the United States. I talked to a farmer yesterday who has about 1,000 acres in Iowa and says this is just killing her. Now, the president has been talking to President Xi. Could China not buying agriculture affect a possible meeting with the president? Would he not meet with Xi because China has refused to buy soybeans from the U.S.?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president and make a determination on that from this podium, but what I can tell you is that supporting America's farmers and doing what's best for them is at the top of the president's priority list, and it's at the top of the list for this administration right now. There have been several very high-level meetings on this very topic. We want to help our farmers, and we're exploring the best ways to do that, and I would anticipate there will be more to come on that very soon.
Send a message to the Chinese president.
Look, I just shared that message. The president wants what's best for America's farmers. Sean.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hi.
2 things to ask you about.
Sure.
first thing, I want to ask about this video that the president posted the other day. It was an AI deepfake of himself talking about something called medbeds. What was he trying to communicate to the public there, and why did he delete it?
I think the president saw the video and posted it and then took it down. And he has the right to do that. It's his social media. He's incredibly transparent, as you all know. You hear from him directly on social media. He likes to share memes. He likes to share videos. He likes to repost things that he sees other people post on social media as well. And I think it's quite refreshing that we have a president who is so open and honest directly himself. Many a times on Truth, you are hearing directly from the President of the United States.
And second thing, how did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's, frankly, despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected around the world and has great trust in relationships with these critical partners in these countries, to strike a 20-point comprehensive detailed peace plan that no other administration would ever be able to achieve. And so Jared is donating his energy and his time to our government, to the President of the United States, to secure world peace. And that is a very noble thing. And this is a peace plan that has not just been accepted by Israel, but it has been applauded by Muslim and Arab countries around the world. It has been applauded by European leaders around the world. Virtually everyone in the world is supportive of this plan that Jared Kushner offered his time to help put together alongside our special envoy Witkoff, the Vice President, the President of the United States, Secretary Rubio, and the President's entire national security team. We are very proud of that plan, and we hope Hamas will accept it because it will lead to a more peaceful and prosperous Middle East.
Two questions. One, we're talking a lot about these layoffs and hypotheticals, but Speaker Johnson earlier today said that there is a proposal from the White House that House Republicans are expected to hear this afternoon about these mass layoffs. Can you tell us what is in that proposal? What agencies, what programs, what jobs?
What he's referring to is a proposal that our Office of Management and Budget Director, Russ Vought, is going to be proposing to the House Republican Conference. He's going to kind of walk them through what this unfortunately is going to look like so they can discuss it with their constituents back home in their respective districts. So I don't want to get ahead of the Office of Management and Budget, but I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that very soon. Look, we have to put a plan in place. It would be irresponsible of us not to take a look at each and every agency and get an understanding of what we're going to have to do moving forward to do the best we can in the midst of this government shutdown.
Thanks, Caroline. Just on that point, though, Russ Vought told House members, according to our notice reporting, that RIFs would happen in 2 days. Already, we know that some have been sitting out from the U.S. Patent Office. So I wonder, one, this administration continues to say that they don't want to lay people off, but obviously there is a plan to lay people off. So what is your message to those people who are getting laid off? And then if the government reopens, will those RIFs reverse? Are they not permanent? If the government reopens, specifically if it reopens pretty quickly?
Well, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, and it's because the Democrats have put us into this position. If the Democrats did not vote to shut down the government, we would not be standing up here talking about layoffs today. We'd be talking about all the other news stories going on in the world in our country. We'd be talking about all of the great things that this administration is doing to uplift Americans across the country. But unfortunately, the Vice President of the United States and I have to come out here today to talk about a government shutdown that the Democrats put us in this position.
And the second question,
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just trying to clarify the timing of these potential layoffs to federal workers. You said imminent. The Vice President seemed to say in a couple of days. It looks like Russ Vought maybe said in 2 days. When would these layoffs begin?
2 days, imminent, very soon. You will expect more announcements right now.
Is it just not clear, or are you waiting?
No, it's not unclear. All of those things are very synonymous with one another. These RIFs are unfortunately going to happen very soon.
And it'll definitely
Caroline, we've been talking about the Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits, and sort of the politics of it all, right? But this is a very real, tangible impact that American people will feel. The Kaiser Family Foundation says that with the ACA enhanced premium tax credits, without them, premiums will go up 114% on average. 19 million of the 24 million people who rely on the coverage are in states that President Trump won. Is he concerned what will happen to those families if this tax credit expires? And aside from the shutdown, is there a plan to keep those premiums down?
Look, as the Vice President just said, we are more than happy to have this conversation. The President and the Vice President and this team are more than happy to have that conversation with Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill. But it cannot happen right now. Right now, we need to reopen the United States federal government because people are going without pay. You have thousands of federal workers who have to show up to work and not get paid, and that's an unfortunate situation the Democrats have put us in. Then we can discuss this very important issue of health care that the president absolutely wants to fix. As I mentioned yesterday, he took... But those premiums do not expire until the end of the year. It's October 1st right now. And so we have a few months to have that conversation. And it's irresponsible of the Democrat Party to try to convince the American people that that conversation has to happen right now. No, what needs to happen right now is the reopening of the United States federal government. And then this administration will be happy to work with Democrats in good faith to come to a policy determination. But one red line the government has already made clear, this administration has already made clear, this administration is never going to support taxpayer-funded benefits going to illegal aliens. And we think it's despicable that that was one of the first proposals that Democrats put in their funding proposal, and their CR. The Republican CR was a clean CR that would keep the government open. Democrats have voted for it 13 times in the past. The Democrats put this poison pill in there, this partisan pill. Why? Because they are beholden to the far left radicals in their party. And you already see 3 moderate Democrats having the courage to say no. We need to keep the government open, and then we can have these conversations about health care. Mary.
Caroline, I just want to circle back to something the Vice President said about Ocasio-Cortez. I'm actually surprised it didn't come up sooner. So if Schumer is catering to the demands of Ocasio-Cortez, can you share whether the White House views this as cracks in Schumer's leadership, and would the Vice President be open to meeting with someone like her if she is assuming this role in the Democratic Party?
I'll let the Vice President speak on that himself. I think that certainly Senator Schumer was not expecting 3 moderates to break with him last night. In fact, last night you heard Senator Schumer say he can't guarantee that he will be able to hold his caucus together. And so again, we encourage Democrats to have the courage to do the right thing, do what you have done 13 times previously, and vote for this clean continuing resolution to keep the government funded. As for what the Trump administration and President Trump is going to do, we'll continue to be very public that we want the government to be open, and as the Vice President said, we'll continue to work in good faith with anyone on Capitol Hill who wants to do right by the American people. Thank you all so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you were just watching Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, answering questions. Of course, many of the questions had to do with the ongoing government shutdown. Also, before Caroline Leavitt took the podium to answer questions from the media, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, addressing concerns about what he called the Democrat Chuck Schumer-led government shutdown. We, of course, will have much more coverage on this throughout the day and over the next couple of days as this shutdown continues to linger on. In the meantime, let's get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec, which is already in progress.
And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney, and I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier.
Jack Posobiec, we are here live, Phoenix, Arizona, the Charlie Kirk studio. Today is October 1st, 2025. Anno Domini, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We're here with Tim Pool here live in studio for the first time that I've had him on Human Events. So welcome, Tim.
Thanks for having me.
Being out here all week. I got to get into this. I only have you for a couple of minutes. Elon Musk has called for a massive boycott of Netflix, saying cancel Netflix over this show. We just played that clip of it. Totally insane. A kids show pushing trans values. Again, on children, pushing transgenderism on children. The creator of the show, by the way, I think it's called Dead End Paranormal Park, which is like, oh, that's a cool show. Kids like ghosts and monsters and stuff. Let's put it in. And they're like, well, I'm a trans. Like, what does that have to do with anything? And this is the same one where the writer, and I've got to pull it up here, was basically mocking Charlie Kirk for being murdered and saying that he deserved it, et cetera, et cetera. Why do people still have Netflix, Tim?
I don't. I canceled it when the Cuties things happened.
Like people in our audience, do you really still have this? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm really trying to figure it out.
To be fair, I have family that still has it, and I can't convince them otherwise because they just avoid these things. But, you know, whenever I see a show like this, I always ask people, let's just do a simple contrast, right? Transgenderism, gender dysphoria, is a DSM-5 mental disorder. Replace what that character was saying with any other mental disorder. My personal choice is pica. Are you familiar with pica, Jack?
No,
it's when you eat things that aren't food. Okay. Now imagine a children's show came on and a character said, I like eating pennies. And they said, that's totally fine and acceptable for you to do. I'll help you do it. There'd be no question that literally everyone in the country would have.
Okay, and then there'd be some like adult character that's like, oh, they're bullying you for not affirming your life choices. And I just want to eat pennies. I just want to eat pennies. I just want the copper. I think it feels so good when I have it, and it's really delicious. So okay, the guy's name is Hamish Steele, by the way, and again they were just pushing it. So. He's the creator. He's the creator of the show. Said on his Blue Sky account that he's, quote, going on the down low for a while, and absolutely has not just celebrated, he's celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Celebrated the death of the man who sat in this chair every day. And I want to take this a second. So, Tim, do you see these, the toys that are here?
Yeah.
You know what these toys are?
What are they?
So, Charlie's daughter... she used to give him a toy every morning, where he would take a toy from home and bring it in here, and he'd want to know if she was watching the show, and because she's 3, so she doesn't really get all the issues and different things. But he would hold up a toy, and he would say, "Which toy was I holding up today?" to see if she watched the show.
Oh wow! Well, here's an idea for everyone.
This is the last toy that he ever brought in to show his daughter. And people want to joke about this.
Yeah.
It's insane.
The fracturing of it's unacceptable. How do you live with people who celebrate and venerate assassinations? But here's my idea. Cancel your Netflix. Whatever you were spending, give it to TPUSA.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Make it a recurring, whatever the one-to-one is. That's so perfect. I mean, and you've been here, and you're here all week, which is awesome. I appreciate the support, and it's existential. You've been talking about it for years. We've been talking about it for years. You've been saying that we're headed towards a civil war situation, and then CNN asked me about it, and I was just like, well, what do you call this?
It is difficult for me to be here, because I've talked about this. In the immediate aftermath, my security team said we recommend against travel. The cost, the burden was substantial. I couldn't make it to the memorial. We're a couple weeks on. Our assessment has things have cooled a little bit. It's still extremely difficult in terms of the security burden.
We just had the hoax bomb situation last night in Utah. Tim, we got to run to a break. I know you got to run. I'll see you on the show later tonight. But
absolutely.
Thanks for being here, man. You're a real brother.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll be right back. More Jack Posobiec. We have Michael Knowles coming up next on the program. A little bit of a downgrade, but it'll be all right. From Tim. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily Room with Chris Boyce.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA Country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
Hi, Jack Posobiec. We are back live here, Phoenix, Arizona. We're in the Charlie Kirk studio, and I'm very excited to welcome on my good friend Michael Knowles to the program. Michael, how are you?
Good to be with you, sir.
Well, now, I originally wanted to get into, leftist violence to kind of talk about all this, but man, I just saw this clip before we came to air here, and I said, wait, we got Knowles on today. I feel like we have to discuss this. Did you see that video of Pope Leo at the Climate Change Summit? I guess it's like a couple of minutes ago, blessing now it wouldn't be the first time that priests bless water all the time, holy water. It's in every church.
Yeah.
But he went a step further and he blessed a block of ice in a sign towards fighting climate change. Do I have that right?
I was sitting here, Jack, waiting for your mellifluous voice and listening to you refer to me as a downgrade over Tim Pool. That's fine. We'll talk about it later. And I saw your tweet come up, and you said, Christians being, mowed down by communists, churches burned around the world. And then you just posted the picture of the ice blessing. And again, look, it's not for me to judge the Pope, and it's good to be a steward of the environment. And I think that's all really good stuff. And we've seen a lot of really wonderful signs out of this pontificate from the conclave up until the present. But there have been a couple of headlines this week that have raised the eyebrows. One, I guess, the focus on climate change when there would appear to be more pressing problems. And then also this scandal of a Democrat senator who's giddy for slaughtering babies, potentially receiving an honor from the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Cupich. Thankfully, the senator, Dick Durbin, is no longer going to accept that. But then the Pope weighing in and saying you can't support the death penalty and be pro-life, and it was just an otherwise happily clear pontificate. It was a little confusing.
It's been a snapback, and I got to say, it was stuff like this, and people were in the wake of Charlie's murder. There was this sort of like question that was Charlie being open to Catholicism, and there's some pictures of him at the Basilica, the National Basilica, which is gorgeous, or attending church with Erica, and it's like was he Catholic curious at times? Sure, of course, but he hadn't started RCIA or anything like that. But I remember talking with him about it, and he would always come back to stuff like this that would always be a huge stumbling block, not just for him, but also for, I think, a lot of people who are looking at Catholicism saying, whoa, wait a minute, this just doesn't seem to meet the moment. And that's what I just tweeted. I said, there are churches being burned, there are children being shot, there are Christians who are very publicly Christian being murdered, and I just don't know if the block of ice is the right optics for a cooling down, I suppose, for the moment right now. But I did want to ask you also about his statement on the death penalty specifically. He also mentioned borders and migration, but he said you can't be pro-life and pro-death penalty. And, you know, here I am, and having seen one of my best friends murdered on live TV and completely support the death penalty being the sentence in this case for an entire litany of reasons. Knowles, you know, what's going on here when I hear the head of our church saying that I can't be pro-life and support that?
Yes, this has been a strange development in recent years, because for the entire history of the church, up until at least Benedict XVI, the church defended the death penalty. Around the time of John Paul II, there were these prudential arguments made against the death penalty. So to say the death penalty in principle is fine, but in practice today it should not be carried out because we have other ways of dealing with criminals. Benedict XVI advanced that line, though Benedict XVI did say that Catholics with reasonable minds could disagree on that issue. And then it was really Pope Francis who came out and he said that the death penalty is morally inadmissible. Now, he didn't say intrinsically evil, because that would contradict 2,000 years of magisterial teaching, many popes, some of whom carried out the death penalty, saints, doctors of the church. So it's scripture, of course. So it couldn't be that. But anyway, this seems to have developed. And I guess my response to that would be, okay, sure. If we're going to define the phrase pro-life in its broadest possible term, then I guess that if I kill a bumblebee, I'm not pro-life, right? I guess. But we're drawing distinctions here between innocent and guilty life. We're drawing distinctions between life taken by the civil authority, which does not bear the sword in vain, and life taken by vigilantes, say. And so, okay, fine, then let's just focus in here and get to the real issue. The real issue is that a prince of the church, Cardinal Blaise Supich in Chicago, was going to give some kind of lifetime achievement award to a senator who has defended wholesale slaughter of children, which is not just one issue among many, but it pertains to the right to life, which is the fundamental right from which all the other rights spring. So that's what we're talking about. And I think, okay, if we're just going to semantically overload the phrase pro-life to mean all manner of things, okay, let's be more specific. Catholics cannot support abortion under any circumstance, period. When it comes to the death penalty, I don't know, as a matter of principle, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I know the church's teaching on this cannot really change, so who knows? Maybe it's above my pay grade, but Pope Benedict's statement that reasonable minds might disagree prudentially strikes me as being rather reasonable.
Well, and you've got the great series on Pope Pius that you've been working on. And, you know, Pope Pius XII has one of the greatest quotes about this, and I have it in front of me, and I'm not going to put you on the spot and make you recite it, though I imagine you probably could, where he said, in the case of the death penalty, this is not that many popes ago, it's within living memory for a lot of people, and, you know, maybe some of the older ones. In the case of the death penalty, the state does not dispose of the person's right to life. Rather, public authority limits itself to the depriving of the offender of the good of life in expiation for his guilt after he, through his crime, deprived himself of his own right to life. And man, I'm just like, can we get popes back that talked like that? That's like, you could do an hour-long, you know, meditation on every word of that phrase.
You mentioned Pius XII. His predecessor, Pius IX, is beatified on his way to canonization as a saint. And he not only defended the death penalty, but actually carried it out about 500 times in the Papal States. He was asked for a reprieve for the last one in the Papal States. He said, I cannot give you a reprieve and I do not want to. So I don't know. Maybe that'll come up in the canonization process. I think that what some people have a little trouble understanding in the secular world in modernity is why one would defend the death penalty. And they think it's because we're bloodthirsty and mean or something like that. We don't value human dignity. But it's actually the opposite, because the defense of the death penalty goes all the way back to the book of Genesis, the early chapters of Genesis, which say, whosoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for man is made in the image and likeness of God. So it's actually, the death penalty is defended precisely because of human dignity. And St. Paul reaffirms this when he says that the civil authority does not bear the sword in vain. So I'm not saying that the Pope cannot exercise his teaching role and cannot push prudential measures that might circumscribe some of these things. But there is a reason that even a pontiff as liberal as Pope Francis would not go so far as to say that the death penalty were evil. And so I just think it's not helpful for people to mention the death penalty when we're trying to focus on the specific issue of abortion. I think it just distracts from the guilt that someone like Dick Durbin feels and the obvious error of judgment from the Chicago Cardinal Blaise Cupich.
Yeah, I think Dick Durbin should absolutely attend church. I think it's December 28th, the Feast of the Holy Innocents. So I think he should absolutely attend and probably go to confession that day and try to find some redemption and do a little bit of penance for that. You know, it's interesting that people were asking in the wake of all of this, what was Charlie's opinion on the death penalty? And Charlie actually had a sort of arc on his opinion on the death penalty where he used to be against it because he thought it gave the government too much authority. And he said, I don't, you remember big gov sucks, right? And what's the most, the most authoritarian thing that the government could ever do is execute someone. But, it was through a lot of these teachings, and it was actually through reading the Bible when he puts out that God himself gives the state the authority over and over and over in the Bible, Old Testament and New, by the way, that Charlie said, you know what, it's right here. It's right here in black and white. And he had an absolute, I would say, change of opinion on that through reading the Bible. It wasn't through any arguments that, that we were making from, American history or British history or, British common law or anything like that. It really was just from reading the Bible. And he would go out in public and talk about this. And so I agree completely. And when it's, I liked what Pius XII says there, it is not the state depriving you of your right to life. You have deprived yourself of the right to life because of what you've done.
Right.
That's incredible.
Right. And, on that point with Charlie, I think it's indicative of how he behaved and how he thought on so many different issues. So people now, they come out, they say, well, what would Charlie have said about this? What would Charlie have believed? What was he going to believe in the future? And look, his pals might have some thoughts about that based on private conversation, which I think is unseemly to reveal generally. But the real answer is Charlie was such an active mind. He was so curious. He was so concerned with pursuing the truth, even if it meant he was going to rethink some opinion that he had. So the real answer is, well, one simply cannot say as of today. We just know he was an active mind and he was going to keep pursuing the truth.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And by the way, I'm not one of those people who's been sort of like releasing my Charlie texts. Actually, I was looking at a bunch of them and I was saying, yep, can't post that, can't post that, can't post that. I was like, I'm just not going to post any of these. Right. Though I have gone through and I've sort of been like making archives of different things, just so I have them. Just so I have them. That's right. Michael, where can people go? We are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. I was wrong. It was an upgrade. It was an absolute upgrade. That was on me. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa.
Take that, Tim.
And where can people go to get your latest new series, by the way? Because if anyone who wants more on this, they absolutely should watch it.
Yes, you can get the Daily Show and everything over at the Daily Wire, the Michael Knowles Show, but the Pius XII Show, The Pope and the Fuhrer, is available exclusively to Daily Wire members. So head on over if you want to check it out and weigh in on the next pontifical controversy that, who knows, maybe it'll be next week.
We'll see. Michael Knowles, thanks so much for being on. God bless, brother.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
You know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
She just hit me in the face. He was at the January 6th riot. Oh my God. He was at the January 6th riot. She just hit me in the face.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily. The leftist violence continues, and post-millennial reporter, field journalist, and my friend, Katie Davis-Court, was out there on the streets of Portland and was assaulted last night. She joins us now. Katie, first of all, are you okay?
Jack, I'm doing fine. As you guys can see, I clearly have a massive black eye, and the police did absolutely nothing last night. I tried to hunt them down to hold the suspect accountable, and they just said that it is too dangerous for them to go in and make an arrest. So I'm doing fine, but I'm glad to see President Trump is deploying the National Guard. This place needs a lot of help, and I'm glad to talk to you about it.
Well, I would hope that we, at the same time, you know, let's make sure that we get this checked out with medical and, you know, I used to say in the Navy, you know, I'm not a doctor, you're not a doctor, but let's make sure, because you never know in these situations, you know, if something else has happened internally or something else has gone on that you want to be careful with. I mean, so you have the black eye, but you were actually struck by, it was sort of like a flagpole or something like that?
Right. So this Antifa-affiliated subject just started approaching me and waving the flagpole in my face. And then I kind of turned around, and that's when she swung it like a baseball bat and directly hit my eye. And now,
so she was trying to blind you. She was actually trying to blind you, and you know, a flagpole like that to the ocular socket, I mean, your brain is right there. There's serious, very, very serious injuries that could happen. And look, I'm sitting here in the Charlie Kirk studio. We all know how serious these things can get. And so you know, when I got the report last night that this was going on, and you're out there just doing your job every single night, and God bless you for doing it. Obviously, we need to make sure there's better security out there. But, you know, I got the report in and immediately got on the call with the administration. And I understand that Homeland Security was able to reach out to you.
Yes, I talked to them. They're so kind, and they're actually going to be letting some journalists into the facility. So hopefully that'll give me a little bit more sense of safety. But as you can see, I've been covering Portland since June 7th, and it has been completely taken over by anarchist, Antifa-affiliated domestic terrorists now, and police refuse to come in. And what we saw was Police Chief Day said that the National Guard is not needed, the Trump administration does not need to come in. But then when I go and hunt down the suspect who assaulted me, police officers are standing there, refuse to help me. And then when police finally show up, they say, oh, we can't go in because it is too dangerous. So is Chief Day lying to the American people, saying that the agency has everything under control? Oh, but the officers are telling me that it's actually too dangerous for them to go in. And Chief it went from being, a war zone to Chief Day saying, oh, well, it's only a 1-block radius. It's actually about a 4-block radius because police refuse to go in anywhere near ICE. So it is every man for themselves in this zone, and the feds can only protect the federal building, federal property. So anyone who shows up is completely on their own. If violence happens to them, don't expect any help. That's a warning.
And this is horrific. This is the basic social contract that's been completely shredded on the streets of Portland. And again, as I hate every second of having to describe what happened, is that you were out there, again, just doing your job, documenting what's going on the streets, which, by the way, and Kate, I should ask, were there mainstream media reporters there with you? All these mainstream media that I hear that the streets of Portland are safe, are they walking around with GoPros? Are they walking around with battle helmets? Were any of them there last night when you got assaulted?
No, if they have presence, they're on the side away from the action and refuse to go in. And they actually messaged me asking me for my footage. But they refuse to go in because it's too dangerous. Their reports do not reflect that.
And so talk to me again about, so the police could they see this happening, or did you go up afterwards? I want to actually dig in on that a little bit.
Right. So I was actually going up to film a different altercation. A man got out of his car and started actually confronting Antifa, and I was going, what is this? And so I just walk up, and all I'm doing is filming off to the side, doing my job, as you said. And that's when I got assaulted, and then it was a mob mentality. And police are standing about 20 yards away watching. And so the person who assaulted me is masked, and I go, we need to identify this person so I can actually hold them accountable in a court of law. And I immediately walk up to 3 police officers standing there saying, I just got assaulted. I show them my video. There's the suspect. The suspect's trying to escape. And I told them, I said, you are coming with me. I've had it. We've been assaulted here for 4 months straight now. And I grabbed the police officer. I said, you're coming with me. This is the person who assaulted me. I'm chasing her down in the street. And he goes up to her and he goes, ma'am, we're going to detain you. And the suspect turns around and goes, you're not touching me. And he just goes, okay, hands up, won't do anything. And so in my mind, I'm going, what the hell was that? That was the weakest response I've ever seen. All of these guys are just effeminate males here. There's zero testosterone. And I think that's the problem in Portland. And so I'm still running down, chasing after all of that. And then I go into the Antifa occupation because that's where they ended up. So the comrades can't harbor the suspect from the police. And so I'm being informed that, there's going to be police vehicles showing up. And so I still have the cameras on the suspect. And then all of a sudden, it's a conspiracy. All of the comrades start removing the suspect from the encampment. And then that's when they go into the Antifa safe house. If you guys haven't been following my reporting, there is an entire Antifa safe house 1 block away from the ICE facilities. So they do have an encampment where it looks like, oh yeah, they're going to be camping out. But actually, they are being harbored in this safe house where
Katie, we're up on a quick break here, right here. But I want to hold you over because this is key. This is absolutely key. Antifa safe house in the vicinity of the ICE facility. They knew exactly where they put it there. Media is telling us that this doesn't exist. This group doesn't exist. They have an address, and Katie Davis Court is the one who found it and got beaten up and almost had her eye taken off because of it. We'll be right back with more from her, intrepid journalist.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live, and we're on here with the incredible journalist, my friend, my colleague, Katie Davis-Court. She has been out there for so many things. She was in Chaz. We actually met up there for a little bit covering that. We so many other events that she's been to. And at the end of the day, we need to figure out what is going on. And just for 1 second, real quick here, I wanted to remind everybody that this right now we're working with our partner. Right now we're working with our partner, Patriot Mobile. And Patriot Mobile is an incredible partner for us. They've been a partner, obviously, in the wake of everything that's happened with Charlie, and an incredible partner even before. And so now it's time for all patriots within the sound of my voice. Go to patriotmobile.com/POSO, call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code POSO. And so this is an incredible opportunity. And honestly, folks, the stakes couldn't be higher. You saw what we were just talking about with Netflix. We saw what we were just talking about with the big companies. That's what they do. That's what they do. Netflix will be out there, and they'll have the creator of a show who will be mocking and celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and talking about how great it is. At the same time, he's trying to trans your children, and you're giving money to them. You're giving money to Netflix while you do this. So why not give your money to patriots? You need a cell phone plan anyway. It's as simple as that. So go on over, patriotmobile.com/POSO, economic warfare. We use economic warfare and economic leverage. patriotmobile.com/POSO, 972-PATRIOT. patriotmobile.com/POSO, 972-PATRIOT. I am declaring sanctions on Netflix, and I want you guys to help me at patriotmobile.com/POSO. Katie Davis-Court is our guest here. She was assaulted by Antifa last night in a place where the mainstream media, the Democrats, say is perfectly safe. Well, Katie, yeah, it's perfectly safe for the mayor to walk around because his little shock troops and his little militant arm aren't going to attack him because he's on the same side as them, isn't he?
That's absolutely correct. And Their narrative is they will go down to the ICE facility during the day when nothing is really going on. I've never seen a leader in a position of power going down at night when all the chaos is happening, because it is too dangerous, and they refuse to admit that because they have a narrative that they want to get ICE out of Portland. That is their end goal, and so they will turn a blind eye to the domestic terrorism happening in their own city because they want ICE out. They do not support the agency, and they will do everything they can to shield what is actually happening in these streets.
And now, Katie, I want to ask: has the American Journalistic Association reached out to you? Has the White House Press Corps reached out to you? Reuters, have any of these American or international journalistic organizations reached out to you in the wake of you being assaulted as a working journalist in the course of your duties?
Yeah, no, and I do not expect that to happen. When I do get reporters reaching out to me, it's usually they want to interview me about my footage that I have shared from ICE over the past 4 months, because they are trying to paint a narrative that the feds don't need to come in. And so they want me to defend my position, even though it's not my position, it's just video footage. They want me to defend my reporting on ICE because they are blaming me for the Trump administration coming in and taking over, which is desperately needed. And the residents who actually live across the street from ICE have been begging for the Trump administration to do something because the local government refuses to act. So finally, these people who have not been able to sleep since June 7th will be getting the relief that they need.
So let's drill down on this a little bit again, because you mentioned this a couple of times about an Antifa safe house that you've identified, that you've located, that you were just assaulted while doing the work to uncover this house of domestic terrorism that exists right there in Portland for an organization that we're told doesn't even exist. Well, they have an address and apparently some kind of lease, or they could be squatting. Actually, Antifa Atomwaffen was known for squatting in the 1960s out in Berlin. Tell us about this Antifa safe house.
Right. So they formed an occupation that is on the same sidewalk as ICE, just about 20 feet up. And they want people to believe that that is where they are sleeping, eating, they're camping out, they're manning their ground there. And that is true in part. But it's a block away, there is an apartment unit on the ground floor where his name is Chandler Patey. He has opened his unit to Antifa as a safe house, a crash pad, and that is actually where the individuals involved in the 24-hour occupation will sleep, eat, shower, do their laundry, where they actually convene. They do shift changes. I've captured that, all of this on video. The feds even busted in and made an arrest back in July. And so now that this group is a domestic terrorist organization, I think that paints the way for, ICE or DHS, FPS to run out and, bust in and, take over the safe house. Because why is there a domestic terrorist safe house 1 block away from ICE? So we got to do something about this.
And this is completely unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Yeah. And it's very clear from the political structure all the way down that the orders have been given clearly to stand down. I'm not even going to ask you the question. It's just so obvious in my mind that there's a stand down order here. That's why the police have said that at night Antifa is allowed to act with impunity, that they are allowed to assault with impunity, that they are allowed to do this. And this is why we're going to need a robust federal response to this. Now, Katie, you even went out after the assault. Tell us what happened afterwards, because I saw, and we were, of course, working to try to figure out exactly where you were. I was up on Google Maps, and I'm here in Phoenix, and I'm trying to go off of intersections and from your basic from your footage and all. You even went out and saw federal police did respond after this. Tell us what happened.
Right. So I go back and there is a massive show of force. I believe they were making targeted arrests for the direct action that was happening. It was some indigenous thing and they vandalized government property. And this is the biggest show of force that I've actually seen since covering this starting back in June. The feds, gosh, I don't know how many, but I do know that there's several agencies out here. You got ICE, SRT, FPS, DHS, FPS, board tax here now, CBP's here, and they all went out and were manning the lower roof, the upper roof, and just all rushed into the streets to arrest every single person that they were going to target. But then they did a massive power move, which no one saw coming, and did a Trojan horse, jumped out of a white van and took another suspect down. So I think that they are going to give Antifa a run for their money and end them for good here. And it's only a matter of time until Antifa goes crying back home, which is needed.
And this is what it is. I mean, Katie, I've been sitting here for, years in a sense, but here physically for weeks since the murder of my friend Charlie Kirk. Now I'm seeing you, another friend, being assaulted and potentially worse happening to you. Is Antifa just going to stop on their own? Are these violent leftists just going to say, you know what, we've had enough, we're just going to go home?
No, they're not going to stop. They actually will die for this cause, and they believe that violence is justified by any means necessary. I covered an Antifa ringleader trial last summer in the Portland metro area, and she testified under oath that violence is justified, and that is their entire cause. So this is their end battle. They will do anything they can to, take over the government, and I do not see them stopping. I do think that they are trying to make the Trump administration look bad. So a few of the agitators who have been involved in this occupation, Antifa-wise, haven't been showing up since the terrorist designation. So we will see, but they're not going to stop, and they need to be stopped. They're a terrorist group, and they need to be treated as if they were ISIS.
You're absolutely right. Katie Davis Court, praying for you. I certainly hope that you do get to have the ability to go and get that medical treatment today. If there's any issues with payment, please reach out. We'll make sure it gets completely taken care of. I hope it's completely documented and that you get the care that you need, as well as the safety that you need. And I'm going to make as many phone calls to the administration that I can to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Where can people go to follow you and everything you're doing?
Thank you, Jack. You can follow me on X at Katie Davis Court. You can subscribe, and you can also follow the Post Millennial.
Make sure you're following Katie Davis Court. God bless you. My prayers are with you, and we'll do what we can behind the scenes to try to make this right. Be right back. Human Events Daily.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live. Human Events Daily, Phoenix, Arizona. What are we doing? What are we doing? You got a young girl that I have to bring on the show who's been beaten up in the streets. She can't even do her job. She can't even go out there and film to see what's happening. And then the media runs around and tells you nothing's going on. So Katie wants to go out there and say, well, here I'm going to get footage. And she gets beaten up. She gets assaulted. Almost has her eye taken out from the ocular socket with a flagpole. And you got local police saying, oh, we can't do anything because we've been so completely corrupted and demoralized and infiltrated that we won't even arrest the thugs who did this to her. When she knows where the safe house is. That house should have been raided last night. It should be raided tonight. It should be raided every single day, 3 times a day, until all of them are rolled up like the cockroaches they are. I'm getting sick of this. How many more people have to get hurt? How many more bomb threats and hoax bombs do we have to have? How many more bodies do we have to have? How many more? I'm seriously asking this. And the administration has been great. They have been. They reached out immediately, got in touch with Katie. That's true. That's all true. But guys, it's escalating. It's escalating and people are getting hurt. People are dying out there. And you got Pope Leo doing the block of ice, doing the ice capades out there. Oh, yeah, I know you're all getting shot by the godless communists and they're turning churches into shooting galleries of children. But I'm going to bless this block of ice for climate change. Because that's really what's so important right now. That's what Pope Leo thinks is the priority. And make sure you don't support the death penalty and make sure you support open borders. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the lack of urgency is going to get people killed. The lack of urgency has already gotten people killed, gotten people assaulted, and it's going to get worse. Now go look at the scenes from Turning Point, Utah last night at Utah State. You had Alex Clark, you had Tyler Boyer up there, break suit. Never back down, Base Mike Lee. We are not backing down. Turning Point is not backing down in the face of all of this. And that's great, and I love them, and I love all those people, my brothers and sisters, but I'll tell you something right now. All the people, the thousands that came out, they need protection. And there was great protection last night, to be sure. Multiple agencies. I checked in with the security plan, especially after the bomb hoax. Great security. Really great. But at the end of the day, we can't just be reactive. We can't be sitting there saying, oh, gosh. And Joe Rogan wants to say he's surprised that people were celebrating it. It's like, Joe, begging you to listen to your own show, brother. Begging you to listen to your own show. And Dana White saying, might be going a little too far with people losing their jobs. Really? Because I think the people who are going too far are the ones who are beating up and killing my friends, Dana. I think those are the ones who are going too far. I think that's a little bit too far. I'm going to go ahead and draw the line and say it's the people who are doing the killing that are actually going too far, Dana. Not, the people who are just, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you lost your job because you celebrated my friend getting brutally murdered on live TV. People, and Dana, Joe, you guys have platforms. You have a voice. You have a responsibility in this country. You see what's going on. And if you see this happening and you sit around up there with, oh, it's both sides and playing the namby-pamby, stop it. Grow up. Act like adults, because there's a lot of people that look to you for guidance. There's a lot of people that look to you as adults, and you're not acting like adults because you're not taking it seriously. You're not. This isn't a game. You think it's a game? Come by here and ask Charlie Kirk's family if it's a game. Please do. Please do. I'll be there to greet you at the airport. I'll walk you over and explain what everything happened. Because I'm getting sick of it. More bodies, more people being brutally assaulted. And you're going to sit there and worry about, oh, someone lost their telemarketing job. Somebody can't be an HR director anymore. Your heart goes out to them. Oh, my heart goes out to the telemarketers. Won't someone please think of the poor telemarketers? Grow up. It is an abomination upon this country that we are currently facing. So when I hear people let me tell you what happened yesterday, right? This is my day. This is just I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. I'm just giving you an explanation, right? Doing a couple shows, doing podcasts. That's all I'm doing. I'm not going out there right now. I'm not at risk, but I've got a family too. I've got a wife. I've got little kids. I think about them every day. My kid's getting braces today. And then I get someone comes in and says, hey, there's a bomb threat. There's a scare. Evacuation, Utah State. And suddenly I'm calling up my bomb squad buddies. All right, what do we think, guys? What do we think? Is this thing real? Are people going to die again? Should we cancel? What's happening? You got to pick up the phone and do that. Ends up being a hoax? Great. Law enforcement took care of it? Great. Awesome. Do another show. Do Fox. Do Tim Pool. Get home again. Hey, Katie's getting assaulted in Portland. They're after her. They're chasing her down the street. And now it's 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm on the phone with federal government, trying to figure out where she is, trying to make sure that she's okay, trying to make sure that she's safe. And you got police saying they can't even do anything or they won't do anything. All right. Understand what time it is. And I'll tell you who understood what time it was, Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk went out there despite the threats. Charlie Kirk went out there despite what he was going up against, despite knowing full well with full clarity what he was up against every day. But Charlie knew that because he was wearing the full armor of God. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Love that man like a brother. But I don't want to see this happening again. All right? It is not a victory when you get killed or beaten or hurt. The victory will come when we put these scum behind bars with all the rest of their comrades. And if they're so upset about the arrest, well, I'm sorry about the separation anxiety that is kicking in, but allow us to accommodate. You can join them all behind bars and you can stay there for the rest of your lives, as far as I'm concerned. Get them off the streets. Call it whatever you want. How long are we as a country going to keep this going? How long? And I don't want to be here doom and gloom. I don't want to have to be here every single day saying, did you get medical attention? What are we looking at? Are you going to lose the eye? Are you okay? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is the United States of America. We can do a lot. We can do so much. But where is the will? Where is the will of the people? And by the way, to the men out there, and it ain't just Joe Rogan, and it ain't just Dana White, to all the men, where are you? It is time for the men of the West to step up and take our countries back. It has gone too far. And we've seen too many people killed. Go look at Irina Zarutska, the girl down in South Carolina, the dad getting up there. It's too far. This is the line right now. And if you won't wake up, we are going to lose everything. We are going to lose absolutely everything. So yes, we're going to keep holding the events, and we're going to keep going with Turning Point, because that's exactly what Charlie would have wanted. And we're not going to be terrorized, and we're not going to be scared. But you know what else? You know what else? You're going to be scared. You people are going to be scared of what comes of the knock on the door in the middle of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Wednesday, the 1st of October in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get into the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here. The federal government has officially entered a partial shutdown thanks to Chuck Schumer and other Democrat senators who voted against the funding bill. 3 Democrats actually voted to stop it from happening, but they just want to add $1.5 trillion to the federal budget for health care, much of which would go to illegal aliens. I'll bring on Congressman Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin to discuss that today because the Democrats say it's not true, but yet everybody else says it is. Also, with the shutdown in effect, many Americans are questioning how it affects you and me, taxpayers of America. And where do our hard-earned dollars go since most government employees won't get paid for a bit here, besides the Congress people who vote against the funding bill, of course. More on that coming up. And then later, attacks on ICE continue all over the country, but the city is getting a lot of attention is Portland, Oregon. Attacks, riots, and protests have been ongoing since June in retaliation to deportation efforts there. I'll take you live to Portland with our very own Ben Berquam. Details and so much more on your way. But first, I want to start with the Democrats' destructive policies that lead to places like we are today. If you asked me what the greatest threat to our nation was, say, a year ago, I might have told you the wide open border. We had millions of gotaways pouring in and untold numbers of terrorist threats setting up shop right here in little towns all across the country, major cities caving under the influx as well. Now we have zero or close to zero people coming across our border. The invasion is all but stopped, but we're still having to deal with the consequences, of course. Now we're seeing the results of the Democrats' destructive policies, an invasion from within, as President Trump calls it. Listen to this.
We've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms.
This issue is a significant and expensive challenge that affects the safety of Americans. Addressing it requires coordinated action from various agencies, including the DHS, the FBI, ICE, local law enforcement. The effort relies on collaboration and broad support. Why? Because we're in real trouble. We are in real danger. So much so, in fact, this is the kind of advice you can find floating around on TikTok any given day. Shocking, but here it is.
You can just kill ICE agents. You know that? You can just kill them. You don't have to hold your phone in their face and ask people when their birthday is and ask people what their name is and then try to find wherever they end up in Los Angeles. You can kill them. This isn't about social media clout anymore. This isn't about video. This isn't about the phone. This is about get a gun and start killing ICE agents. They are deputized corrections officers. Kill them.
Stunning, isn't it? And the left wants to say it's a both sides issue. If someone hasn't opened an investigation into that guy, they better do so stat, that guy, pretending to be something else, because this guy isn't joking. This isn't theoretical. Lunatic leftists are attempting to commit violence against ICE agents every day and harming others along the way, like the idiot who killed detainees while shooting up the facility in Dallas, Texas just a few days ago. He was radicalized just like that TikToker and actually took action. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin says the problem is real and it's rampant. Here she is.
The evidence points to the fact that this individual very much hated our law enforcement. He was very radicalized. He was found with handwritten notes saying he wanted to bring terror and annihilation to ICE law enforcement. And also on the shell casings, it said anti-ICE on it. So we've seen a lot of this, the great demonization and hatred at our law enforcement, whether it be there in Dallas and Portland or at the Chicago riots that are becoming increasingly violent, Bill.
Yeah. Violence becoming the predominant feature of the left these days. They wear it like a badge, somehow thinking that that transforms them to being on the right side of history, when actually they're very much on the wrong side of history. Now, you'd think that the Democrat Party might want to address the issue, but they're too busy deflecting false claims of both sides when it comes to political violence and demonizing white men almost constantly. I guess I'm the problem, right? You've got Hillary Clinton blaming white men of a certain religion. We all know who she's talking about. Christian men, of course, you know, men of honor who believe in justice and doing the right thing because they answer to God, who stand up for women to have safe locker rooms where men are not welcome, who stand up for the voice of the unborn. Yeah, she says those guys like me, maybe like you, doing damage to the country. It's my fault? Really? Or how about Joy Reid? She hates white people openly, white men so much that she's found it in her heart to hate Elvis Presley. Yeah, who does that? Listen to her view and version of history.
They can't fix the history they did. Their ancestors made this country into a slave hell. But they can clean it up now because they got the Smithsonian. They can get rid of all the slavery stuff. They got PragerU. They can lie about the history to the children. They can't originally invent anything more than they ever were able to invent good music. We black folk gave y'all country music, hip hop, R&B, jazz, rock and roll. They couldn't even invent that, but they have to call a white man the king. because they couldn't make rock and roll. So they have to stamp the king on a man whose main song was stolen from an overweight black woman.
Did she just fat shame somebody? Because I'm pretty offended if she's fat shaming right there. That hurts me. The most sane thing MSNBC ever did, by the way, was to kick her off the network. Truly unhinged. It's got to be exhausting to wake up every morning so full of hate. Don't you think that the focus it would take? Same thing with Don Lemon. Kicked off CNN, but still finds outlets to spread his white man hate. Oh, he hates them. Listen.
White men, something is broken. Something is cracked deep inside when so many of you believe the answer to fear, to loss, to change is violence. Are you listening to me?
No, not really. No. Here's Hateful Don attacking white men. You know, a gay black man attacking white men, you know, like his husband. His husband, a white man. I wonder how they get along at night. You got to be kidding me. All statistics show that black men are arrested for violent crimes at much higher rates per capita than white men. And when it comes on black on white crime, white folks are on the receiving end far more, statistically, far more. But I don't waste my time on that. I just care about stopping crime. I want to make cities safe. I think our streets should be safe. We should deal with violence, period. And right now, I see that as a uniquely left-wing problem based on, well, filth like that. But Don Lemon's going to get up here, not only make it about white men, but make completely false claims about white men and violence. Again, how does a gay black man like Don become so hateful of white men like his husband in the first place? Somebody needs to check on him and maybe check his meds. Let's be clear. Violence is a huge problem for the left, despite all their attempts to claim the opposite. Here's Senator Chuck Grassley, by the way, setting the record straight when it comes to violence in red states, because lying can be done by omission as well. Here he is.
Democrats missed a key data point when they assert that the most violent cities are in red states. Almost all of those cities are run by Democrat mayors. Axio reports that of the 20 cities with more than 100,000 residents and the highest murder rate, 19 have a Democrat mayor. President Trump is willing to work with these mayors, but they keep turning down the offer for help, despite the fact that President Trump's efforts are working in places like D.C. and Memphis.
Very telling statistic. You've heard it here before. 19 of the 20 most violent cities in America are run by Democrats. 19 out of 20. Let's not forget the statistics have real-world consequences. Devastating ones that cost people their lives. When you declare your city a sanctuary, you get the brutal murder of a mother of 5, like Rachel Marin, at the hands of an illegal alien who bounced from sanctuary city to sanctuary city, no consequences, until it was too late for Rachel, dead. When you let career criminals back on the street, crime after crime, while you throw around terms like restorative justice, you get the brutal murder of a 22-year-old aspiring teacher like Logan Federico. These are real-world consequences. Logan's dad isn't just going to let it go. He's not. He shouldn't. Here he is.
He was 5'3". She weighed 115 pounds. Bang! Dead. Gone. Why? Because Alexander Devontae Dickey, who was arrested 39 times, 25 felonies, was on the street. How about that? How good are we doing for our family? How good are you doing for your kids? He should have been in jail for over 140 years for all the crimes he committed.
How about the 3 strikes law again? Wasn't that a Democrat? Wasn't that Bill Clinton? This criminal that you just heard about spent a total of 600 days in jail over the course of 10 years for 25 felonies, many of them violent. It's not someone you want in society walking around. Logan Federico should be home, alive, and that criminal should still be behind bars. But Democrat policies enabled this tragedy in the name of rehabilitation. They've completely neglected justice and you, the American citizen. Hillary Clinton, Don Lemon, Joy Reid, they want you to believe that it's the white man that's America's greatest threat, while stories like this are everyday occurrences. You want to call me a bigot because I want the Logan Federicos and Rachel Marins of our country to sleep safely at night? You're insane. The leaders of the Democrat Party used to preserve some shred of sanity on the issues of crime and immigration. What changed? What changed? Listen to these guys back in the day. Remember I mentioned Bill Clinton? Listen to this.
Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
And guess what? Guess what? President Bill Clinton received a standing ovation for that announcement. And what about his wife, Hillary? She ran for president, thought she was a shoo-in. What did she say about such things? Back down memory lane we go.
As to illegal aliens, we agree with you that we do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
What? Wait a second. I thought that was a far-right bigoted position. The Democrats are willing to shut down the government over it, in fact. Whether it's crime or illegal immigration, Democrats are putting law-abiding Americans at the bottom of the list. It's dangerous. It's the enabling of the invasion from within, and it's your job and mine to remind our fellow Americans of the cost of this kind of invasion, and to continue to support candidates who will do their level best to stop it from continuing. We need to save this country. We do it, but we don't do it with you being silent and sitting on the sidelines. Deal? Deal. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on Congressman Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin to discuss the government shutdown, triggered by Chuck Schumer and the Democrats refusing to put through a clean CR. The big question now, where do we go from here? More on that straight ahead on AVL.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
As you know, the federal government has officially entered the partial shutdown after the Senate failed to pass a short-term federal funding bill on Tuesday. We've got a clock we're going to keep showing you here on Real America's Voice throughout the day, throughout every day, as long as this shutdown continues. This comes after the House of Representatives passed the bill September the 19th to keep the government open. The bill would have given Congress until November the 21st to set funding priorities for the 2026 fiscal year. There's the clock, 15 hours, 17 minutes, and winding on. But thanks to Chuck Schumer and other Democrats, the measure did not reach the necessary 60 votes to overcome a Senate filibuster, falling short with a 55-45 vote. 3 Democrats, by the way, voting with the Republicans: John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Angus King of Maine, who calls himself an independent but really isn't, and Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada. So I think there are already cracks in the armor. The Senate expected to vote on the same bill again today. I think they tried again and might have failed. More votes to come through the rest of the week and into the weekend until either a deal is struck or Chuck Schumer and the Democrats relent and stop holding the government and you hostage to advance their ridiculous policies. Here we now to discuss this, Congressman Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th Congressional District. Tom, nice to see you again.
Good to join you, Steve.
Always good to have you here, Congressman. We're going to get to this in a moment, but I understand you're also running for governor. But let me get to the shutdown first. Look, a clean resolution was the best way forward. But the way I see it, Chuck Schumer, he had no choice here, Congressman. I really don't think he did. He had to vote for the shutdown. He had to. Because if he didn't, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is coming for his job in the primaries. There's no question about it. She has the support of the radical left. She has the funding. She would primary him. Chuck Schumer, look, the Democrats seem to be dancing on the string of the far left. I don't see any way around this, and I don't see any other answer. Am I wrong?
No, you're correct. Thank you for the public service of putting the Schumer ticker up on the screen here to show the shutdown. Yeah, he is in a really bad spot. We saw what happened a number of months ago when this happened previously, and he caved. And that's the box he is in at this point. But they're in a really bad spot. The progressive left drives the Democrat Party at this point, and they drive it viciously. You know, you think they get after Republicans, and they do. You know, we look at the unfortunate assassination of Charlie Kirk was just horrible. But they go after their fellow Democrats also. I've seen it so many times in the House where they have went after fellow Democrats who have not been progressive enough. They're doing the same thing here. And Chuck Schumer is scared for his life, for his job. And that's the problem with so many Democrats. Their ultimate job is they want to be a congressman, not represent the people of the United States of America. They want to keep their dream job. They put that ahead of America. We're seeing it play out right now.
We certainly are. So here's the thing, though. With 3 senators already on board, and John Fetterman, I'm going to say in part I was wrong about him. He's still a Democrat and still votes most of the time with Democrats. But, look, at least he's willing to be intellectually honest about this. This is not good. And, in fact, if you go back to April when this happened before, Chuck Schumer and all the rest of these Democrats said, no, we can't do this. This is not something we're going to do. And then they changed their tune. It is political pressure, leverage. This small group of fringe, hard left progressives, socialists, communists, whatever you like to call them, really are dictating. They're treating these people like Chuck Schumer like puppets on a string, aren't they?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And think about, and of course, this is all about more spending. Remember, what they want to do is drive $1 trillion more spending. In fact, the wish list they have is about $1.5 trillion. And they, there was the whole charge of, that Republicans were gutting Medicaid in the working families bill. They want to remove $50 billion that we put in the Working Families Bill for rural hospitals, something that affects a district like mine very seriously. They want to get rid of that. So they're really being intellectually dishonest, but you know, intellectual dishonesty goes hand in glove with the Democrats.
It sure does, but I guess I'll come back to the point. With 3 Democrats already voting there, I don't think this lasts very long. Regardless of what Chuck Schumer's pressure is, I've got to believe. Look, the New York Times published a poll here 48 hours ago that showed 65% of the people that they asked said that the Democrats should not shut down the government. 2/3 of the people said the Democrats should not shut down government. That came from the New York Times. So I think the Democrats are just on thin ice here. They're in a no-win position. And here's something else that just came out. I just saw this. You may well have too. In a new generic ballot poll, the Republicans are +2 for those congressional seats, defying what normally happens in midterms, are +2. The Democrats, I don't know if they have a winning message anywhere, Congressman.
And actually, isn't the lesson there, Steve, that us Republicans, when we have the high ground, stand on that high ground, stand firm. You don't have to buckle under the pressure of the New York Times or the elite media out in Washington, D.C. You just don't have to do that. Stand your ground. My prediction is along the lines of yours. I think Chuck Schumer's exit strategy is getting 5 Democrats to vote for this so that they get out of it, but one of them not being him.
Exactly right. One of them not being him, so he can say, oh, my hands are clean. I think you've called the strategy perfectly. We'll watch for that to play out because I think you're exactly right. Now, you're running for governor. We've got about a minute. Why did you decide to jump in and run for governor in Wisconsin? I think it's sorely needed, by the way, but why did you decide to jump in?
Do we want to end up like the woke and broke in Minnesota and Illinois, or do we want to be one of the prosperous states of America? That'll be the question in 2026. I think this is really a critical election. I mean, we always say this, right, Steve, that the next election is most important. I think the people of Wisconsin are going to go one way or another. They're going to go the route of Minnesota, Illinois, California, New York, those states where people are voting with their feet and leaving their states. Or are we going to be one of the prosperous states of America? I believe we can be one of the prosperous states of America, but it's going to take real leadership in Madison to make that happen. I'm going to provide it.
We'd like to see that happen. Always good to have friends that are governors, as I always say. Appreciate Congressman for now. We're going to watch this shutdown, see where it goes, sir. Thank you for being here. And if somebody wants to find you real quick, what's your website?
Just go to TomTiffany.com, or you can go to @TomTiffanyWI and find us on social.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Always appreciate it.
Great to join you, Steve.
All right, up after the break, I'll continue the discussion of the Schumer shutdown, but I'll focus on how it affects you and me, the taxpayer, the people that foot the bill, as well as what's going to happen to our hard-earned dollars. More details straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament, the series, is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
About the fiscal consequences of the shutdown. We've been talking about that, but I want to share something with you before we get to that. I want to read you something that popped up on X here just a short while ago from Scott Simon. He is the host of NPR's Weekend Edition and a contributor to CBS Sunday Morning. This is what he posted. This is the first day since NPR was founded. It has not had federal support. And we're here, strong, vital, and with an audience of millions. We will keep on serving. No fees, no paywalls, and across all divisions. We hope you'll support your local stations to serve America. So, let me get this straight. NPR didn't need our tax money to begin with. Go figure. Isn't that what the folks over here on our side of the aisle have been saying for a while? Thought you'd enjoy that. All right, Schumer shutdown. Democrats are attempting to force taxpayers to fund health care for illegals. The question I want answered are, how does this hit Americans' pockets? What happens to our tax dollars when Washington grinds to a halt? Joining me to discuss this, the fiscal fallout, is Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Aiello. Tommy, you can weigh in on NPR. Apparently they didn't need our money, Tommy, because here he is bragging that they're doing great and they don't need the Fed money. Huh. What do you say to that?
They're doing so well. We don't need to give them any more money. I love it. I'm very happy that they're successful. And I think it just shows you that, they have all these scare tactics ahead of all of these funding things. But really, everything's going to be fine in the end. Everyone just calm down.
Now here's what I've been seeing on social media today. I just saw $8 billion in Green New Deal funding canceled. I saw $18 billion to New York City for something put on hold. The Democrats wanted a shutdown. Well, you got it. I hope this is what you're wishing for, because it's what we kind of like. Tommy, your thoughts here? I mean, money's getting stopped everywhere. I don't know how many federal employees are not going to have employment after this, but a lot of them took the early buyout. I know that, so they're all right. But what about all this money just being stopped? That's good news, isn't it?
Yeah, it is good news for the time being. I think it's great that the Trump administration is playing hardball. And it really shows you that when the Democrats do things, their actions have consequences. Just look at who they're fighting for, right? This is a Schumer shutdown. Republicans passed a clean bill. Democrats want a dirty bill. They're fighting for, non-citizens to remain on Medicaid rolls. It makes no sense. So it really is unfortunate the way that the Democrats are going about this whole situation.
Well, they're losing. They're losing the argument. And again, as I have been discussing for several days now, Chuck Schumer had no choice. He had no choice, because if he didn't go along with the shutdown, AOC was going to eat him up in the primary. She's got the far left. She's got the funding. She's going to take him to task and steal his Senate seat. Chuck Schumer, he's dancing like a puppet on the strings of the far left, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. I think I said on your show last week that I think this is what he's afraid of. He's afraid of the far left and their consequences. So, look, it really is unfortunate. Where are the adults in the room? The Democrats say they're on the side of the people. Clearly not. No one wins in a government shutdown. No one wins because, one, federal bureaucrats, they're still going to have a job for the most part. They'll still get their back pay. Right now, they're at home not working. They'll still get paid. We have service members that are patrolling Washington, D.C. and other streets and serving abroad. They're working, but they're not getting paid right now. It is extremely unfortunate. And the Democrats have these unrealistic, unreasonable demands that they think is resonating with the American people. I think as the polls start to show that, hey, Democrats aren't as popular on this issue as they think they are, they're going to come back to the negotiating table. They're not going to have as good of a deal as they had before.
No, you had your opportunity. But, okay, so 3 Democrats went along with the deal, Fetterman, King, and Cortez Mastro. I think that already shows they have weakness here. It doesn't take but 5 more to come across. As long as Chuck Schumer doesn't have to cross with him, he's gonna make some friends say, hey, would you go do this and make this vote and get us out of this mess, because they are in a complete mess. I don't know if they'd recover from this. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I would just say it's great that 3 Democrats crossed the aisle to keep the government open, the most basic thing. But, we still have to remember, there's still all these Democrats that Chuck Schumer is controlling. These are supposed to be independent minds. They should be able to vote the way they want and not be afraid of party leadership or not be afraid of their base. If they really cared about keeping the government open, they should have did it. They shouldn't wait another week or 2 just to fold. If you're going to open the government, just open it now and save everyone a lot of time and energy.
Yeah, it's just a hassle. And it's playing games for the sake of playing games. Tommy, I agree with you on that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, after the break, President Trump has announced that he plans to send the National Guard into Portland as ICE agents continue to face protests and attacks. Real America's Voice correspondent Ben Bergquam, he, of course, was there up front. Why wouldn't he be? That's where you find Ben. We'll be back on AVL.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
ICE continues to make its rounds around the country despite protests, riots, and deadly attacks like we saw in Dallas last week. One city in focus, of course, Portland, Oregon. The protests and attacks have been ongoing for weeks now, since June, in fact, as ICE continues its deportation efforts. Not only that, but city officials have also put a land use violation notice on the ICE facility to dispute how long detainees can be held, making it more difficult for them to do their jobs. It's remarkable. President Trump has announced that he plans to send the National Guard into Portland to assist ICE with law enforcement and to protect federal facilities. Join me now to discuss this from Portland, of course, Real America's Voice correspondent Ben Bergquam, who we seem to find at the front of all the action. Generally, Ben, bring us up to speed. Good to see you. Quiet at the moment, you said, a little drizzly, and of course, it's early. They don't get out of bed quite this early. Maybe, it's not quite 3 o'clock in the afternoon there. They're not getting out of bed, but what can you tell us?
The violence comes from inside the building.
Yeah, so this is just a continuation of what we see from the left across America attacking ICE. So what you have is a coordinated effort between radical leftist groups and anarchist groups like Antifa and the socialist La Raza groups as well. Right now, during the day, you don't have too many of them out here. You have one guy that was carrying rats around on his shoulder earlier, but he's just on his megaphone. But otherwise, you've just got the liberal Karens out here that are providing legal aid to illegals as they go into the building. But you can see the building has basically, they've had to put wood up as a bunker around the building to protect it from the attacks that they had. And to the point that you said, it's not only that law enforcement isn't doing their job to protect these guys, they're not, even if there's attacks outside of ICE, law enforcement isn't coming out here. So basically, Portland has left ICE to defend themselves. So it makes total sense that President Trump would send the National Guard in, because they're not actually doing the job. Law enforcement here is really on the side of the left, of the anarchists, of the communists that are inviting this invasion into our country. Now, the most important thing, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask you this. You say law enforcement's on the other side. Is it because they want to be on the other side, or are they being ordered to be on the other side by the mayor or the people in charge?
Yeah, the mayor controls the Portland PD. The mayor controls them, and so that basically it all comes from the mayor. The guys, the actual officers, Portland PD would like to be able to help it. But the biggest problem here, Steve, all of these protests, all of these attacks on ICE take resources away from ICE being able to go out into the communities and get the illegals, by the way, who've been released into the communities by the sanctuary community here, rather than letting them get picked up. It's the same thing we see all over the country. And again, this is 10 years of this in the making by radical leftists.
So here's the thing, to protect, defend, and preserve. I think those are three key words when you take an oath of office here in the United States. It's the preserve part that I think people don't pay a lot of attention to, and they should, because Donald Trump has the right to preserve a federal facility. He has the right to preserve law and order. He has the right to preserve the Constitution. If he has to defend the Constitution and he's forced to bring in federal agents because that's what he has left in his toolbox, well, then that's what you have to do. I mean, this is pretty simple for a lot of Americans, Ben.
Yeah, no, it is. Look, if Portland actually did their job, if they weren't a sanctuary community, if they allowed law enforcement to work with ICE and actually have interagency cooperation, then you wouldn't need National Guard here. That's the whole point. You wouldn't need it. If Portland didn't allow these criminal thugs to attack this building every night, you wouldn't need National Guard here. Basically, they've invited the National Guard, and I think that's part of the plan by the radical left, is to create that. I mean, this is, you look at the people that are behind this, they're anarchists. They want to destroy this country from within. That is their objective. And so what better way to do that? Create more chaos. And President Trump is absolutely right in saying, well, if you guys aren't going to do it, if you're not going to defend federal buildings, it's my duty to do that. And you're absolutely right, Steve. That's his number one duty.
It's his job.
Support and defend the Constitution and the citizens.
That's right. Support, defend, and preserve. People don't pay attention to that word as much as they should. Ben Bergquam, you'll be there in case something changes. Appreciate the report as always, Ben. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
All right. Let me be blunt. If you haven't been paying attention, gold is up, 40% this year? That's not speculation. That's reality. This year, 40%. Could you imagine if all your investments had been there January 1? And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold right now, you're missing the boat. Here's the fact. Inflation's still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. It's why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold. Get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Not one dime. Just text America to 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Anything? No. Text America to 989898 right now. Claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen. Jesus is alive. He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
Well, you know, last week, the Trump administration, we were all over this, and Secretary of Health and Human Services Bobby Kennedy made news with their announcement making a possible connection between Tylenol and pregnant women and autism in children, opening the door to an additional link among vaccines as well, and having a conversation. Here with me to discuss this and much more in the world of health is the Chief Patent Officer at the wellness company, Dr. Drew Pinsky. Dr. Drew, nice to see you back.
Good to see you.
And then I've seen all this strange behavior on social media since then. Pregnant women who apparently hate Donald Trump so much they'll just take a handful of Tylenol they don't need for no particular reason while they're pregnant. Strange behavior. When should you take drugs you don't need, doctor?
Well, never. How about that? How about never? But not only that, they were allegedly pregnant women taking a Tylenol doses, acetaminophen dosing. Now, whether that is apocryphal or not, just the gesture itself should be marginally criminal behavior. You're going to harm another individual, meaning your fetus, in order to speak out against your political adversary. That's just, I mean, we've crossed into some strange territory there. As it pertains to the acetaminophen, look, there's a strong signal. It was a Harvard study. Should the president and should the HHS not tell you when there's a strong signal? They didn't tell you what to do. Their job is to be advisory. Now, President Trump did jump in and said, hey, just don't do it. Good. He can use as much common sense as he wants. We as physicians have to say, look, here's the data. Be careful, work with your doctor. If you have a high fever during pregnancy, that can be dangerous too. So obviously your doctor will probably tell you to take the Tylenol, but no medicine. It's just a good reminder that you should be taking, like you said, nothing during pregnancy.
Right, and not to pick on Tylenol, it's a brand name. Acetaminophen is what it is. We actually don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant, wrote Tylenol back in 2017 on Twitter. Thank you for taking the time to voice your concerns today. And so, look, all these people on the left went crazy because there was it's not a cause and effect, right? Let's be clear about this. Tylenol might be part of a bigger formula of environmental issues that lead to an increase in autism. That's what was said. They didn't say take Tylenol, get autism. That's not what was said, and they're twisting the words, right or wrong.
Oh, of course. Look, Tylenol, people take Tylenol when they get a fever after a vaccine. Maybe the vaccine was the real, the sort of underlying cause of all this in the first place. We're going to look into all that. We're going to figure it all out. In the meantime, there's been a signal for Tylenol, so be careful. It's just extraordinary to me that the same people that overnight had an opinion about ivermectin now, within hours, have an opinion about acetaminophen. That is insane. And people should stop and let the CDC and the NIH do their job of advising physicians what they should and shouldn't do. The extraordinary thing about all this is I've been of the opinion forever that pregnant women should not take any medication. However, it caught my attention during my board review, the rheumatology board review put forward by the American College of Physicians. I noticed that they do recommend that lupus patients stay on one medication and only one medication during pregnancy because it is so inert, and that medicine, hydroxychloroquine. It's so inert and so benign. That is the one medicine the American College of Physicians suggests that people continue if they've been on it for their lupus. Only one. In the meantime, you same idiots that learned how to pronounce that drug the day before have an opinion about that the same way you have an opinion about acetaminophen. And let's not forget, acetaminophen in overdose, by overdose meaning 10 or 15 tablets, is fatal. It's one of the most fatal overdoses we deal with. I worked in a psych hospital for 35 years, and the most serious gestures were injections of Tylenol. I saw a guy get massive liver failure from 8 Tylenol.
Yeah, and that happens. Tylenol is the leading cause of acute adult liver failure, 46% from what I read, doctor, in the United States every year. Probably don't want to take it if you're pregnant, if you don't absolutely have to. I also just saw something here when it comes to medications that have long-term damage. If you take the COVID vaccine out of it, it's a lot safer than Tylenol, not just hydroxychloroquine. Ivermectin, far safer than Tylenol. Almost no side effects, no pushback, and yet the government told us not to take that because it was a horse dewormer or some nonsense they were peddling during the Biden years, right?
Oh, that's right. That's correct. And people are using it in sort of extraordinary circumstances in oncology sometimes. People are using it in various situations. It causes a little GI upset. The acetaminophen doesn't do that, taken in proper doses. But in terms of serious side effects, it's essentially inert. So look, take advice from your physician, from your medical provider, not from somebody on TikTok, and certainly not from the media, not from the press. They are running from one side of the boat to other based on their Trump derangement syndrome, not good science nor medicine.
Now, while we're talking about ivermectin, let me shift here to the New World screwworm, making headlines in some places around the country, especially in California, raising red flags about the possibility of it being spread to people. It's another parasite. And what ivermectin is really good for, especially at the wellness company, you've got this formula for a parasite cleanse. You could wipe these things out. You could wipe out other parasites, and that's really important, isn't it?
It can be. I'm of the opinion that you should be properly diagnosed before you consider any treatment. People are worried about toxoplasmosis these days also. So obviously get properly diagnosed, properly screened. And then if you need these medications, we are committed to medical freedom and having these things available to you if your doctor feels they're in your best interest. But once again, that screwworm is exceedingly rare, but it's gross, so it's a press headline. In the meantime, we have Anopheles or Aedes mosquito showing up here in Southern California, transmitting dengue fever endogenously, which is a massive story in medicine. They don't dare to report on that because it's not gross.
No, it's got to look icky and get people's attention, or have really wicked names like some of the diseases that come out of Africa every couple of years. All right, but when it comes to a parasite cleanse, the Wellness Company has a gold standard. If that's what your doctor thinks you should do, you can talk to people at the Wellness Company too. Spike formula supplement for those that have had COVID or took the vaccine and I don't want to have long-term issues. The gold standard comes from the Wellness Company. It's a great group of products you have there. I'll give you the last word.
I would just say that the McCullough protocol, look it up. The nattokinase that he used there, he's showing good results with that. So if you have any long-term issues with COVID or the vaccine, check that out. There it is there.
There you go. Dr. Drew, always informational and always entertaining, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate it. All right, if you want to know more about the vaccine, spike formula protein supplement, or the parasite cleanse, go to twc.health/Rav. All right, there's so many different products there. Dr. McCullough, Dr. Drew, all these other great doctors have come together to give you the best they have available in all these different places. So again, twc.health/Rav. You'll save some money on several of those products, and you've got the emergency kits and so much more to look at. I highly recommend you go take a look, because better be prepared than not. All right, Make America Healthy again starts at home. Don't forget that. Coming up after the break, what makes America wonderful? We'll talk about that, and we'll have the question of the day. How long do you think the shutdown will drag on? We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen. It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it here every day to make sure you have a smile on your face and maybe a little hope in your heart. All right, we want to leave you with a little, a little positive charge before you go on down the road. Today, we're taking you back to the Cold War era, where the phrase "In God We Trust" officially became recognized as the nation's motto and prominently included on America's paper currency and coins too. During the ongoing Cold War, President Eisenhower was urged to use the phrase, leading to the law declaring it the national motto on July 30th, 1956. This effort was done to differentiate the United States from the Soviet Union and other nations who promoted official state atheism. While Congress and President Eisenhower moved fast to get the famous phrase onto paper currency specifically, it wasn't until the 1st of October 1957 that the phrase was included and circulated on U.S. money. If you take a look at the back of U.S. paper currency today, you'll see the famous phrase, "In God We Trust." There it is. "In God We Trust," prominently displayed above the Great Seal on the dollar bill, for example. The Judeo-Christian values of our nation are an important thing to uphold, since these values foster a sense of unity most can get behind and further serve to remind us of what makes America wonderful. How about that for today, right? In God we trust. Amen to that. All right, here's the question of the day. How long do you think this shutdown's going to drag on? Well, Big Duke, he says it will drag on until the federal DOJ investigates state election fraud throughout the country as the mechanism Communocrats utilize to usurp power. I'm not sure we got an answer there, but it was fun to read. Bruce LaHiff, I don't care. The demonic Democrats don't care, so why should I? Well, Bruce, you've got some neighbors there that might work for the government somewhere, and they might, need a paycheck, pay their mortgage, feed their kids, whatever. Home Jams has this: my biggest hope is that the longer the government is down, the more people realize we don't need such a bloated, non-essential mess that we have now. Now, there's a point there. Non-essential. I hated that term during COVID because they said, well, people with essential jobs can go to work. Non-essential jobs, you can't go to work. Every job's essential to the people that are feeding a family. I always found that term to be pretty offensive. Omega Neutron writes, hopefully long enough for Russ Vought to clean house and permanently fire a ton of useless government employees. Okay, and Dee Dee writes, at least until their retreat is over. Are they retreating? I know that's not what you meant. Champ, 1963, hopefully the shutdown will be permanent. The longer it goes on, the people realize we don't need a bloated government. Truth to that. All right, so remember to follow me on all the social media platforms, all the usual suspects, X and Truth and Facebook and so forth, so you can be part of the question of the day, right? Be part of the question of the day. Right now, my question is, where is Eric Bolling? I think he's on his way in. Folks, there he is.
Yeah, I ran. I had to run, Steve. I ran from the control room over to the set real fast.
So,
hey, did you play this? I have a question. Did you play this soundbite of Hillary Clinton in 1994, First Lady? Remember when Bill Clinton put her in charge of health care of the country?
Yeah, we had Bill and we had Hillary. And
yeah, isn't it amazing that how literally, as J.D. Vance pointed out this morning on Fox, if you played Hillary Clinton's words right now, you should be considered MAGA. That's how far left the Democrat Party has slid. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure.
So here's the thing that I keep noticing. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this. Two things in the last couple hours that's how come out. Maybe this is earlier today. Trump administration freezes $18 billion in New York City infrastructure projects. That according to Russ Vought. And $8 billion on Green New Deal money that was supposed to be who knows what. The Democrats are getting exactly what they asked for.
Yeah.
And the Republicans are like, okay, well then let's cancel this and this and this and $18 billion here and $8 billion there. They're going to cancel a whole bunch of pet projects for the Democrats while the government shut down, it looks like to me. What do you think?
I love that. I'm on record saying shut it down, because I've done this. How many times have we played this game?
How many times?
Let's point the finger at them. But here's what happens. Both sides blame the other side. And what they try and do is find the weakness. Where's the Achilles that the other side you can nail? Republicans have it. The Democrat policy, the proposal that they brought forward was to provide over $1 trillion in health care that illegals could benefit. Our taxpayer dollars, they want to make sure illegals get health care in America. Are you crazy? This is such a winning policy for the midterm elections. Shut it down. Keep it as close as line. Listen, I know there's hardship. People want to get their checks. They're going to get all their money. Don't worry, politicians. You're going to get your money. But keep it shut, and until you have the winning hand. They don't have the card. You got a Trump card.
They really
do.
Yeah. When the New York Times says that 2/3 of the people basically blame the Democrats and say they don't want them to shut down the government, Republicans got it all here. They got it all in spades.
Yep. They're gonna win this one. I'm gonna guess.
Yep.
Maybe 30 days, 45. I think Trump's last one was 34 days or so. But yeah. They're going to win.
We'll see.
Gruber, have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Eric, thanks.
All righty, folks. It is 4 o'clock Wednesday. Markets are ding-a-ling-ding-ding closed. I'm going to take a look. I did see some green early in the morning through late last night, about midnight last night. Markets trade 24 hours, remember? So late last night when the shutdown happened, boom, the Dow Jones was down 300. Boom, NASDAQ was down 200. Boom, S&P was down 100. And it was for most of the evening. We opened up this morning. All three of the indices were down. And look at, by the end of the day, we are up across the board. Dow up 43, not a lot. S&P up 22, not a lot. NASDAQ up 95, not a lot, but a lot better than it was before. Some of the other things that we keep our eye on. Let's take a look at the oil market. That's good. Still a little weaker in the oil market. We're down to almost $62. That's a great number. Get under 60. The whole economy is going to feel better at those numbers. Gold, always ripping. Gold. I talked to a friend who's a jeweler. He said jewelers are having the hardest time right now because gold is so expensive. They can't get their hands on gold to make jewelry anymore. Sorry, jewelers. We're loving it. We investors have loved this part. Crypto had a good day. Last couple of days, very good day. 117,400 to the Bitcoin. Ethereum, 43.36. Mad Dog's loving the Ethereum right now. All right, so good day across the board. Everything looked good. Everything. Gold was up, oil was down. That's both good. All the markets were up, and crypto was up. Really nice day on Wall Street. All right, folks, my next guest is the former National Border Patrol Council Vice President and current Border Security Advisor for FAIR, the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Happy to have back to the show, Art Del Cueto. Art, really good to have you, my friend. You're featured in this documentary called The American Border Story. You cover the first Trump years to the Biden years and back to Trump. Let's talk a little bit about that. Tell us about those. Do we have a clip, guys? If we have a I think we might have a clip, yes? Oh, okay. We'll play some of it while we talk about it. Tell us about this film, Art.
Look, it was very exciting to make this film with Anthony Aguero. He did a fantastic job coming out here to Tucson and getting the stories out. And I think that's what it comes down to. Look, I've been very vocal during the first Trump administration. I was very vocal during the Biden administration. I continue to be vocal and tell people, the reality of what's happening on the border. But I've done it for many decades. I did it, I started doing it back since President Bush was in office. And I think that's what it comes down to. There's a lot of stories out there. There's a lot of issues out there that continue to plague the southwest border and the northern border. I've had the opportunity to go up there to Maine about a month ago and see the issues that they have up there. And what it comes down to is people, they need to know the reality of what's happening. And unfortunately, during the Biden administration, there was many individuals that came across into the U.S. They asked for asylum and they were released inside our country. But at the same time, there was many gotaways. And because they didn't have the agents out there on the ground to count the gotaways or to see how many people were coming across, there is no telling how many got away. And I think that is a tell-all sign of what we're seeing now with ICE agents and Border Patrol agents working interior enforcement, arresting a lot of individuals in tactical enforcement positions. But the big attack on them is saying, well, they're arresting individuals that don't have a criminal record. And that's simply not true. They're arresting individuals that are in the country illegally. That alone is a crime. And the reason they're arresting individuals more so than they originally thought is because of the gotaways. And at the same time, when you go into a neighborhood and you arrest individuals with criminal background, they happen to be hanging around with other individuals that are also here illegally. You can't turn a blind eye. You got to arrest a lot of those individuals as well. And I hate to say it, when you're arresting people in the United States, they're quick to point the finger at other individuals in the country that are also here illegally. So it's expanded the arrests of ICE and Border Patrol into other neighborhoods as well.
Very quickly, just weigh in on Governor Gavin Newsom passing a bill in California requiring ICE agents to remove their masks. I mean, it's insane, but we've talked about it. But what's your take on that?
Look, it's just political theater. He's grandstanding, trying to think that he has some kind of power, which he doesn't have. He can't take over and tell the federal government, you're not allowed to cover your faces while you're doing a lot of this enforcement. And why are they doing it? They're doing it because they've been doxxed. Why does Governor Newsom want their faces seen? Just so he can publicly embarrass them. That's the only reason. Years ago, he was asking everyone to mask up. Now he's telling people, that if you're a federal agent, you can't have the mask on. And the only reason he's doing is for political theater. He knows he really truly can enforce that, and he's just doing it to be malicious to begin with. God bless the women, the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol, the uniform that I proudly wore for many years. They're out there trying to do a job that is, there's a lot of people that are grateful, but they're unfortunately in areas like California, areas like Chicago, where they're trying to enforce the law. There's a lot of individuals that are not very grateful of the job they're doing, and I say prayers for them each and every morning and each and every night.
18 U.S. Code, Criminal Code 111 says that if you infringe or inhibit federal agents or agencies from doing their jobs, you can be thrown in jail for up to 5 years. I said they throw that that statute at Governor Newsom. Let's just answer the big question right now. Government shutdown, Schumer shutdown. And the Democrats, for some reason, have hung their hat, so to speak, on this idea of providing health care, Medicare, Medicaid, and Obamacare for illegals in this country. Republicans say no way. How insane are they to take this tack and shut the whole government down over an issue like this?
I mean, it's completely insane, because what are you actually saying? They want to turn it around and make it about themselves and say, well, the Republicans are going to shut down health care for American citizens. Well, it goes to the same side on them. They're wanting this shutdown based on what? They want their own constituents to suffer benefits at the expense of handing over some of that money to individuals that are illegally in this country. I've seen it with issues in the budget-wise in Arizona, and it is just unfortunate that they're able to take a spin on that. But I'm very confident that those in leadership positions, I don't want to say dig their heels in, because that sounds horrible, but I'm very confident they're going to do what's right for the American people moving forward.
I just saw, I don't know if it was Transportation Secretary Duffy or not, or one of the people working with him. They estimated, get this, there are 190,000 illegals who can't read traffic signs or speak English with CDL licenses, the commercial driver's license in this country. Can you imagine how dangerous this is and how we never, ever thought of this?
I can. It's very frustrating. And I think, unfortunately, we've catered to that at some point. I live out here in Arizona, and one of our major freeways that goes from the border into Tucson, it's not in mile markers. Everything is in kilometers. And it is for that reason to begin with. So, I mean, that, I guess, is one subject in its own. But it comes down to, if you're going to come into the United States and you're a commercial truck driver and you're making money, well, I think you should adhere to the laws, and being able to understand the signs of the road is a simple ask.
It's amazing. It's not just illegals coming from Central and South America. There are a lot of Asian, a lot of Chinese illegals coming across driving, and there are documented cases. We saw the family got wiped out a couple of weeks ago. There's 5 people that got killed, including an infant, I believe, in New Mexico, and so on and so forth, because they're incapable of reading the traffic signs. It's such we need to be pulling these trucks over, doing road stop checks on every 18-wheeler, and if they can't read a simple plaque that an agent, a cop, or whoever, law enforcement, get out of the truck. You're not driving on this highway, right?
Eric, during the Biden administration, it's estimated that they arrested individuals from 168 different countries worldwide. That alone tells you it's not just individuals that are speaking Spanish. It's 168 different countries worldwide. And you're absolutely right. We need to have a proper vetting. Look, I am 100% in favor of immigration, but it has to be legal immigration. And you got people that are jumping on this bandwagon. You have movie stars and political influencers and musicians that are jumping and saying that it's wrong and they're attacking ICE. Well, my question to every single one of those musicians out there that are attacking law enforcement for doing their job, I don't see them allowing just whoever wants to enter their concert for free. They're asking, that people buy their concert tickets. Right. Why should our nation's borders be any different? All right, There's a legal way, an illegal way to do it.
I got to leave it there, my friend. You're always good having you on, and congratulations on the new gig. We'll get you back again very soon. Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. All right, folks, the federal government shut down at midnight after Congress failed to reach a deal. How will this affect Americans, and what's at stake here? Here to discuss is Birch Gold Group precious metals specialist Philip Patrick. Welcome back, Mr. Philip Patrick. Boy, I'm watching the markets. I talked about it at the top of the show. Markets were melting down last night after midnight. There was one market that wasn't. We knew oil was going to go down, because if things slow down, there's less demand for oil. But the two things that popped late last night, crypto and gold, Mr. Philip, gold. And we keep talking about this. Just another reason to own gold.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like every day we're hitting new all-time highs. It was 38.59 today. More instability, government shutdowns, inability to agree on a spending package. It's a disaster long-term, but obviously the yellow metal does very well on the back of that. Silver, a tear, almost $48 today, up about 60%-ish for the year. So it is moving. Both.
It's incredible, and I told an anecdotal story at the top here. I was having dinner last night, and happened to bump into a jeweler, and he said, we're talking about the diamond business and all these other things that people used to invest in, and he's like, I can't get my hands on enough gold for my company. And that's what's going on, right? And this is what you want as an investor. You want it to be in high demand because prices go up. And jewelers are competing with banks, competing with everyone to buy gold, and that drives prices up.
It's exactly right. And it starts from the top, right? It's central banks setting all-time high demand. They've been doing it for 3.5 years. We're seeing investment banks now moving larger positions into precious metals. And of course, retail demand is at all-time highs again in this climate. The problems that start at the top, they bleed down, right? Central banks are struggling. They're holding dollars. They're seeing the writing on the wall. And it's the same for us. We're feeling it as inflation, lost purchasing power. But the reality is when currency's value is in question, when inflation is global, commodities make sense. And gold, silver, these are investable commodities. It's why they're going up.
And I do buy gold. I buy gold, and I buy coins, I buy bars, and I do this. And I know the answer, but I think folks need to understand this. So you decide today's the day, we have a shutdown, people are going to flock to safe havens, gold, and crypto, and you decide you want to buy gold. So we call Birch Gold and say, hey, I want to buy gold. Do you get the price that you see today, or do you get the price later on when Birch secures the gold?
Oh, you get the price. If you're calling to purchase and you're ready to buy, we'll lock in your prices right away, and then you send your money over to us. So it's a very simple transaction. IRAs take a little bit of time to roll over, but the second they fund, we're in a position to lock in. So the customer controls everything. We're there to advise, to guide people through, but they're going to make the decisions, and we can move instantly. Very interesting. And just very quickly, just a couple of seconds, Philip, the IRA, rolling over an IRA from or 401k from other asset into gold, is there a tax ramification to that? No tax implications or penalties. IRS code allows for us to do it. We set up a new IRA, roll over, no taxes, no penalties. It's going to work functionally like any other IRA. Online accounts, quarterly statements. You can buy and sell, but you have physical products supporting your
physical gold. That's the key right there, folks. All right, really good having you on, Philip Patrick, Birch Gold Group. Thank you so much. All right. See you later. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. There's the Schumer shutdown. Count up.
Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" And I said, "Here am I. Send me."
Every single one of us goes through times of tests and trials.
Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual.
Maybe God's whispering in your ear. Are you ready? Are you ready to leave comfort and go on an adventure? God, I am willing. Use me.
God will take you up on that.
Here I am. Send me.
Here I am, Lord. Send me.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen. It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, Pep from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
It's been a pretty darn good indicator of the general real estate market. Right now, Miami's stronger than the rest of the surrounding markets. But in Miami real estate specifically, there are killers and there are casualties. How do you ensure you're the killer, not a casualty?
That's probably the best question I've ever been asked.
There it is. Take a look. You got to subscribe. I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep an eye. We're nearing 1,000 subscribers in 2 weeks, and less than 2 weeks, and also 10,000 views. 10,000 views because of you. Thank you. At Eric Bowling the Edge on YouTube. Subscribe. Love you. It's a great show, by the way. Okay, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you can choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every single American that believes freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the literally hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in just minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team standing by to take care of you 24/7. Call 972-PATRIOT. That's P-A-T-R-I-O-T today. 972-PATRIOT. Call them or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use a promo code RAV for a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. All righty, folks, in today's edition of Go Woke, Go Broke, clearly Netflix has learned absolutely nothing at all. More than half this country's voters made a clear choice last November. No more woke BS. No more grooming kids. No more pushing the trans agenda on Americans' children. Disney, Bud Light, Target, just to name a few. Every one of these companies found out that pushing that agenda on us will destroy their bottom line. And Netflix is not just pushing the trans agenda on children, but the man who produced it thinks it's also a good idea to celebrate an innocent man's murder when he's not busy grooming kids. This is on Netflix right now for consumption by 7-year-olds. This is a real thing, folks.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma, and everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows, and being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney, and I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier.
Cartoon, I'm trans, mama? Really? For little kids? Netflix has delivered a woke little gift in the form of a show called Dead End Paranormal Park. The series has a rating of TVY7. Yes, that means it's for children as young as 7 years old. Question, why does a 7-year-old need to be exposed to transgender ideology? Have they learned absolutely nothing? Well, the powers that be at Netflix certainly think so. But wait, there's more. The man who created this grooming agenda-filled content for small children, well, he made a post mocking Charlie Kirk's murder assassination, and his post on the lib universe called Blue Sky is so vile and disgusting, we're not even going to show all of it to you. He was criticizing Keir Starmer, by the way, for his own post-morning Kirk's death. But just know that Hamish Steele, proud groomer of small children, did zero research and, based on no facts at all, felt it necessary to lie and call Charlie Kirk a Nazi right after his assassination. And why is it always the same kind of people who spread that kind of hate, who are always looking to make sure that children are groomed from just a young age? 7 years old, they're starting grooming on Netflix. I'm confused. Aren't they supposed to be the party of tolerance and love on the left? The only thing they seem to love is to sexually groom children while condoning violence and murder. That alone is enough to cancel our subscriptions to the mostly subpar Netflix, which, by the way, has a history of this type of woke agenda, which is why when Elon Musk saw that sane and rational Americans had decided to drop their subscriptions, he took to X to say the same. And then he told the 226 million people who follow him on X, that's right, 250 million people, to drop Netflix for the health of your kids. Netflix is certainly in the find out portion of today's proceedings. I'm willing to bet that now, with Elon Musk calling for the cancellation, this little share price drop, well, that's just the beginning. And why don't they ever learn? Why do all these companies insist on doing the same thing we've demanded them stop doing? Stop grooming our children. Like I said before, this isn't the only example of Netflix glorifying this sick agenda. How about a documentary about a child being transitioned? I said that right. A child being transitioned. How about a PG-rated documentary, meaning that kids can watch it, about how wonderful it is to change a child's sex? Well, that's real too. And it's happening on Netflix. Watch.
I keep thinking of the moments that have led me here.
How do you feel about the treatment that you want to have?
I feel good about that because then I won't grow into a boy. I'll be myself.
This is deliberately exposing children to transgender ideology. They're normalizing delusion and mental illness. The man who allegedly just shot and murdered Charlie Kirk was a member of their target audience. No pun intended. He was entrenched in the ideology, and he murdered in the name of transgenderism. This is exactly what we've been fighting for and against, the soul of this country. This isn't something that should be glorified on a streaming service for kids of all ages to see. Why is it that children need to be fed an agenda that they can't even fully understand? And why doesn't Netflix feel that it's necessary to feed a cartoon to kids featuring two homosexual fathers trying to raise a transgender small boy?
We know about you. You love to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your two biggest fans?
Pretty sick, right? Deranged, and it's twisted, and it's time to let Netflix know that through their bottom line. Go woke, go broke. I'm watching Netflix stock drop as we speak, down $31 just today alone. I'm guessing it's going to keep going. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
I posted a little story a couple of Sundays ago. I was at the Charlie Kirk funeral memorial, and I'm standing there, right up towards the stage and looking at the beautiful, just everything was just beautiful. The music, the people, there's so much love in that room. I bumped into a guy, and let's talk to this guy. My next guest is a senior director at TPUSA Faith, who was handpicked by Charlie Kirk to work for the organization. He's the host of Strong Church podcast, and his newest book is Pagan Threat: Confronting America's Godless Uprising. Let's welcome Lucas Miles. Welcome, Lucas. But, what are we, 3 weeks to the day? In fact, 3 weeks ago and 10 minutes ago, I made the announcement that Charlie Kirk had died from the assassin's bullet from this very stage at this time 3 weeks ago. Tell us, Turning Point went back to Utah just 3 weeks. Utah State University in Logan, Utah, only about 2 hours away from Utah Valley University, where Charlie was assassinated. What was the thought process behind that, sir?
But these were stops that we had scheduled, but we're not backing down. We're not going anywhere. We're not stopping. Erica made it very clear. Charlie's vision is going to continue. His name is going to be known. And this isn't about, it's not about, this isn't a revenge tour. This is America's comeback tour. We want to see the America that all of us want to live in. We believe that this nation is great and built on great principles. And we really want to see that ring true. And really, there's a revival taking place in this nation among young people right now. And as a pastor myself, that's something I could not be more excited about. We miss our friend, but this is unbelievable what we're seeing on the other side of this.
Yeah, it's incredible, the outpouring. And you just walked in that stadium when we were there and just looking around, and wow, it's just phenomenal. And as head of the faith outreach at TPUSA, Lucas, you must be inspired by how much love and how much faith people have really pushed forward since Charlie's assassination.
Charlie Kirk died a martyr, and I can't even begin to describe how much I respect him, his life. He was the most integrity-filled person I knew. Who he was in front of the camera was who he was behind the camera. He truly practiced what he preached every single day. There was no idle moment in his life. He was living for this moment, for revival to take place. None of us thought it would take him giving his life to get us here. But the Bible says, or really the church history tells us that the seed of the martyr the death of the martyr is the seed of the church. And Charlie, I think just exemplifies that. We are seeing churches double. We are seeing people buy Bibles and come back to the faith in record numbers right now.
Tell us what else you guys are doing. What else are you seeing within TPUSA? I know within, days of Charlie's assassination, I think the number was 67,000 requests for chapters at different schools around the country. Tell us more.
Yeah, it's gone up to, I think, over 180,000 now. So it has exploded. It's amazing and also somewhat indescribable about what we're experiencing. There is such a groundswell of emails and messages and social media posts and these things, just saying, how can I help? How can I get involved? How can I give? How can my church get connected? We have pastors, thousands of pastors reaching out saying, you know what? I wasn't in this fight before, but I'm ready to be in it now. This woke me up. We have, Christians of all kinds, reaching out. Our college division is exploding. There's a lot of activity. Charlie would be so thrilled. I know he's looking down from heaven, seeing all this right now. We want to make him proud. Charlie is in typical Charlie Kirk fashion. We're working harder than ever right now. There's grieving that's taking place as we're going. The staff is hugging each other, loving on each other. It's a difficult time, but there's also a great reward of seeing, this move, and we want to capitalize on every opportunity so Charlie's life and his death would not be in vain.
How's Erica doing?
I think that Erica is such an amazing woman. I mean, we've seen her several times in these speeches just, really just shake the nation. Her resolve, her just commitment, love for her husband. She, when she was announced as the CEO, it was such a unifying force for the organization. I think just that everybody just breathed this sigh of relief. We just felt like it's going to be okay. Obviously, this is going to take time, and there's a tremendous amount of grief. I think that I've seen very few women that is stronger than her, and she is the right person for the job right now, and we're all behind her 100%.
And there's still bad people in the world, Lucas, and the reason why I'm saying this, a couple hours before the event in Utah, apparently there's a suspicious package that was found on the Utah State University campus and was detonated by law enforcement. Now, what's that all about? Do you think this was left there on purpose to kind of mess with people's minds, like, oh, here we go again? Do we know what that was?
I don't have any information on that particular, package or anything like that. What I can tell you is that, there, of course, the powers that be, and as a pastor, I believe that there is an evil one, and he wants to thwart any opportunity for life. Charlie would all the time quote John 10:10, one of my favorite passages. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but I've come to give life and life to the full. The thief he's never made anything in his life. He's never built anything in his life. He's never created anything in his life. He's just there to steal. And, we're not going to back down. Obviously, we're being safe. We want to have as much, security. And I'm encouraging pastors all over the country. This isn't just about Turning Point. Church, Christianity is under attack. You need to be thinking about security at your church. You need to be making sure that you're taking those steps. But ultimately, all of us have to say it is worth it to share the gospel. It's worth it to save this country. It's worth it to save this generation. And we're going to follow in Charlie's footsteps, and we're going to do it anyway.
Very inspirational, Pastor Lucas. When I announced Charlie's passing on the show, I was ticked off. I was mad. I didn't go through the stages of grief. I wasn't going to go through shock and sorrow and anger and confusion. I went right to anger. I just went right to anger. I'm still mad. I want to see the death penalty for this. I would like to see the firing squad. Pastor Lucas, help me out here. I'm a Christian. Help me out here. But I want to see him pay for what he did to Charlie.
Look, obviously, we want a full investigation on this to make sure that anybody that had anything to do with this, whatsoever, whether it's in some of these dark chat rooms and those things, that everybody is held accountable for any involvement in this. We saw Erica's words of forgiveness, and that shook the nation, with this incredible, divine love and grace that she was able to offer. But it's important we recognize the state's job, according to Romans 13, is to carry the sword and to punish those who do evil. And as a Christian, I support that. I support the fullest punishment possible for anybody that had anything to do with this. As a Christian, I can say, look, I'm I need God's grace as much as anybody else does, and I can offer forgiveness for that, for anybody involved in his killing. But that does not mean that forgiveness means that there's no consequences in this life. And I believe that it's the state's job to punish to the fullest extent of the law as a detriment for these things in the future.
AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Jasmine Crockett, all Congresswomen, Democrat Congresswomen, within days of Charlie's assassination, came out with statements basically, and I'm going to paraphrase here, blaming Charlie for his own assassination because of his words. What do you say to those folks?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard the phrases of live by the sword, die by the sword. Look, I've never seen anybody with a sword hand microphones over to their so-called opponents and give them 3 hours to talk and ask questions. If Charlie was a fascist, he was a really bad one. Charlie loved people. He loved this generation. He was one of the few people who was willing to go where they are, to some of the darker places in our society, to some of these campuses that just hate the truth. Truth is only controversial if you don't want to hear it, if you're not willing to receive it. Charlie was going out there sharing freedom and life, trusted principles that have been held by Western world for 2,000 years. And he was trying to help this generation that's so riddled with confusion and skepticism and doubt, and they don't even know what gender they are, let alone, who God is. And so Charlie was willing to go there. I think anybody that's trying to put this on Charlie or blame him for it, one, they don't understand who Charlie was. And two, I think it's a despicable and shameful and cowardly act.
All right, Pastor Lucas Miles, where can we find your podcast? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so it's on you can go to tpusafaith.com. We're also on YouTube, other platforms as well. If you want to find out more about me, at Mr. Lucas Miles on most platforms.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Lucas Miles, appreciate your time and keep the faith, so as they say, and still looking for it. Still looking for that forgiving nature. It's just not in me yet. Sorry. Pastor, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Well, my ex-friends, Morning Joe and Mika Brzezinski, got into it over the government shutdown, which was quite entertaining. Take a listen.
I also just don't understand why we're blaming the Democrats for Republicans lying. At the highest level of office, they have the biggest megaphone. They have TV networks that repeat the lies and say things on those networks with no consequence. And the things they say are violent. Okay, so they're not only repeating the lies, but adding to this coarseness. Yeah. And there's no consequence to it. And we're blaming the Democrats? Yeah. We're blaming the Democrats for this. What exactly are the Democrats supposed to do?
You keep repeating. They're supposed to fight back.
Yes.
They're supposed to know. They're
and
supposed
lie
to
as
do
well?
like
what exactly?
No. Bill Clinton just completely abused and used Republicans in every government shutdown. I know, I was there. He was smart enough politically to do it. Barack Obama knew how to always get the best of Republicans.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you want to give health care, Obamacare, Medicaid, Medicare to illegals, you're going to have a problem. It has nothing to do with Republicans, or that's the Democrat platform. Republicans said, no, you want to take that out? You got a deal. Simple as that. It's on the Democrats. Mika, relax. Trump posted a really, really funny meme of Hakeem Jeffries Well, hey, I think I should just roll this because it's just worth watching. Watch.
It's a disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
That Mexican hat dance will stay in my ear for the rest of the day, at least. That was very fun. But Democrats, they have no sense of humor, so they're calling it, whatever, bigoted, whatever they want to call it. It's fine. Well, this playful, hysterical post clearly didn't sit well with Hakeem, and he decided to respond.
Donald Trump posted this AI video featuring myself and Chuck Schumer. It was a fake video. It was a disgusting video. It was a racist video. It was unbecoming of anyone purporting to be the president of the United States of America. But y'all, I ain't scared.
You are in the minority for a reason, Mr. Jeffries. You guys lost. Elections have consequences. Trump's president, like it or not. But this, I think Jeffries may have stepped in it with this comment right here. Watch.
And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. Say it to my face.
Are you serious? Hakeem Jeffries, you told the president of the United States to say it to your face. What was he going to say? Start singing the Mexican hat dance? It's funny. Get a sense of humor, clown. More from Jeffries, who had plenty to say after seeing Trump 2028 hats on the Oval Office desk, the Resolute desk. Watch.
When he tried to hand you that Trump 2028 hat, what was your reaction?
Well, actually, he did not try to hand Leader Schumer and I the Trump 2028 hat. They just randomly appeared in the middle of the meeting on the desk. It was the strangest thing ever. And I just looked at the hat, looked at J.D. Vance, who was seated to my left, and said, "Don't you got a problem with this?" And he said no comment. And that was the end of it.
All right, Leader Jeffries.
Again, the Constitution clearly says 2 terms. These clowns, these Democrats, don't understand how good Trump is at getting them riled up. He presses their buttons, whether it's putting a sombrero on fake Obama, Timu Obama, Hakeem Jeffries' head in Mexican, or putting a Trump 2028 hat on the Resolute desk, knowing when he's inviting Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to come into the White House to talk about the government shutdown. He's just messing with them. He's pushing their buttons. He's living rent-free in the Democrats' heads, and the way they're responding, he's got to be loving this. Now, Maxine Waters may have just said the quiet part out loud. Listen to her admit that the deranged Democrats really do want free health care for illegals. Listen.
But aren't Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
That's right. Democrats are demanding health care for everybody. We want to save lives. We want to make sure that health care is available to those who would die, but having the help of their government.
So you're good with the government shutdown, even if it means giving health care to people who aren't American citizens?
Well, that's what you're pushing on. What you're trying to do is you're standing here and you're trying to make me say that somehow we're going to put non-citizens over Americans. Quit it. Stop it. This is the kind of journalism we don't need.
No, I'm just
you're divisive. No, you're not.
Yeah, no,
you're being divisive. No, please, don't. You don't need to ask that question. You're just trying to get controversy here. You're not going to get it from me. We want to save health care for all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Appreciate it.
You just said it. She just said it. You just said we want health care for all people in America, including the 23 million illegals or more. She just literally said it. She's dumb enough to try and contradict her own comment later. Oh, you journalists, this is not the journalism we need in this country. Well, how about using your own words? I have a hunch that throughout this whole, however long it takes, whether it's 2 days or 2 months or whatever it is of the shutdown, Republicans should take that soundbite right there of Maxine Waters and say, we Democrats want health care for everyone in America. That is exactly the issue. If they pull that off the table, they get a deal. Government would open back up. They want to keep it in there. They want to spend $1 trillion offering health care, Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare to illegals. It's just never going to happen. It will never. You got 3 Democrats that jumped ship and already came over to the Republican side. It's not enough. You need probably another 12 or so. You ain't going to get that, but you can certainly negotiate by taking that out. Maxine Waters. How these people get elected? How dumb are these people? And they get elected as Congress people. Speaking of dumb, AOC went on MSNBC and delivered an absolute word salad. I think her point was something about Democrats needing, to resist or something. Listen.
There absolutely is an unprecedented abuse of power, destruction of norms, erosion of our government and our democracy in order to prop up an authoritarian style of governance. That is happening. However, they are weaker than they look. And it is important that we remember that, because what they rely on is the impression of power, the perception of inevitability, in us giving up in advance to say, oh, what's going to happen if I stand up, etc. Nothing's going to happen. They rely on that perception of inevitability and power so that people comply in advance and acquiesce in advance and give up in advance.
Does anyone have any idea what she just said? Any idea what the point she was trying to make? I think she's one of those people who aren't very smart, and they just kind of talk in bigger words just to sound like they're smart, but they actually make no cogent sentences and cogent lines, can cobble them together and make a thought that makes sense. Absolutely ridiculous word salad out of AOC, just like the other ones, just like Maxine Waters. All righty, folks. Tomorrow, The Edge, we're going to drop the newest episode. I went down to Miami. There's a couple of buildings in Miami right on the beach. One's called the Porsche building, one's the Bentley building. They literally have elevators for cars that go up to your individual unit. You own the apartment, but you also have a 4-car garage in each unit, and an elevator takes your car up to your... It's incredible the amount of foresight and the amount of money these people have risked to try, and it's working for them. Anyway, the guy's name is Gil Desert. Take a look. Here's a brief little bite of it, and I'll tell you about it in a second. It's been a pretty darn good indicator of the general real estate market. Right now, Miami is stronger than the rest of the surrounding markets. But in Miami real estate specifically, there are killers and there are casualties. How do you ensure you're the killer, not a casualty?
That's probably the best question I've ever been asked.
So we did about a half hour of that conversation of the treacherous Miami Beach real estate market. It's insane, and the visuals are crazy. You got to sign up, though. Check it out on YouTube. Go to youtube.com/@EricBowling, The Edge. Sign up. 15 of you signed up the last promo. We did this. Let's see if we can beat that number right now. You're going to like the show. Trust me, you're going to like it. We're going to come back, and I think we got Brian Glenn, maybe with a little information about Pam Bondi after the break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Your thoughts, that's okay, on how important it is right now to take this same model that's worked in D.C., lowering crime, lowering all the rape, murder, assaults to different cities in America.
So the model that we did in D.C. worked incredible. And as you see, crime has plummeted in D.C. It's been amazing. I was texting with Mayor Bowser this morning, and last night I was texting with the mayor of Memphis. So we're really looking forward to going to Memphis today. And, you know, we know President Trump knows when the government shuts down, crime doesn't shut down. And so we're not going to let that impact what we're doing in fighting to keep America safe. Memphis has the highest violent murder rate in the entire country. Just this year alone, they have had 150 murders, and it's going to stop. We're all working together, and we're going to meet with the governor, the mayor. I talked to both of our U.S. senators last night who are here, I think, voting to hopefully open up our country again. And but we're all, Secretary Hegseth, Stephen Miller, and others, and I are going today to Memphis to meet with all of the government officials and all of our great members of law enforcement who are out there now working so hard.
Let's talk about the policies that need to be put in place to make sure that when we do get these criminals off the street, they stay off the street and maybe get charged for some of the crimes that they've been allegedly committed.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem in Memphis because they've had cashless bail. You know, when you have a woke DA who doesn't care and they're letting people out, they're turning it around. Someone who committed a violent murder recently in Memphis in 2024, I think, had just been let out months before on cashless bail and then commits a murder. So these people should be locked up. They shouldn't be on the streets. And that's why our U.S. attorneys are going to take as many of these crimes federally as we can, as we legally can. And also we have DEA, ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals, all working hand in hand with the National Guard, with Secretary Noem and DHS, and with all of our partners on the ground, local law enforcement as well, to help keep Memphis safe and make Memphis safe, because it's been horrendous out there.
In D.C., you took some of those National Guard members and you used them as sort of lawyers. Is that something that you plan to do in Memphis as well?
Did you say use them as what?
You had them working on legal cases as well, so that they were working in the streets, but also to keep these criminals in jail.
Well, right now we have our U.S. Attorney's Office ready to go. Everything's on the table. But yeah, we had taken a lot of JAG officers that we were using that Secretary Hegseth loaned us. And so, yeah, we might be doing that again as well. But right now, it's really just getting the crime under control in Memphis because it has been out of control. And, you know, we have a Democrat mayor there who understands it. He understands they want to make Memphis prosperous. They want to bring businesses there. They want to keep it a beautiful city that it is. It's so historical. And yet the crime is through the roof. Number one violent crime in the entire country. Gonna stop under Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's bring in the busiest man alive. Yesterday, he was in the Oval Office twice, and today he's flown to Memphis, Tennessee with the United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the United States Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Always good to have Brian Glenn with us. Brian, we talked to you yesterday. You were a very busy guy yesterday on a plane. You're in Memphis. And now tell us where you are. We're not seeing you, but we're seeing a shot of where in Memphis. Tell us about that.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Eric. You never know where you're going to be. The Oval Office or here in Shelby County here, but you get a live look at the stage right now. This is a digital screen with the Emergency Management Homeland Security crest on there. Now, there's a reason why we can only show this screen. We're in a very secure area. There's a lot of security, people that need to conceal their identity, but this is kind of the ground zero for all of this. You remember back on September 15th, President Trump created the Memphis Safe Task Force, and this initiative was to basically end the violent crime that Attorney General Pam Bondi talked about in Memphis. Now, this is bringing all key federal agencies together, Eric, making sure that share intelligence, set priorities, maximize resources, and that's why they're here. And obviously, we've seen what it's done already, Eric, in D.C. Homicides fell 53%, robberies dropped 57%, carjackings plunged 75%. Overall crime, Eric, is declined by 39%. Even myself, as being someone that was robbed in D.C., it's now safe to walk around. I know that coming in here, Eric, we noticed a digital billboard, and it said, "Memphis welcomes the National Guard." It says a lot about this community. It shows how they are receptive to what President Trump is bringing in here. Attorney General Pam Bondi and both Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will step forward and address this crowd here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Tell us about the cooperation between the Department of War and Attorney General Bondi, the Department of Justice. How are they going to work that?
Well, what's going on here is we got to make sure, and the Attorney General talked about this, that when we take these people off the streets, they're actually charged and held. We've seen a conveyor belt of criminals coming in and out of the court system, in and out of jails, to go back on the street and commit those crimes again. Certainly, that is something that's going to stop under this administration. And of course, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, given the resources that some of these cities need to really back it up for their safety. We saw what happened in Dallas and at the ICE detention facility. That is now days after that they brought in some resources to protect that detention center around there. So really, you've got two agencies working together to make sure not only that we keep the streets safe, but that we also prosecute these criminals and hold them accountable, because we've seen what weak DAs have done across the country. We just let these guys back out on the streets.
And Brian, tell us about the the shutdowns going on right now, but it won't affect operations or the Memphis portion of this operation, right?
That is correct, but from what I've been told is the operations there in D.C., they are still working. There's a lot of men and women in law enforcement that aren't actively, they've been furloughed on that. It's interesting. When I came into the White House today, I asked some of the Secret Service agents in there how this affected them personally. He said, well, you know what, our schedules have changed some, but assuming that they get it all worked out, we get the government open again, they should not really kind of miss any paychecks. A lot of those individuals get paid once a month, so assuming that they got paid for October and they were able to do something the next 2 to 3 weeks, then perhaps their next paycheck will not be, they will not miss that as well. But it is changing up the way I think the scheduling is. I know with the Secret Service, I can't speak on behalf of the National Guard or anything like that, but as far as Secret Service goes, they are having to rearrange a little bit of their scheduling.
Yeah. Brian, D.C. was a test case, but that's a federal district, a little bit different than when you go into a state, Memphis, Tennessee. What is there cooperation by, I'm guessing, the governor, local law enforcement, Memphis Police Department?
Absolutely there is. And of course, even the governor here has been open arms. Bill Lee has formally requested federal help, and President Trump is answering the call with its decisive leadership. So you've got cooperative, everyone's in agreement here. And I was just speaking to some individuals walking in here today, and they said, look, the community wants this. And despite what, many in the media say in terms of D.C., and Eric, I'm amongst D.C., I live there. I know the people who live around the Capitol and around the White House and that live in the D.C. area. They want the National Guard there, and I know the people of Memphis feel the same way.
I got to go.
You know what? We talked about Chicago.
I don't want to cut you off. I got to get the War Room's coming up in just a minute. Brian Glenn, you are such a roving reporter. You bring us the best stuff. Appreciate your time, Brian Glenn, everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, brother. Thank you for that, folks. Brian's awesome. All right, folks. War Room's coming up in 2 seconds.
Okay, we got more footage there we're going to show. Okay, today's afternoon show, it is Wednesday, 1 October, year of our Lord 2025. Momentarily, we're going to go to Memphis, Tennessee. Our own Brian Glenn is there with the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, about to give a briefing. We're going to cut there in a moment, but the intrepid Savannah Hernandez, an investigative reporter with Turning Point USA, has had amazing footage. She is out, and I wanted to get Savannah on for the last couple of days. Brilliant reporting from Paris, France, but now she's in Portland, Oregon. Savannah, walk us through, particularly the citizens there that can't sleep at night. You've got these Antifa, they come out in the dark of night. It's time now to start rolling these guys up. What are you finding out as you're doing your reporting?
Lawlessness out here, and that the residents feel that the local government, the mayor, the governor, the congressmen, the senators of Oregon have completely abandoned the citizens. When I came out here, what I saw was residents that were exhausted, tired, abandoned by their government, and just tired of this lawlessness. I mean, Antifa has been out here terrorizing these streets. This is not the first time that I've been out here. Keep in mind, this has been going on since June 4th. And since that time frame, we've seen arson, we've seen violence. The last time I was here, the entire ICE building was covered in threats reading, "Kill ICE, shoot ICE pigs, kill Trump," that has since been cleaned up. But again, all of the chaos and lawlessness that you're seeing online, I would argue to say is 10 times, 15 times worse in real life, because this is going on for multiple hours every single night and has been for the last 100 days.
Savannah, they're clearly intruding and trying to terrorize the ICE agents and people coming for that center where they're supposed to bring the illegal aliens for holding. Why are the local authorities not taking action? Why does it take President Trump to sign a declaration, an executive order declaring Antifa a terrorist organization to now deploy, I think, 200 National Guard to Portland? Why are local authorities not taking action on this?
Well, what I'm hearing from residents on the ground is that the local police have their hands tied. But I mean, I witnessed this last night. You had post-millennial reporter Katie Davisport, who was violently assaulted by an Antifa member. She had to go and chase that person down. She pointed them out to the police, and the police said it was too dangerous for them to go and arrest this person, so they let them go. Local stating that they have made so many pleas to the police to help, and I guess local police saying that they have their hands tied and they're being told that they could lose their jobs if they work with federal ICE officials in assisting the chaos and lawlessness that's going on out here. So again, Steve, this truly does seem like a third world city, if you will, that's been completely abandoned by any law and order. And it truly is the anarchists and Antifa members who are extremely happy about what is going on. Now, they're trying to right now state that Donald Trump is militarizing the U.S., that they're bringing in the fascists, the Nazis to come in and arrest these innocent and peaceful protesters. But again, what I've seen is residents that have been terrorized every single night, and Donald Trump needing to bring in the National Guard because ICE agents as well have been doxxed. Let's not forget that this has been going on since June 4th. ICE agents, doxxed, threatened. They have tried to burn down this building. Very reminiscent of what we've seen in 2020 as well during BLM. We're seeing this happen again, and we know time and time again that the Portland officials refuse to enact law and order.
Everything I've seen of your footage in Berquam's is local police retreating. The entire time Antifa moves, they retreat. They never stand. They never arrest anybody. They're retreating. Are they telling you when you talk to the police that they're under orders from the elected officials to basically not arrest anybody, to not stand their ground, to actually continue to back up?
So it's been difficult to talk to local police on the ground just because it has been so chaotic, throughout the night. But what I have been hearing from other reporters and local journalists on the ground is that the way that things are working outside of this facility is they're doing it by a citation basis, right? So basically, these criminals will come out, they'll commit a crime, they'll impede an officer, they'll get a citation, they're brought into the facility, given that citation, and then they can get one more citation. It isn't until the third citation that they are actually potentially given jail time or a federal offense. Keep in mind, you've had over 100 people that have been arrested and given those citations. Only 27 of those people have been federally charged by the DOJ. So again, I just feel like this is a broken system in which criminals are not being held accountable. So they keep coming back again and again. And then you also have an Antifa safe house that is right next to this area. So when the Antifa members who are coming under some heat, like the Antifa member that attacked Katie Davisport last night, essentially what Antifa does is they come in with their umbrellas, they shield that person's identity, they take them into the apartment that's right here, and they shield them from any type of accountability or law enforcement.
Now, Ben Berquam interviewed one of the ICE officials today, and I just want to know if you can reconfirm it, is that they said the local police are not assisting them at all. There's absolutely no assistance at all from the local authorities. Is that what you're seeing also?
Yes, absolutely. And like I said, too, police themselves are saying that if they assist ICE, if they assist with the chaos, that they're going to potentially lose their jobs. So this is just another example of the repercussions of the defund the police movement, of a lawless and Democrat-run city in which police have their hands tied and they're made out to be the villains in this situation. Meanwhile, you have anarchists that are running around the streets, threatening journalists, threatening residents. And again, Steve, it's just such a heartbreaking scene because as you're here at night, it is 11 p.m., it is midnight, and you have residents that are on the ground screaming, crying, like, please be quiet. I have a job. I have work. I have kids. Can you please stop? These people do not care. They are so happy to be out here enacting this lawlessness, and they have no plans of stopping anytime soon. Let's hope that potentially the National Guard can come and help clean it up. But as of now, again, we're seeing that citation situation in which people are brought in, they're given a citation, and then they're let back out.
Savannah, hang on 1 second. Can we play the clip of Savannah's reporting from Paris, France? Let's play this, and then I'm going to bring you back in.
Hernandez in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, because I've been covering the illegal immigration crisis in the United States over the last 4 years, but I wanted to come to Europe to check out how the crisis is going over here. Now, a lot of people will take you in front of the Eiffel Tower to highlight the migration crisis, but we actually have been through various parts of Paris, and to be quite honest with you guys, this crisis is a lot worse than I even expected it to be. Now, I was looking at some of the numbers, and you have about 400,000 to 500,000 both legal and illegal migrants coming into France every single year. And as you are walking around various suburbs of Paris, you very much see that. Now, first impressions of Paris. There is graffiti on every single beautiful building as you are driving from both North Paris into the heart of the city. On top of that, the city isn't the cleanest, I'll be quite honest with you guys. It's pretty stinky, lots of trash. You are very much seeing the results of the migrant crisis on every single street corner. I mean, everywhere we've gone, every single street, you are seeing African migrants. There are also various parts of Paris in which the French people and the French culture is absolutely nowhere to be seen. We are talking entire neighborhoods, entire cultural enclaves in which you are not seeing the French or their culture represented at all. And again, I wanted to come here because we are seeing the exact same thing mirrored in the United States of America. And similar to the United States, the media is absolutely covering up what is going on over here. The government is watering down a lot of those numbers. Now, I've been talking to a lot of local journalists, and similar to the U.S., they state that, of course, the media is completely watering down what is going on over here, going so far as to change the name of migrants when crimes are committed, so that way there isn't any bad sentiment in the public view towards migrants. You also have, of course, a large uptick in stabbings, in sexual assaults related to migrants, and the French women and the French men who try to bring light to this are told that they are racist, that they are fascist for trying to highlight these issues. So, again, wanted to come on the street and not only show you the front of the Eiffel Tower, because a lot of people always come to this location. What else is going on throughout Paris? What else is going on throughout France? Because this issue is way more pervasive than anything that I was expecting to see, and it was, to be quite honest with you, pretty shocking. So we're going to be reporting Frontline's TPUSA on the ground in Europe, highlighting the illegal and legal immigration crisis and showing you the impacts to the culture, to the people, and what is really going on here, what's being hidden from the world, and how French culture is being impacted.
Savannah, I'm kind of gobsmacked by your report, because Paris, one of the most beautiful cities in Christendom, looks like a third world country, ma'am.
Oh, absolutely, Steve. Now, I had covered the U.S. illegal immigration crisis for the last 6 years. I was completely shocked. And I go to New York quite a bit, and we have some similarities to Paris in terms of the African migrants that had made their way to the U.S. I have never seen a migrant crisis so severe as I have in Paris. And I also have never felt so uncomfortable as I did walking down the streets of Paris. And one of the first things that I saw as we were making our way into the city was a woman in a hijab, and it only got progressively worse the closer we made to the heart of the city. So, Charlie really wanted us to focus at Turning Point USA on the impacts of both the illegal and legal immigration in the U.S. And he sent us over to Europe to kind of highlight just how bad the United States could get if we do not get our own legal immigration system under control. And of course, if we do not get mass deportations happening here in the United States of America. This actually followed a report that I did out of Minnesota with the Somali population, because various parts of America very much mirror Paris in the sense that we have entire neighborhoods that are void of American culture, of American people, of the American language, values, morals. I mean, this is how an entire country degrades. And so that was why we went over there. And like I said, I truly was shocked. It's so crazy to see in real life.
But you see what happens when we try to, this is President Trump trying to basically start the beginning, Tom Homan and Stephen Miller start the beginning of the mass deportation program. And look at the resistance. It's come not just from Antifa, but the biggest problem out there is gutless progressive politicians that will not back the police up and let the police do the job. This is why President Trump's having to federalize the National Guard and sending them in. If you go out tonight, you've got to be safe, because that's a very dangerous situation in Portland, ma'am.
Absolutely, Steve. We will. Lucky for me, there are a lot of really great reporters out here that are on the ground that have been documenting this. And, we'll continue to show you guys what is going on, because unlike the entirety of the Portland government over here, who is pretending that Portland is not a war zone, it very much is. I will have some other reporting as well coming out about just what it looks like to walk around downtown Portland, because it is terrifying. And at the very least, from the homeless crisis to the drug crisis to what is going on with the ICE facility and Antifa, Portland needs federal help because the city is out of control.
Savannah, where do people go to social media to follow you? Frontline, the Turning Point investigative reporter. Where do people go to get your content, ma'am?
Go follow me on X at @stab_says, and then go follow Frontline's Keep USA for all of my reporting. And thank you so much for having me, Steve, and for bringing light to everything that we're doing for Charlie and for Turning Point USA.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope to have you on tomorrow. Be safe tonight.
Thanks, Steve.
Charlie Kirk. People don't realize Charlie Kirk had a vision globally about particularly the issues, the global issues that are driving so much discontent in the United States and, quite frankly, trying to destroy our republic. And he had a great reporting team, Savannah being one of many, and we had her on the time from the border. Just a very intrepid young woman. We have our own Brian Glenn on right now. Brian, you're out with the Secretary. Why is the Secretary of War and the Attorney General of the United States in Memphis, Tennessee, sir, with a contingent of the best White House reporters?
Well, I tell you, back on September 15th, President Trump created this Memphis Safe Task Force, and we just landed here moments ago. You've got a live look at the area where they're both going to come up and address the officials in this room. Now, due to security issues, I'm not allowed to really show anything other than what you're looking at on the screen, but they're here to really help fight this crime that Memphis is experiencing right now. And we've seen the reduction of what it's done, Steve, in D.C. with the collaboration with local police and also the National Guard, and the crime going down, robbings going down. It looks like they're coming in right now. Let me go ahead and turn it over to the podium. Steve, we are live here.
Okay, we're going to go live to the briefing, and we're going to do this without commercial interruption. The Attorney General and Secretary of War live from Memphis, Tennessee.
I've not met. I'm the governor of Tennessee, and I am as grateful a person as there is in this room for you, for your leadership, for your role that you play. I'm grateful that President Trump has decided to make a priority of making great cities like Memphis safe cities for Memphians. This is a great American city that needs you and needs the efforts that you are going to be able to put into this city. And I'm very grateful for General Bondi, for Secretary Exep, Mr. Miller, for the entire resources of the federal government to be focused on our great city. We in Memphis are in a position that no other city in America is in. We have at our disposal the resources of every federal agency determined to clean the crime off of these streets so that Memphians can live and work and worship and raise their kids and enjoy the great things that Memphis has to offer without worrying about the things they've had to worry about for decades. And that is whether or not their families are going to be safe. We are grateful to be a willing partner with these federal agencies, with the local agencies. It's a great opportunity, and I'm excited about it. But you all are the ones that are going to have to do the hard work. There's a long way between here and there, and thank you for your commitment to do this work.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for being a great partner with us in this. And President Trump
knows Memphis is such an iconic city, and he was so excited about us coming here and working hand in hand with you to make Memphis safe again. And that's what we did in D.C. And Gaddy said you're 24/7. Well, so are we. When people play politics and shut down the federal government, we don't shut down because President Trump knows crime doesn't stop, and you don't stop. So we're here to back you up, to be your partner. Be safe. Thank you for what you do. There's no higher calling than being a police officer, especially in a violent world in which we live. And, we all know Memphis has the highest violent crime rate in the country. And when we're all finished working hand in hand with you, no longer. And we want cops to be cops again. You can go out there and you can do your job, and our U.S. attorney is here, and we are going to charge anyone federally, and we're going to go tell all the officers soon, if you touch a police officer, you will be arrested. If you touch a federal police officer, it will be assaulting a federal officer. We're going to do everything we can to protect you so you can protect the citizens of Memphis. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for wearing the badge. We all care deeply about what you do, and we're here to help you and have your backs like you always have ours. Secretary.
Amen. Governor, thank you. Pam and Stephen and myself had a great privilege of having a chance to hear the President of the United States talk about his love for great American cities. And his love for citizens of all backgrounds and all stripes, his love of law enforcement, his love of our military. And that all comes together in this room, in this place, at this time, with this task force. And I couldn't be more proud for the Department of War, for the Tennessee National Guard, to be a part of this effort. From whether it's the Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles, whether it's Washington, D.C., our department is proud to stand shoulder to shoulder right next to law enforcement while you do your job. Yesterday I talked a little bit about liberating our warfighters on the battlefield. Our job here is to help liberate all of you, law enforcement, to provide National Guardsmen who can secure facilities and secure law enforcement, to stand alongside you so you're freed up to go out and provide safety and freedom to the citizens of Memphis, a great American city. So we're really proud to be here. It's a core effort of what we're doing. We're in all of these meetings. We're monitoring the statistics. So is the President of the United States. Rest assured, from the top to right here, he's paying attention to the data and the information that's coming out because he cares about this city and its citizens. And I just want to thank all the law enforcement in this room. What you do every day, what you do every night, what you do away from your families is incredible. And I'm beyond grateful. Our department is grateful. And we're thankful to be standing right here with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaddy, Governor, and Pete. Thanks to all of you. So our mission here is very simple: zero tolerance for crime in the city of Memphis. We are taking broken windows to the next level. Every criminal infraction that we can enforce against the element in this city that has been causing all of the heartache, pain, suffering, and death, we are going to enforce. Everyone who's been out in the streets, you know who the bad guys are, you know who the villains are, you know who the gangbangers are, you know who the drug dealers are, you know who is causing all the bloodshed and misery in this city. Every resource we have, federal, state, and local, we are going to use to dismantle their networks without apology and without mercy. Everything we have, we are going to bulldoze the criminal element in this city and thereby liberate all the law-abiding citizens in this city. We're going to send the message this city belongs to people who follow the law and obey the rules, and we're not going to live one more day in fear of criminals. No one should have to change their life path, change their routine, change when they go out, where they go out, what they do for fear of criminals. The idea that any person living in a city would say, I can't walk down this block by myself, or I can't leave my house at this time of night, or I can't let my kids go to that store or that corner. Are you kidding me? We're going to tell our own families and children where they can and can't go because of what a criminal's going to do? Over our dead bodies are we going to live that way anymore. It's not happening. I see the guns and badges in this room. You are unleashed. The handcuffs that you're carrying, they're not on you anymore. They're on the criminals. And whatever you need to get it done, we're going to get it done. State, local, federal, on President Trump's promise, we are going to get it done. Thank you.
Okay, what you saw there, and I believe the briefing is going to be private. If the briefing's public, we're going to take it, and we apologize for the audio, but the government shut down, so they didn't have the audio technician. Just kidding. Stephen Miller, who's essentially the head of the Domestic Policy Council and in charge of everything related to, in coordination with Tom Homan, of the deportation, the mass deportations. And I will tell you, one of President Trump's closest advisors, I've known Stephen since he's a young guy on Michelle Bachmann's staff, and very close to President Trump on policy, and really was considered kind of the execution guy of executing, not just being the architect of a lot of these policies, but executing on the policies. Then you had the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, saying there to tell the Miller is sitting there going, "Hey, we're unleashing you to go after the bad guys. The lawlessness in this town is going to stop." Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, saying, "Hey, I'm going to deputize, federalize National Guard to come in here and to have your back, just like in Washington, D.C. And, of course, the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, saying, hey, when these guys are rolled up, we're going to prosecute them immediately. No cash bail, none of that. We're going to prosecute that. And, of course, they had the governor of Tennessee there. So this is about as big a deal as you could possibly get. I want to put this in historic perspective. The old title, the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War, does not go to domestic cities. You didn't see Donald Rumsfeld going and talking about the situation in that city. They might go around and give a speech to a local Detroit Economic Club or to some gathering of the World Policy Council. All these cities have some sort of council so people can keep up with foreign affairs. They may go and give a talk or a luncheon. They're never there on business about the War Department. So this is as serious as you can get. You see between the escalating violence of the political left and Antifa and the terrorists, coupled with just the lawlessness of some of these cities. President Trump's just had it. This is not 2020. He's not going to sit there and blink. He's not going to let guys like Bill Barr or Esper around. You got Pam Bondi instead of Bill Barr, and you've got Pete Hegseth instead of Esper. And as I said yesterday, the buried lead, the commander-in-chief went down there and talked for 70 minutes. The buried lead in that speech is what we put up, is that he said, hey, I know we're all over the world, and we got, I'm going to give you weapons. There's $1 trillion budgets. You're going to have the best recruits. We're going to get everybody in shape. We know we can beat anybody. However, our country's been invaded, and our number one priority in our country is to stop this invasion. We've done it by putting troops on the border. We've totally sealed it off. Very few, if any, people are coming in at all, not the hundreds of thousands that were coming in monthly on Biden's watch. But he said, hey, now's the time both to stop these terrorists and to start the mass deportations. That's what we want to start in Portland. You can see the problems you have when you have these radical terrorist groups like Antifa that are trying to get in the way of law enforcement. A huge day. I believe what they're going to do now is basically a classified briefing for law enforcement about exactly what this proclamation that President Trump signed, I think in the middle of or in September, a couple of weeks ago, of how they're going to execute and how they're going to implement. This is kind of, I think, a model of what they're going to do in Chicago, eventually what they're going to do in Los Angeles. So we're going to cover this nonstop. Of course, our own Ben Berquam will be out tonight with the ICE officials in Portland. He'll have a report for us tomorrow. And, of course, the brave and intrepid Savannah Hernandez also. Did you notice gold coming up against all-time highs like every day and then backing off a bit and then the next day going up? Why is that happening? Well, the central banks of the world are buying more gold than they've ever bought. Why? They're changing the asset mix of their own reserves. They want to hold fewer euros and fewer United States dollars and more physical gold. You ought to understand that. The way you can is go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. You get the end of the dollar empire. It teaches you or gives you access to information that you start to understand why gold has been a hedge against times of financial turbulence for 5,000 years of man's recorded history. Do it today and start to build a relationship with Philip Patrick and the team. I think there's still a lot of squeeze in that lemon. Short commercial break. The government shutdown is now in its 17th hour here in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, welcome back. As soon as anything breaks with Miller or Hegseth or Pam Bondi in Memphis, we're going to go right back to it. Brian Glenn's on the scene. Like I said, I think some of the stuff is classified right now. Bottom line is President Trump is dropping the hammer in places like Portland, Oregon, Memphis, Tennessee, Chicago, D.C. Tonight, I guarantee you, one of the big blocks on MSNBC and CNN is the escalatory ladder on authoritarianism. And now this is an authoritarian breakout, right, where Trump is actually calling the military in. These cities are lawless. These Democrats are anarchist, Marxist, right? And it's got to stop. And you can see with Stephen Miller right there, hey, it's going to stop. Those three up there aren't going to back down. So I think we're in for some quite exciting times over the next 24, 48 hours. Let's see. The next one, I've asked Liz Yore. Of course, Liz does the 6 o'clock show with Ben Harnwell. I've asked Liz to jump in here. At first, I was going to play this as a cold open and just bring you into it right after the Getter spot. But then I realized as I looked at it that you would actually think the audience would be lost and say, why is Steve playing a Saturday Night Live skit on a Wednesday evening? Well, it's actually not a skit. It's not a parody. This actually happened. Let's go ahead and play it. I'm going to go to something that just occurred at the Vatican. Let's go ahead and play it.
Lord of life, bless this water. May it awaken our hearts, cleanse our indifference, soothe our grief, and renew our hope. Through Christ our Lord.
Okay, that goes on for another couple of minutes, and we could play it, and maybe I will play when we have more time. But Liz, and there is a tradition of blessings of the beginning of the season that the grain will grow, and there's these types of things that the church has historically done, and there are blessings of the waters. Particularly in North America, there was, they would come out and bless the waters as kind of a saying to, God in heaven, we offer up our best work. That's not what this is, right? If that was it, a blessing of the waters, hey, I think all of us would be cool with it. This is a pagan ritual to the religion of Gaia, the religion of climate change, the religion. It's a natural. I don't know what in the hell the Pope is sitting there blessing a block of ice. Blessing a block of ice. And this is not a blessing of the waters. That's a tradition of the church, and they call it that. But this is putting that kind of paganism of climate change, which, as I said, climate change became religion. Talk to the climate change people. Talk to the group Greta and the crowd are down, and now they've shifted to the Palestinian situation. But the climate radicals, it's a religion to them, and the Pope is playing into this by blessing a block of ice, ma'am.
Yeah, Steve, you predicted this with the election of Prevost. You knew he was a Marxist. You knew he was Francis 2.0. But I don't even think you expected this. I mean, for the last 24 hours, the woke Pope Leo is trending on X more than the government shutdown. Even I can't believe what I'm seeing. And this Vatican-produced video shows the melting ice from this artificial block of ice. I guess to suggest that we're in the position of global warming. But when you don't have the facts, you have to use memes and images. But, so what's happening is this has gone absolutely crazy on the internet, and timing is everything. As our ice is sweeping across the American big cities, Leo's is blessing a big block of artificial ice at the Raising Hope for Climate Justice Conference in the Vatican with none other than the famous great climatologist Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, this is not only embarrassing, it's moronic, and there's nothing short of a weird, pagan, earth-worshipping, hippie ritual in some kind of, communist freak event. And, this is really actually worse than blessing the pagan Pachamama idol, because it is promoting the UN radical climate hoax. That's what Trump called it. I mean, I would encourage people to read again Trump's speech at the UN, where he called the global warming hoax and con job. It was absolutely right. And so blessing a melting piece of ice to symbolize global warming is a desperate act. And, the internet memes are hysterical. Maybe Leo is blessing Tom Homan from ice, they're saying. But it's not. No, I know, but it's not. But here's the thing. This is what have I been preaching on the show now that we're in the execution stage. Remember, I said after the first 100 days, second 100 days, you're going to have the convergence of all of this, and it's going to feel like it's spinning out of control. So we have to have a three-part strategy. Number one, maximalist. What we're doing, you have to go to the absolute end, because you're not going to have another shot. Number two, you have to do it with urgency. And number three, we have to seize the institutions. My point. Pete Hegseth brings all the flag officers from the world around, and President Trump gives a commander-in-chief speech. Why? On DEI and this other woke. Just changing out some personnel just doesn't do it. Ask Pete. You've got to go in a trend. It's embedded into these institutions now, and just changing a couple people are not going to change it. You have to get to the substrate of the institution. You have to rip it out, and you have to put in traditional values. You have to rip it out, and you have to burn it alive in front of them, and then you have to bury it. The same thing is with the church. You can't. This is why I kept saying with Prevost, he's just a happy American face
on for the donors and for the wealthy American donors of Francis, where Francis was kind of, was not the warmest guy in the world, not the most articulate guy in the world, didn't give him the warm fuzzies, and even the American, all that crowd that sits there and they're kind of trad Catholic Inc., right? They sit there and the establishment, the conservative establishment in the church, particularly the lay, they had to put an American in there to shake them down for money. I said at the time, this guy is not only no better than Francis, he's going to be worse. And one of the points is he's not going to get into the institutional rot. Talk about the pastor. Remember, the young guy that went in, they had a pagan ritual in the Vatican with the Amazon religion brought by Francis. And hey, Prevost is down there in Latin America. So the young man had to take it out of the creche and go throw it in the Tiber. And remember, they wanted to arrest him, but he was there as a young man to say, hey, this is institutional. This is just not a couple of bad people. This is what is showing you today. They're having a climate conference, which is Gaia. It's a pagan religion. It's like the worship of Mother Nature, the worship of the earth. And now you saw today, they actually take a block of ice, and they have the representative of Jesus Christ on earth will go over and bless it as it kind of slowly melts, and then say the prayers over, and they can say, oh, this is the blessing of the headwaters. It's not what was done traditionally about the rivers and the streams and years ago and centuries ago when we did that. This is totally different. This is to support paganism. That's what you have. And I told everybody, and some of these trad Catholic guys all fall in love and swooning on Prevost because he wore the right vestments and he maybe held his hands in the right way. That's all. It doesn't matter. This is what matters. The institutions of the church have been corrupted, and we have to get in there. We have to change that. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to be invited to some of these big conferences where you get to sit and the Pope's going to bless your marriage. You're not going to get the plaque on the wall that says your 25th anniversary is blessed if you want to save the church. And people better realize this is reality. This is reality, not wearing the right vestments, not wearing the vestments that make you feel comfortable. You have to say, if you want to save the Catholic Church, you need to roll your sleeves up. And this is why all the great young priests have been terminated and thrown out of the church. This is why everybody in the trad Catholics are demonized by these demons. This is why Kupich, they just gave an award, a Lifetime Achievement Award, to one of the biggest abortionists in the country, Durbin, who supports abortion. This is how institutionally is not changed. Liz, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Steve, this is a serious warning. This is a shot across the bow. Look, the Catholic Church has been infiltrated by the UN, the globalists. They used the Catholic Church to push the China Agreement, to push the UN, the Paris Treaty. They are continuing to do this. We better pay attention. This guy is going to carry on and I think, accelerate the work of the globalists using the Catholic Church. It is infiltrated. It is corrupted to the core. Look, the Catholic Church in America, the traditional Catholic Church, has been suppressed as bad as the underground church in China, and nobody's fighting back. I mean, they have literally closed down every traditional parish mass in America. And where's the pushback? It is time for people. I mean, this guy should resign, and we should be demanding his resignation and cleaning out the entire Vatican and demanding that we see.
Absolutely.
We see their agreements with the UN, their agreements with China. This is a warning shot. People better pay attention and not look at the superficial Mazzetta that he wears or his kind manners. He is as bad as Bergoglio.
Ridiculous. He's bad. He's worse than Bergoglio. He's worse than Bergoglio. You're going to be back for the 6th. Where do you go for your social media, ma'am?
I'm on Substack, Elizabeth Yore, my website, Your Children, and all of your social media, Elizabeth Yore.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
You bet.
Chip Roy, we're 18 hours into a government shutdown. You were one of the architects of 13, as I remember correctly. I think you were working with Ted Cruz at the time. You were one of the architects in a highly successful shutdown. What do you think now? What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, right. Great to be on, Steve. Back with Ted in 2013. We were fighting for the American people. We were fighting, as you remember, to make D.C. listen. We were fighting to try to stop the implementation of a disastrous health care plan that has now turned out to be a total train wreck for the average hardworking American family, causing them to have to spend $25,000 a year, every year, to go into the pockets of insurance companies. And so now fast forward to today, and what are Democrats doing? They're shutting down the government. We're now 18 hours into a shutdown government because they want to give $40 billion a year more to the insurance companies rather than helping hardworking families. God bless President Trump. God bless Russ Vought for having the spine to stand up and do the right thing. And to the credit of the House, right? We worked through this. Neither you nor I, Steve, we talk about this all the time, are great lovers of continuing resolutions. But we are trying to move the appropriations bills through, and Democrats are blocking us. So we passed the CR into November. Democrats are now rejecting that. They're choosing to shut down the government because they don't have anything to run on. So they want to, stand up for health care for illegal aliens. They want to stand up for big fat cat insurance companies. They want to stand up for more fraud in our health care system.
Chip. Yeah, but Chip, here's the thing. Mike Lee and Ted Cruz were eviscerated for what they did in August of 2013. And guess what? Mike Lee and Ted Cruz were right. And we had a sweeping victory in the midterm elections after that. And I learned a big lesson then, right? That if you message this properly and because the American people start paying attention to shutdown, people are not interested in politics. You have to message. Why is your colleague and dear friend over at OMB, why are we not? Why is Russ Vought not already got a couple of million names that he wants to riff? When are we going to do that, sir?
Yeah, Russ is actually working on the RIFs, as you know, and he obviously took a quick action with $8 billion hitting the Green New Scam subsidies. $18 billion, he immediately took action, taking money from the infrastructure projects from New York because they're all wrapped in the DEI nonsense. He's working through it methodically. Let's be very clear. He's getting a lot of resistance from the handful of established Republicans over in the Senate who are now squawking about what Russ Vought may be doing when it is Donald Trump and Russ Vought that are doing the work the American people sent them there to do and have a spine to stand up and do it. The good news is a lot of Republicans are right in behind the president here. What we can't do is let the normal establishment folks in the town give in to all the K Street demands. And by the way, did you know that the healthcare lobby, they spend $750 million a year lobbying, which is 6 times more than the defense K Street contractors. That's where the money is. And a whole bunch of people in the Senate are trying to give in to the insurance companies who, by the way, are running ads right now in D.C. and across the country because they want their free money, and it's not free. Russ is doing a good job. I expect him to keep doing it today. They've taken those quick first 2 actions, and I think they're going to keep moving more with RIFs, as he talked about earlier on a phone call with Republican conference members on which, I was on that call. He talked about those RIFs.
Chip, we got to go to Memphis to the briefing, but 1 minute. Give me a minute on November 21st, even with the CR. What the audience is with you 100% and knows your history in this, and we hate CRs, but hey, prepare to do this to get to some appropriation bill. What everybody's afraid of is we're going to get a monster omnibus that the same guys in the Senate that don't want to riff anybody and are telling the president in his ear, Russ Vought's a radical, Russ Vought's going to lose your states, he's going to lose his seats in the House in the midterms, which is a lie. They're telling don't let Russ Vought off the chain, right? They're also cooking up right now a very sophisticated omnibus package. What can you tell us behind the scenes what's going on there?
Yeah, well, first of all, those of us in the Freedom Caucus and conservatives in the House, we've made very clear our position that under no circumstances can we allow an omnibus bill to get to the floor of the House. We need to move appropriations bills according to our levels of spending, which means lower than the current levels of spending, or at worst, do a full year CR and go empower Russ Vought. But we're not going to allow a big mega omnibus bill. And if the moderates in the Senate want to try to go down that road, they're going to have a fight on their hands. The president and the White House know that. They're with us. They know what they need to do to try to make sure that we're strong going into the midterm elections. And that means continue to do what we said we would do. And that is reduce spending, keep spending flat, not give in to all the K Street swamp creatures in Washington. And look, I trust Russ. I trust the president. I trust the Freedom Caucus. And we're going to work with our colleagues to make sure we stop it. But look, I'm with you, Steve, and the rest of the posse. I'm concerned that they're going to try to jam that through. We're going to do everything we can to stop it. We just need to support the president right now and build the strength so that we can stop it in November.
Chip, we got to go to Memphis to the briefing.
Yep.
What's your social media? I understand. Against my recommendation, you're running for a new office because we need you here in Washington to fight the fights. You're one of the smartest strategists we got. What's the site? What's the site for you're running for AG down in Texas? Where do people go? And what's your social media?
Yeah, chiproy.com, and my Twitter/X handle is ChipRoyTX, ChipRoyTX. Steve, you're a great man, and I'm going to still be in the fight for another 15 months. And as Attorney General of Texas, I'm going to be standing up to fight those criminals, fight to secure the border, fight to stop Sharia law. Let's talk about Sharia law when this news settles down. We got to go combat that and make sure we stop the Soros DAs. Go to Memphis. God bless Pete Hegseth and the president.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Memphis Live. Attorney General, Secretary of War.
You state and local officers, let's see what your DA does, because he better prosecute crimes against you, because we have your back. We know there is no ordinary day in the life of a police officer, and thank you for what you do, and thank your families. You are out here night and day. God bless you. We are here for you, and we will always be here for you. We are going to, this is long term. We are going to work hand in hand to make the most violent crime city in the country have no crime. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America.
I'll just say what a privilege it is to be here. We see you up front, we see you in the back. I see green, blue, black, tan, camouflage. All together, one cause, one city. It's really cool to have the privilege, and we all do, Stephen, Pam, myself, so many others, to see how much President Trump loves Americans, American cities, and American citizens, and how he puts America first. And at the Department of War, we are proud to be part of that effort to ensure we're defending the homeland and defending those who defend the homeland. Whether it's our southwest border, where we brought it to 0 folks crossing illegally, whether it's in Los Angeles, where we stand by our partners in ICE, who need to be able to have the ability to do their job anywhere in any American city. Whether it's Washington, D.C., ensuring our nation's capital is safe for citizens and visitors who come to visit that beautiful place, or right here in Memphis, where your families, every family, deserves to live safe and free. So I had a chance yesterday to talk a little bit how we're changing the environment at the Department of War. I see some great beards out here. They're just not allowed in the infantry anymore. Undercover, that's right. I just cannot thank you enough for what you do in difficult places, in dark places, in dangerous places, where politicians spend a lot of time second-guessing you, second-guessing the impossible decisions that you have to make that they will never understand. It's part of what we're trying to do at the department for our troops overseas or in combat and elsewhere. Is we're not here to second-guess you. We're here to have your back, to unleash you to do your job so you come home safely. Our department is here to enable you, law enforcement, to do your job, to help protect your facilities, help protect your people, so that your hands can be untied to secure your city. So our department's proud to be here. It's a priority for us. The Tennessee National Guard is going to be right here, having your back. Godspeed, God bless. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Pete, Gaddy, Pam, and of course, your governor, for not only being here today, but for the invitation to your state to bring the full resources of the federal government to making Memphis safer than any of you could ever possibly imagine. To the Memphis Police Department, the officers that I see sitting in front of me, we are about to provide you with a level of support you cannot even imagine. This isn't just a task force. This is a all-of-government unlimited support operation.
ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE, Department of War, every resource we have. And they're not going to be sitting behind a desk at a keyboard. We are sending in real cops with guns and badges to go out with you on the street every single night making arrests. These are people who have taken down drug cartels, kingpins, the worst criminal offenders in the United States, standing with you shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. All we ask from you is to show up at roll call every single night with your brothers and sisters in the federal government and to go out and get the criminals off the street. And if you do that, I pledge to you, we will liberate this city from the criminal element that has plagued it for generations. This is not just a strategy shift. This is an attitude shift. We are not going to live in an environment anywhere where there is a street that belongs to a criminal, where there is a neighborhood that belongs to a gang, where there is any physical space anywhere that belongs to anyone other than the law-abiding citizens and families of Memphis. The idea that there is a square inch of block in this city where a citizen doesn't feel safe is unacceptable. This is Memphis, this is the United States of America, and all that bullshit is done. It's over, it's finished. The gangbangers that you deal with, they think that they're ruthless. They have no idea how ruthless we are. They think they're tough. They have no idea how tough we are. They think that they're hardcore. We are so much more hardcore than they are. And we have the entire weight of the United States government behind us. What do they have? They have nothing behind them. So we are going to win. They are going to lose. We are going to rescue Memphis. And it will not only be safer than ever before, but businesses and investment are going to pour in, and Memphis will be richer than ever before. Because President Trump has decided this is a priority. And when President Trump makes a decision, this team behind me today executes. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, so now we're going to try and disseminate this Chick-fil-A in an orderly fashion.
We got Chick-fil-A for you tonight. Elon Musk got Chick-fil-A for you tomorrow night. And Joe Jemmy has found an Airbnb is here with us, and he is helping too with all of this and all of our efforts. You're out there keeping us safe, and we're keeping you safe. Thank you.
Okay, is Brian Glenn ready? If not, we'll toss it to John Solomon. We're going to continue on with our 6 o'clock show. Real America's Voice will continue with Just the News with Amanda Head and John Solomon. You have the Secretary of War. You have the Senior Domestic Policy Advisor to the President of the United States, and Stephen Miller, and you have, and of course you have the Attorney General of the United States. They're going to give a briefing now. But let's say this, the hammer is getting dropped even as we speak in Memphis, Tennessee, and in Portland, Oregon. More cities to come. We're going to stick around. We got a very special show at 6 o'clock. We're going to turn you over to John Solomon and Amanda Head here in Real America's Voice. We're going to continue on all of our distribution platforms. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. See you in a minute.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News and the first day of the Schumer shutdown. That's right. Just the News No Noise has been covering this all day. The government has been shut down, but I will say this. I have a funny feeling Democrats are going to have regret for what happened today. I'm your host, John Solomon, as you know, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital. Amanda Head, she's out today. Hopefully she'll be back in tomorrow, but we will fly solo today and try to give you a great show. As always, we've got a great lineup of guests. I want to talk a little bit about what transpired today in day one of the latest government shutdown. It looks like it's going to stay shut down for at least a little bit, as Republicans tried twice to get a vote passed to fund the government today, but it failed to reach the 60 votes because Democrats would not join in. They're just not getting on board. Now, the Senate is expected to take a break for Yom Kippur, and the next attempt to fund the government won't be until Friday, so we've got at least a couple days now. Vice President J.D. Vance spoke about the Democratic leadership's refusal to keep the government open and to prioritize illegal immigrants over American citizens earlier today. Take a look at what he said.
The political leadership of their party has got it into their heads that the only way to be compassionate is to be compassionate to illegal aliens rather than American citizens. If you go back to what Bill Clinton was saying, even Barack Obama in some cases, what he was saying about illegal immigration 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would put them on the MAGA right based purely on their rhetoric around illegal immigration. So I don't know why they've gone so far to the left. I think it's bad for the country. I think it's bad for them politically. But our principle, all I can do is speak for the president that I serve in the country, the administration that I serve right now. We believe that the American people's government exists for the American people.
Pretty straightforward. American government for the American people. America first. We've heard that many times. Not the illegal aliens and the foreigners first, which is the line that Democrats are taking. Now, as we told you, the Trump administration may be set to dramatically reduce the size of government. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt explained why earlier today. Take a look at this.
Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, and it's because the Democrats have put us into this position. If the Democrats did not vote to shut down the government, we would not be standing up here talking about layoffs today. We'd be talking about all the other news stories going on in the world and our country. We'd be talking about all of the great things that this administration is doing to uplift Americans across the country. But unfortunately, the Vice President of the United States and I have to come out here today to talk about a government shutdown that the Democrats put us in this position.
Pretty strong. All right. Meanwhile, Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth are in Memphis, Tennessee, overseeing the Memphis Safety Task Force rollout, an extension of President Trump's crime-fighting agenda that seemed to work so well here in Washington. Even though the government shut down, that operation has continued. They've already seen at least 9 arrests. That's what Attorney General Bondi said in a progress report posted earlier today. She also spoke to REV's Brian Glenn before hopping on the plane to Memphis. Here's what she had to say.
So the model that we did in D.C. worked incredible. And as you see, crime has plummeted in D.C. It's been amazing. I was texting with Mayor Bowser this morning, and last night I was texting with the mayor of Memphis. So we're really looking forward to going to Memphis today. And, you know, we know President Trump knows when the government shuts down, crime doesn't shut down. And so we're not going to let that impact what we're doing in fighting to keep America safe. Memphis has the highest violent murder rate in the entire country.
Fighting to keep America safe. What a novel idea. America first. Again, you got to get a sense of the approach that the administration is taking, even in the middle of a government shutdown. Now, Attorney General Bondi and Secretary Hegseth are set to give a press conference in Memphis at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. If that happens, stay tuned here. We're going to have that covered for you. It'll probably happen right after our show. All right. We've got a great lineup for you today. Just a couple quick things I want to point out for you because I think you're going to enjoy what happens over the next few days. 2 things to watch for. Green energy grants are going to get closed down today, I think by the billions of dollars. I keep saying, Democrats, watch what you wish for. This emergency spending, they're going to shut off the spigot of money and probably not restore it when we get back to an open government. Second thing, expect large numbers of not furloughs, but terminations. Yep, I think Budget Director Rest Vote is going to shut down a large number of jobs in Washington. That's what a CEO would do if it ran out of money. His company or her company ran out of money. Those are 2 dynamics to watch today. Now, we've got a fantastic first guest for us. He has been a champion of shrinking government, bringing common sense back to Washington, ending the insanity that the Democrats imposed on this country, putting foreigners before Americans first. He's now running for governor of the great state of South Carolina. He's our good friend, Congressman Ralph Norman. Congressman, great to have you on the show.
John, great to be with you.
It is a great honor, as always, to have you on. I was watching your X feed today, and I was smiling because I watched a lot of things that you talk about light up. So this is a dirty secret. Those of us who've been in Washington a long time know it's true. Because of an interpretation of the Constitution, members of Congress, when they don't get a budget passed and they shut down the rest of the government, they get to keep collecting their paychecks. Now, you're doing something a little different. You're setting a new standard. Tell us about it.
Well, John, the longer I'm in politics, I feel strongly that the only way you're going to get some of these members to move to cut a deficit and to get on a physical path of sanity is to get to their paycheck. And we got a front row seat to how to do that now during the shutdown. Why should our military not get paid? Why should non-essential services like parks be funded? Well, politicians shouldn't be funded because it's our fault for not coming up with 12 appropriation bills passed in a timely manner. So my bill simply says that Congress should not get a paycheck, nor should they be able to claw it back and get it after the shutdown. That's the best way to get all of us who serve in Congress the attention, both Democrat and Republican. And I think it's a common sense way to do it. And I think constitutionally we should be doing it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And you're setting a personal example, aren't you?
I am. I'm not taking a paycheck. Now, by law, you get it back, but it's my hope and prayer that, and it'd be a miracle if it happened, to get it through, get both houses to agree to it. But we don't deserve a paycheck. We really don't. And in setting the example on it, and I hope others will follow. I don't know how many co-signers we have, but we'll be adding to it when we get back. And I'm going to work it just like I do it on every bill that's worthwhile. There's no more worthwhile bill than this.
Yeah. I was talking to Congressman Dusty Johnson from South Dakota, and he's following your lead, and he had incredibly wonderful things to say about the example you've set. You walk the walk, you back up your talk, and he was very proud to join you in doing what you're doing. So pretty exciting. I want to turn to something else because there's a messaging war going on, and I looked into this today, and I'm going to call balls and strikes. Republicans are telling the truth. I'm pretty sure of it, but I'm going to ask you because you're on the Rules Committee. You know everything. The Republicans have said that the Democrats' funding bill would restore or allow illegal aliens to continue to get health care free from the taxpayers. They say that's not true. I saw you do some pretty good work today to lay this out. It is true, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely true. The Democrats are lying, and it's what they always do. I mean, they're wanting to spend $1.5 trillion of our money in the next 51 days. It amounts to right at $30 billion a day for your listeners that they want to spend that's not in the continuing resolution. And, I think that the American people will see through it. I think that the fact that we are in a shutdown is solely the responsibility of the Democrats wanting to spend money we don't have and put us further in debt. So I'm excited. One of the good things about all this, John, is the fact that we're going to have a thing called RIF, reductions in force, which Russ Vought, who we had a conversation with at 1 o'clock today with the Speaker and other Republicans, who is doing a fantastic job. And he's going to start identifying the essential and the non-essential. And the Democrats don't really realize what's coming their way. One, they don't realize with President Trump, he is not somebody that you want to play this cat and mouse game with. He will win, and he will win this. And they got a man in Russ Vought and Dan Bishop who are leading the way with the conservative budget. And when they say we're lying about the illegals, I forget the exact page number that was quoted to the Democrats. It's either page 57 or maybe 67.
Yeah, I think you put it up on your X feed. Yeah, you called it right out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it spells out that they know exactly what they're doing. Yeah. They're trying to somehow say just their words say that they're not doing it. They are, and it's in writing.
That's right.
And that, along with everything else they're doing, the WIC program, women and infants, they're taking away that. But as you mentioned in your opening monologue, be careful what you wish for. Yeah. It's a different day in Washington, and it's a different day that in the past. And by the way, Democrats under Biden, voted the 4 years under him 13 times to keep keep the government running, but not with Donald Trump, and he's going to have the last word.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling we'll come out of this closure with a leaner, more affordable government in a lot of ways. We've seen some signs of that. You mentioned the RIFs, reduction in force. That's what a CEO would do if their company ran out, so we're just acting like we're running a company. These green energy grants, they're getting cut down in a big way right now, too. How much do you think President Trump could achieve in cuts over the shutdown, and what sort of government might he open back up when this thing is finally over?
Well, one of the great things he's doing, and the subsidies he's cutting, the frivolous spending, but the aid to New York had to go through a review process. Yeah. And if it had any woke or any DEI elements to it, they weren't going to get the funding. Guess what the shutdown does? It delays the review. Yeah. So not only are we postponing that, it's highlighting the fact that that if Democrats are a force in our hand, which they are, we're going to get programs cut that they don't realize, and the RIF is just the beginning. And as far as the amount, I think it'll be big numbers that we have not seen before, and hopefully it's into the trillions that will be deducted and taken away from this frivolous spending package that they have got the insane idea they can force us into, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Trillions, you think that's possible? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't put it past President Trump, but do you think there's something that big in the works?
Well, look at the rescission package. Yeah. I mean, it was $9 billion, $9.5 billion. The pocket rescissions were another $5 billion. Yeah. Who would have thought? And John, we're having to do this with zero Democrat support.
That's right.
And as a credit to the Republican Party, we're sticking together, and we are for the first time, I think, focusing on getting this house and our financial house in order. And Mike Johnson is doing a tremendous job, as well as President Trump, setting the agenda, which leaders do.
Yeah, no doubt. Earlier today, the FBI director announced he would no longer have the FBI deal with the Anti-Defamation League because of the way they've been categorizing groups, calling Charlie Kirk's group apparently a hate group or some sort of extremist group. The FBI director seems to be setting a new compass, and it's very different than the last two FBI directors. Your thoughts?
It's been, the FBI has been weaponized. The whole Department of Justice has been weaponized. And if there's one thing I think that has come to me loud and clear, people want to see consequences. Yep. And if it's proven James Comey, Clapper, others have lied under oath, they need consequences. And I think the president is going to turn the tables on the Democrats who have run ramshot over any conservative cause. And, when you see what happened with Charlie Kirk, it's, his faith, family, and freedom is alive and well. And the Democrats thought they could silence him. It's not happening. He started a revival and a revolution that's we're going to see play out all over this country. And it couldn't come at a better time, despite the fact that the assassin took his life.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Whatever they thought they were silencing, they did the opposite. It's remarkable. So you're running for governor. You have always been a law and order man, and I know that the great citizens of South Carolina know what they get as you speak to them. We had this extraordinary, horrible crime. Logan Federico killed by a gentleman allegedly with 25 felony counts. Maybe a gentleman's not the right even term to use for this person. 25 felony counts, 39 arrests. He's back on the street because of these crazy blue city policies. What are the people of the Carolinas thinking about what they've had to go through the last few weeks?
Well, to be at the hearing, to hear the father of his daughter, who was begging for her life, all she wanted to do was live, to get shot, to have another grandmother who's suffering from leukemia, battling for the four that took her disabled grandchild, dismembered her, and is still walking the streets. I put up a bill on the special prosecutor to impeach him, and we've got that lined up in the House of Representatives when we get back. He shouldn't serve. He shouldn't be in that position, and it just goes to show that judges have to be accountable. And with the Federico case, it was 40. We found out it was 40 counts against this madman who murdered his daughter. And get this, John, out of 40 accounts over a 10-year span, he only spent 600 days in prison.
That's insane.
600 days, and it's insane. And it's got to change. And it starts with rogue judges who, as I mentioned at the hearing, they've got to have consequences, and it's unacceptable of what they're doing to the public and what they're doing to society as a whole. They've got to go.
Yeah, well, that impeachment movement is going to get a lot of attention. That'll make some waves and maybe set some accountability, which has long been lacking in the system. Congressman, as always, it's a great honor to have you on. I always enjoy the conversation. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, folks, quick commercial break. When we come back, one of America's most impactful movie makers, my good friend Dinesh D'Souza, here next to discuss his new film, The Dragon's Prophecy. This is a good one. We'll talk about it right after these messages. Hey America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free trial. Their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Once again, an armed attack in the Middle East, but this time it's different.
October 7th was the Devil's Holiday.
It's very hard to believe what happened, even though I was there and seeing with my own eyes and seeing them laughing and killing and having fun with it.
So who are the Jews? Who are the Palestinians? And whose land is it really? Could the fate of the world, of humanity itself, be somehow tied to this place?
What a powerful movie. You know you want to go see that when you see that trailer. It's a part of the trailer to Dinesh D'Souza's new film, The Dragon's Prophecy. It has a limited release on October 6th and October 8th. Then it'll release to stream on October 9th, and you can get your tickets at thedragonsprophecyfilm.com, thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. Joining us now, the great filmmaker himself, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh, great to have you on, my friend.
John, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me. I was telling you a moment ago that I started the film really by becoming interested in biblical archaeology and the way in which these archaeological findings corroborate the Hebrew and the Christian scriptures. Then along comes October 7th. But little did I know how timely these issues would be with Trump's peace plan, with now a critique of Israel coming not just from the left, but from the right. Yeah. So the film is in the middle of all that. And yet ultimately it is a search for a higher ground that goes beyond the political and incorporates the spiritual, the biblical, even the prophetic.
Yeah, it is. You're right. The timing could not be more important, I think, because we need to have this conversation, and we need to have it with some facts that often get taken out of the equation when one side or the other side hijacks it. And we've got people on the right and we got people on the left that are hijacking debate and moving from the facts. But let's start with the inspiration for this book. It's based on the movie, based on the book by Jonathan Cahn of the same name. Why'd you pick that? And then October 7th. Tell us how those two things come together in this great movie.
So the film begins with footage that very few people have seen of October 7th. And it's a very interesting angle because you're not seeing it from the point of view of Israel or the victims. You are riding almost alongside Hamas as it goes across the fence into the kibbutzes of Israel, to the Nova Festival. Hamas took the footage. So you're seeing it. It's almost like you have a GoPro on your head and you've got a motorcycle and you're riding in with Hamas. It's amazing. It's a little disturbing. We have a warning about it, but I've removed some of the most gruesome footage. I just have enough that you can get a real flavor for how bad it was. Yeah. And then we explore the significance. And I think one of Jonathan Cahn's sort of ingenious ideas is he says that the battle between Israel and Hamas is an odd and eerie recreation of ancient battles between the Israelites, described in the Bible, and their famous opponents, the Philistines. Now, Philistine, Palestine, it's actually the same word. It's the same term carried through history. But what Cahn stresses is it's not just the same word or the same name, it's the same tactics. So one of the heroes, John, of the Bible is this guy Samson, who represents the strength of Israel. Yeah. Samson is captured by the Philistines. They blind him in much the same manner that Israel was blinded on October 7th. They drag him, the Bible says, to Gaza. The Philistines controlled an area that is now the Gaza Strip, but then it was called Philistia, and Gaza was the main city in Philistia. So, and then the Bible says the people of Gaza demanded that Samson be stripped and brought out for their entertainment. And sure enough, right after October 7th, hostages were stripped, brought out for public entertainment. People are shouting Allahu Akbar. So Cahn makes the observation, very arresting, that Samson was the first hostage of Gaza. So this is the type of thing you're going to get in this film. I think it's very captivating, unexpected, and introduces this biblical dimension. And then, of course, the biblical archaeology comes in to authenticate and corroborate the Bible and show that this is not mythological. This isn't a bunch of people hundreds of years later making up stuff. Right. These figures in the Bible were real figures, and we can now verify it with inscriptions and seals and stones. It's almost like God is speaking back in a secular age through archaeology to say, guess what? I gave you a story, and the historicity of that can now be proven.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you weave history and the current politics together in such a powerful way. I want to go to two things. One is always uncomfortable to talk about. I have long seen the drift in the Democratic parties to the hatred of Israel, to the hatred, quite frankly, of Judeo-Christian values. I've been a little bit shocked by some of the conversations that occur in conservative politics, which don't feel like the conservative politics of 10 or 20 years ago, the Tuckers and the Candaces and others. Tell us a little bit about how that plays into this movie, and also just into your own thinking, what you make of this conversation that's been going on.
It's very awkward for me. I've known these guys for a long time. Yeah. I spoke at Candace's Blexit events. I did a lecture tour in Australia last year with Tucker. Of course, none of these topics came up. I think it's very bad. And I think it's bad in part because it appeals to young people who are frustrated and angry and believe the American dream is slipping away from them. And so we have this eternal scapegoat, which is it's the Jews.
Blame the Jews, right?
Nothing could be crazier. Now, some of it is disguised and wrapped up, and I'm just asking questions, and some of it is, we're conducting a personal investigation. But this is all bogus because these investigations, they're not like your investigations, John. They're not based upon facts, staying on the ground, making sensible hypotheses, looking to verify information. It's like you put out one outrageous libel, and then when it is shot down, you just come up with another one to replace it, and you're selling the snake oil to young people who don't know better and are vulnerable, don't have any sense of history. You tell them things like, well, maybe you should have allied with Hitler against Stalin in World War II, and they go, well, that's Tucker raising a tough question. So I am very unhappy with it. I think it's not only bad for the country, but it fractures the MAGA coalition. In some ways, it jeopardizes the Trump agenda. We certainly don't want to be throwing Mark Levin out of the Republican Party to make room for Nick Fuentes.
That's a line a lot of people are going to remember from this interview. That's a good one. Dinesh, I want to ask a little bit about, you said that some of this is born from the ignorance. People don't understand what's going on in the region. Your film, the interviews, you got Bibi Netanyahu, you got Mike Huckabee, you got amazing interviews. But I think when people saw October 7th happen, the atrocities, the magnitude of horror, people thought, man, there's just no chance we're going to get peace anytime soon. And here we are this week. We got a U.S. announcement of a Qatar security agreement. You got Netanyahu and the Qataris talking. It seems to me like a grand peace deal could be something that rises from the ashes of this extraordinary horror. Are you optimistic about what may lie ahead in the region?
I've got to say that, Trump has this ability to say things that seem at first glance to be so outlandish that even those of us on his side kind of gasp. Gaza's going to be a Riviera. Right. But then you have to put on the Trumpian hat and recognize this is a construction guy. He's looking at all this rubble. And he's imaginatively saying, I see homes and apartments and clean streets and safe neighborhoods and people going to work and high-tech companies, and I see peace and prosperity. And so I think his idea is let's at least offer it to these people. Maybe they're too twisted. Maybe they are too indoctrinated. Maybe they genuinely want to continue with this cult of death and then no one can stop them. But at least give them a way out. And I think that's what this peace plan represents. It's a genuine way out. Whether Hamas will take it now remains another question. One of the little tidbits of our film, Jonathan Kahn, he says that in Hebrew, the word Hamas means violence. And in fact, the Bible in the Hebrew says things like, Lord, save me from the men of Hamas, or Hamas dwells in the dark places of the earth. So here you've got an organization that is living up to its Hebrew, at least the Hebrew version of its name. So I'm not too optimistic that they're going to become the good guys, but I do agree that finding a solution that might work is just a great breakthrough by Trump.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see how history unfolds, but we'll be watching it closely. All right, we've got about 45 seconds left. What's your favorite interview of all the interviews you did for this?
Well, I enjoyed the conversation with Netanyahu just because I sprung questions on him that surprised him. I'm like, what's your take on Jesus?
That's hard to do.
So here I'm asking a Jew who's head of the Jewish state to comment on the most famous Jew in history. And he was, of course, very much up for the challenge. And he starts talking about Jesus' Hebrew roots. His name is really Yeshua. His dad is Yosef. His mom is Miriam. Jewish names, Jewish food. So it brings out, I think, a human side of Netanyahu that's very good. John, if I can say so, the website for this film, and you mentioned it at the outset, thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. You can get theater tickets. You can sign up for streaming and DVD. I'm very excited about this movie, and especially now in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, I think there's a spirit of revival in the land. This film could be. I want it to be a part of that.
I think it's going to be epic. I really do. In fact, I've already signed up. I'm signing up for my stream, so I can't wait to watch it. That's exciting to me personally. Dinesh D'Souza, you always know how to make an impact. You always know how to get the country talking. Great honor to have you on the show, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so good. Folks, go to the site. Go get those tickets. Go support this amazing movie. It is incredible. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, what could really happen in this government shutdown? One of my old-time friends. He's been around a long time. He's been fighting for a leaner government for as long as I can remember. The president of Americans for Tax Reform, Grover Norquist, next, right after these messages. Hey folks, if you snore and your partner hasn't moved to another room yet, congratulations. You've either found true love or your partner has no other place to go. Let's talk about what your partner really wants in bed. Silence. Stop keeping them awake from your snoring and giving them 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Zipa is the only FDA-approved and patented anti-snoring solution invented by a leading sleep doctor that stops snoring at the source. Zipa has a 91% success rate backed by a 91-night sleep guarantee. That's pretty great. For a limited time, go to Zipa.com and use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and get the absolute best solution guaranteed to stop your snoring with a Happy Z pack and save over 24% off. Plus, Zipa will donate $10 to breast cancer research. Visit Zipa, ZYPPAH.com. Use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and save over 24% off with the Happy Z pack and start improving your sleep health today. That's a good thing. Remember, Zipa is Happy Z spelled backwards. Text fees may apply.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Welcome back, folks. Joining me now. Well, first let me tell you a story. This is actually fun. When I first came to Washington as a young reporter 35 years ago, there was this young guy going around town trying to get politicians to sign a pledge saying they wouldn't raise American taxes. From that effort came one of the greatest tax reform movements in the history of this country. Everywhere we go today now, there are Republicans in state legislatures working to reduce Americans' tax burden, and they're going to bring that mentality one day to Washington. All of that traces back to a guy I've known for more than 3 decades. He's the president and the founder of Americans for Tax Reform, my good friend, Grover Norquist. Grover, good to have you on.
Good to be with you.
All right, before we get into all the fun things going on in the state and what might one day get exported to Washington, let's start with this shutdown. We've lived through a few of these shutdowns, but this one feels a little different. It feels like Donald Trump has something up his sleeve that might leave the government a little slimmer. What do you think?
Well, in the past, when the government would shut down for 3 days, 3 weeks, a little bit longer, they would let people go home if they weren't necessary, but when they came back, they would be paid. So basically, they got a vacation. They got to go home and they got paid. There was no saving for taxpayers at all. People would talk, oh, we're going to shut the government down, or the government got shut down. It didn't shut down. The people kept getting paid. Nothing changed. This time it's different. The Trump administration announced from the beginning, we will not be letting people go home on furlough. We will be letting go contracts. We will be letting some people go because once you've passed the date, October 1st, when the government's obligation to pay you or to pay a contract is over, since that's how long the deal was, that money was appropriated for, we don't have to make that payment. So they've decided they will be slimming down the size of government, sculpting it, not hacking at it, but they can decide very rationally, don't pay this bill, do pay that bill. And they've announced $8 billion worth of contracts out to green, ridiculous spending that should never have been approved. And then that's gone now. And you'd have to have the Congress come and pass it through the House, the Senate, and the presidency again in the future. That isn't happening. It's over. And there are many days of those decisions to be made. So that when the Democrats, who shut the government down, they ended it, and Mr. Schumer, head of the Democrats in the Senate, he warned the Democrats 7 months ago, don't do this. You'll give Trump and his people all the clout. And he convinced the other Democrats, okay, we won't do it. But then when it got around to this date, October 1st, the Democrats were so unhappy. They wanted to lash out and do something ridiculous. It didn't matter if it accomplished anything. Reminds me of that scene just before the end in Animal House, where somebody says, well, we're all getting kicked out of the university at Dartmouth, and they're going to close down our fraternity. It's time to do something futile and stupid. And that's what they decided to do. And the Democrats have taken the same approach. They know this doesn't accomplish anything for them, but they have to lash out. And Schumer, if he's going to keep being the leader of this band, has to join them in acting like Bluto.
Yeah, well, they're going to wake up with a lot of regret a few days later, I think, and this does feel like a lasting change to government that's going to come out of this. Guru, I want to turn to something else, because you have worked your entire career to get people educated on the dangers of excessive spending and taxing, and now you have a Republican Party that from the ground up, from the local level all the way up to the state level, and one day maybe back in Washington again, a movement that is cutting income taxes. You've got a lot of zero income taxes, a lot of flat income taxes. There's movements now to get rid of local property taxes. Tell us just how much progress has been made in the last few years. I think it's not chronicled well enough. It's pretty impressive.
Sure. Over 64 years, from 1932 to 1994, that's when the Republicans only won Congress twice. 62 years, Democrats ran everything except for 2 times. In 1994, that's when 96% of the Republicans signed the pledge never to raise taxes. Yep. Since then, since 1994, what happened? Republicans have won Congress, both houses. 18 years, Democrats, 6 years. So the Republican Party is the party that will not raise your taxes, has become the dominant party, 3-1. Before, they weren't even on the playing field. So that's at the national level, very helpful. Whenever the Republicans have power, they cut taxes. Whenever the Democrats have power, they raise taxes. Go to the state level. There are 8 states with no income tax, no state income tax. And that's been around for a while. But there are now 12 states where the House and Senate and the governor said, we are going to zero. The following states have passed laws that will automatically click them down to zero, even if they don't have to do anything else. That is Mississippi and Oklahoma, Indiana, West Virginia, and Kentucky, 5 states, automatically clicking to zero. There are 12 that have made the commitment to go to zero and taken serious steps to get there. On the flat tax issue, used to be 8 states that had single rate taxes 6 years ago. Today, it's 16. It's doubled. There are 3 more that have passed laws to get them to actual flat taxes. So pretty soon, half the nation will be in states with single rates, and in a number of years, 20 states will be at zero. So you're talking about people leaving California and New York, which they're doing now, but now they can move to 8 states. The day's going to come when there are 20 states they can move to. You don't have to travel a long way to leave New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Minnesota to go to a state that will have zero income tax. And 2/3 of the governors, Republicans, have signed the pledge never to raise taxes. The next generation of Republican elected officials, state legislative leaders that'll become congressmen, senators, presidents, they're all committed not to raise taxes and moving to zero.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. There are going to be a lot of lonely liberals in New York and Sacramento one day. Pretty soon, actually. Grover, great to have you on. Congratulations on all the success you've had over the years, and thanks for a good budget update today. Really important in this moment of extraordinary history. Thanks for joining us.
We're getting there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are indeed. All right, folks, quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about ballot fraud and one scare in Maine. It is shocking. Bobby Charles, my good friend, up here next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Welcome back, America. We're keeping a close eye on that press conference down in Memphis with the Attorney General Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. That could happen any minute. If we do, we'll break away from here. Go check it out. Big news happening there. All right. Speaking of big news, who would have thought that Maine would become ground zero for an election integrity question? But it sure has. And we got the perfect guest to give us the news. He's the former Assistant Secretary of State, former Chief Counsel for Investigative Counsel for the House Oversight Committee. Today, he's the leading Republican candidate for governor in Maine. And of course, he's the national spokesman for AMAC, our good friends there. He's our friend, Bobby Charles. Bobby, welcome to the show.
John, it is always a pleasure to be on your show, especially when there's big news.
Yeah, well, there is some news, and who would have thunk you would have opened up a Amazon package and found some missing ballots or unexpected ballots? Looks like we got a case of ballot fraud going on here. Tell us exactly what happened.
You know, John, I have to say this is probably the largest voter integrity scandal in the history of Maine, and maybe in the history of a lot of states that otherwise think they have real systems. Imagine you go out to your doorstep, you open an Amazon box, and you apparently ordered a lightsaber and some rice, and you find 250 freshly minted ballots that you can fill out and send in on behalf of voters that, who knows, maybe are illegal aliens, maybe they're dead, I don't know. Anything. That's what just happened here in the state of Maine. In the state of Maine, this morning, they just found a box filled with freshly minted, straight from the Secretary of State's offices, open ballots that could be used in the next cycle. Now, here is what's crazy about this. In this next cycle, this November, we have two issues. One is voter integrity. Yep. We have the question of whether you do or do not require voter ID. And the second is red flag laws, i.e. you do or do not have your guns confiscated. Right. Very big issues in the state of Maine. How ironic is it that we get literally a fraud within a fraud? We get industrial strength fraud. We get a cheat in terms of voter ballots that are sent out in a box. And if there's one box, there's probably 20 directly from a Secretary of State's office that in turn are intended to stop the referendum that would require IDs so that we don't have fraud. At the end of the day, John, this is the poster child for how Democrats run the show. They try to run it here in Maine with sort of illicit public corruption, and this to me is the most egregious case in recent memory. They literally are trying to steal this election by sending out ballots by the hundreds, 250 in one box, to people who can then fill them in. They just happen to have gone to the wrong people in this case, and in turn try to screw up the Maine voting system. Maybe it's the best thing in the world that this just happened, because this set of referenda really matter. We have to vote yes to get voter ID and no on red flags. Now maybe a lot of Maine voters will be paying attention who might not have known ahead of time.
And we got an FBI now run by Kash Patel, who's not going to yawn at this. It sounds like the FBI is already on the case, right?
That's right. Every indication is that they're taking an interest, and I'll tell you, we've asked them to take an interest as a gubernatorial campaign, but so has the state of Maine's GOP, and frankly, some of our great. We got one great conservative news outlet up here, the Maine Wire, and they are all pushing Kash Patel to open things up. Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on it. It's a big one. All right, so you're on the ground, you're campaigning hard. It just feels like Maine is going to be one of those big surprises in 26. You see it in some of the early polling data. I think you see it in the frustration of voters. I was up there for a few hours last month, and there's just a palpable feel that maybe Maine is ready to change a dial that it hasn't changed in a long time. What are you seeing on the ground? What are the issues resonating, and how might the shutdown that the Democrats just forced on us have some impact down at the state level? Well, so let me just say, this campaign is going vertical, John, and in some ways it's outside my control. It's like a force at work. The Maine voters are saying they are sick and tired of it. They're tired of all these drug traffickers everywhere, needles on the streets, the 10,000 overdoses. They're sick of the taxes, the property taxes, the income taxes, the unaffordability of their energy bill, everything. And they're sick of the nonsense in their schools. They're sick of woke garbage around every turn, and kids who at the 4th grade level can't read, at the 8th grade level can't do math. So they are done with this, and I think I'm feeling that in all 16 counties, and I've been everywhere. I will say that as I look at what's happening in the state of Maine, to me it's indicative of something that is a reflection maybe back into the state of what happened in 2024 in the United States. People are saying we are done with this kind of woke mismanagement and intentional ideological deception. And I think in Maine, and my campaign really illustrates it, we are on a beeline for victory. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first gubernatorial majority win with House and Senate since 1962. We could win by a plurality, but I honestly think we're more likely the Republicans to win by a majority because the people of the north and the southern part of the states are all suffering these same issues, and they're basically saying we are sick of it.
Yeah, it's just pretty remarkable. All right, so within the Democratic Party, you're beginning to see the impact of the far left and making its more veteran lawmakers panic, which is we don't want to get AOC'd, we don't want to get primaried. So you got a guy like Chuck Schumer, who for years has always argued against shutdowns. By the way, he argued against a shutdown earlier in the year, and then he got completely blown up by it, and now he owns a Schumer shutdown. This is his shutdown. He's the guy that's behind it all. The far left seems to have trapped the rest of the party in a cycle that seems kind of perilous long term.
It is perilous. I mean, to me, John, and maybe you're a fan of baseball like me, this is an unforced, I know you are, this is an unforced error. This is an error that didn't need to happen. What the Democrats have done is they've thrown a fit. And by throwing a fit, they've said they're not going to fund the government after October 1, after the end of September 30, which was yesterday. So they are now putting us in a position where pieces of the government will shut down. What they did is they played right into Donald Trump's hands, because with a paring knife, he is going to get rid of all the wasteful contracts. He'll get rid of a lot of the green contracts. He'll get rid of the full-time employees who are basically just pieces of the bureaucracy. And what I'd love to do as a governor in Maine is literally have that same kind of forced error. You tell me I can't cut this state's bureaucracy, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I am going to cut it to the bone. And what Donald Trump is doing right now is he's saying there is so much waste in this federal government that the essential services will stay, but the non-essential ones will not get paid for retroactively. And those employees may very well simply be riffed.
Now that's going to be a big change. And I'll tell you what, Republicans aren't going to let them come back either. So this is going to be a more permanent thing. Ralph Norman at the beginning of the show said, I think the savings from this riff and some of the things that the president's going to do could total up into the trillions over the next decade. That is a big statement, but he knows what's going on. He's on the Rules Committee, so pretty interesting. Bobby, I can't wait to see how this issue plays out in Maine. I know you're going to keep us ahead of it. You always do. Great to have you on the show, my friend.
Always a pleasure, John. I appreciate your people and you, of course.
Yeah, back at you. Folks, I was just at a great AMAC Patriots boot camp in Virginia this past weekend. It is one of the greatest organizations. I'm so proud to be a 5-year card-carrying member, and you can do the same thing. You can join me. You can join Bobby. All you got to do is go to amac.us/justnews. amac.us/justnews. You can get a 5-year membership for just a little over $1 a month. There's nothing that costs $1 a month now. Go do it. Reward yourself. You get discounts, news, a great magazine, but most importantly, you get to hang out with fellow patriots like you and I and Bobby. It's such a great organization. Go check it out today, amac.us/justnews. All right, guys, I think we're going to blow the break here, if I understand, guys. Is that right? Or are we going to go to a quick commercial break here? We are going to go to the break. Okay, we'll be right back, folks, right after this commercial message.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting
Welcome back, America. We're ready to take you out to that press conference with the Attorney General, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi. But right now, we got a great conversation before we end this show. He is the publisher of the Climate Depot, and he's a former senior staffer at the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. He brings the sanity back to the arguments about the environment. He is our good friend, Mark Morano. Mark, good to have you back on. Good to have you, my friend. All right, listen, let's talk a little bit about what's been going on. I want to start with the budget shutdown today. It seems to me this is a gift from our good friends on the left. Is the Trump administration going to use this to squeeze the last drops of the Green New Deal out? Oh, we might have lost him there. Okay. All right, he's frozen up. We're going to try to get him back on here, folks. We'll do that. We were talking at the beginning of the show, and I think you guys all heard in the audience what Ralph Norman said, which is this is a moment that Donald Trump will use. If there's any leftover grants from the Biden era, they're getting closed down. If there are any employees that aren't going to work tomorrow because they're not essential, they're getting fired. They'll have to be rehired by Congress. There's no back pay, so no paid vacations this this particular shutdown. And I think the similar approach is going to be taken to a lot of the far left grants, the far left contracts that were left to the president by Joe Biden that Congress didn't have the courage to cut. And I think you heard what Ralph Norman said. I mean, you start talking about cutting trillions from a single shutdown. That's never happened. And you say, well, it doesn't seem possible. It's only $7 trillion a year budget. But if you save $500-600 million this year and that carries over for the next 5 or 6 years, you're getting into the trillions. And I think that that's what Ralph Norman was suggesting, that maybe behind the scenes there's a larger annual clipper going on than we're thinking. And we're going to keep a close eye on that over the next couple of days. We've got a good story tomorrow morning, by the way. My good colleague, Ben Whedon, will be talking about that. Now, we were going to talk to Mark Morano about something fun. All the climate pronouns are being shut down. If we get him back, you're going to get a chuckle out of that. All the political correctness that the Biden administration imposed on Americans through regulation, through funding, it's getting rolled back as much as the money's getting rolled back, and I think it's an exciting time. Now, while we're waiting for Mark to see if we can get him back on, I want to turn to one other very important topic. This morning, we brought you some new news on January 6th. We promised we'd get you all the truth, however long it takes us. My good colleague Stephen Richards and I work together. We now know how the phone location records around the 2 pipe bombs that were planted at the RNC and the DNC, the 2 major political party headquarters, on or around January 6th, how the phone data got lost. And it is an amusing tale, perhaps a tantalizing tale. We had Barry Loudermilk on. You heard what he said. Here's what we've learned. The woman who found the RNC bomb worked for a entity called FirstNet, and that is extraordinary. Oh, hey, we got some breaking news. Stephen Miller has come out. We're going to go live to the tarmac there.
Disgusting, and to deny pay to our troops, to deny pay to FBI, ATF, DEA, and ICE, to try to give free health care to illegals is honestly, it's sinful. I've never seen anything worse in any funding fight in my entire life. Republicans put up a clean funding bill. No policy writers, just straight funding of the government, and they voted it down for one reason: it didn't give free health care to illegals. It's revolting.
We noticed on the way in here, there's a digital billboard that said, "Memphis, we welcome the National Guard." How does that make you guys feel?
You know, that doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think it surprises any of us, because when you go out on the streets to talk to the citizens, even if they were hesitant at the beginning, a couple days in, and now they're looking at what happened in Washington and say, we want that security, we want that safety here in Memphis. It's a proud city. These are proud people that love that city. So they're welcoming the National Guard, and it is the Tennessee National Guard. It's their fellow members of their state securing that city. They have welcomed us, and we're glad to be here for them.
Louisiana's also asking for National Guard. Do you feel like more people are coming out now wanting this kind of help? And do you think that this shutdown could affect that for them? They can't get the help that they need.
Our department and law enforcement, we do our jobs. We're here for the American people. We're here to secure our citizens and keep us safe. Democrats are going to play games. That hurts what our troops can do, that hurts what our law enforcement can do. We still work, though, but we know the games they're playing. And if we need to go to other cities to support law enforcement, we'll do that.
I got a message.
Important point. The troops, the peak commands, the law enforcement officers that work for Pam, they're going to keep going day and night, even without their paychecks. They love their country that much. I just wish the Senate Democrats loved their country that much. Instead of fighting for illegal aliens, I wish they'd fight for American citizens like our troops do and our cops do. It's honestly, like I said, it is repugnant. It should be one of the most repugnant things I've ever seen.
I saw a message on X someone sent me, and they said, please let everyone know that some of these criminals are going out into the suburbs. They know that you guys are coming to Memphis, and they're running out to the suburbs. How do we handle that?
Oh, that's an easy message. You can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. We're coming after you. We're going to find you. Get ready. You're going to prison.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yep.
There you go. A loud message sent to all the blue cities today from that team of Donald Trump fighting crime on the front lines of Memphis. It's going to spread elsewhere. You know what else is going to spread? A good idea. I'm going to hand off the baton to my good friend, Grant Stinchfield.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. So we are well into now what is being dubbed as the Schumer shutdown. As well it should be. Schumer feeling heat from the Looney Tune left-wing faction of his party. And so now they're shutting down the government because of this. Why? Because they want to give health care to illegals? I actually think it's more than that. I think they hate President Trump. They will do everything they can to stop President Trump in his tracks. This will backfire on Senate Democrats, on Democrats in general, because President Trump will end up getting what he wants. And in the meantime, I think we're going to have to go through a lot of mass firings. And if we do that, that's going to only make this government even more streamlined and better than it was before. Here's Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Democrats.
It's clear that the way out of this shutdown is to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to address the looming health care crisis that faces tens of millions of American families. Democrats want to avert this crisis, but Republicans tried to bully us, and it's clear they can't. They don't have the votes.
Well, 3 Democrats actually sided with Senate Republicans because they know this is one of the most ridiculous moves ever by the Democrats. Think about this. The Republicans sent a clean, continuing resolution. What does that mean? It basically means, hey, let's just keep spending at the current levels while we can work this out. Any reasonable person would say, okay, fair enough. Not the Democrats. They want this idea of health care for illegal aliens. They want to fund NPR and PBS, and they thought they could use this to hold President Trump hostage. Now, Schumer claims, oh, this is all a lie. Well, ask Speaker Mike Johnson about that in the meeting in the White House.
Chuck Schumer was in the Oval Office with me, 48 hours ago. We were there. The president, as a strong leader, he brought all of us in, all 4 leaders, Thune and Schumer and myself and Hakeem Jeffries. And the president said, make your case. What is it you want? And Chuck Schumer repeated in that meeting what he put on paper. The counter proposal that he filed, everyone can go read it for themselves, would add $1.5 trillion in new spending on a 7-week stopgap measure. We're not doing that. He wants to give health care to illegal aliens again. We're not doing that.
He knew Republicans. This would be dead on arrival with them. You think after everything President Trump did, running and what the American people want as a mandate from him, we're going to give illegal aliens health care and spend more of this crazy spending like they were before? Not a chance. Look, Chuck Schumer has a primary against him. He's afraid of losing to the likes of AOC, of all people. J.D. Vance spelled it out.
But the reality here, and let's be honest about the politics, is that Chuck Schumer is terrified she's going to get a primary challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The reason why the American people's government is shut down is because Chuck Schumer is listening to the far-left radicals in his own party because he's terrified of a primary challenge.
Folks, listen to me and listen to me carefully. 13 times the Democrats, when they controlled the majority, they voted for these continuing resolutions. Now, I don't like a continuing resolution, but this was only through Thanksgiving. They could have kept the government up and running. He said no. So now we've got to go with mass layoffs. Call it the Schumer shutdown. What do you think about that, Chucky Schumer?
Every Republican who's gone on TV the last 12 hours or so has called this the Schumer shutdown. What do you say about that name? Senator Schumer, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Senator Schumer, can you hear me?
That's what he gets. The Schumer shutdown. The guy had a great line. Maybe the budget shutdown, government shutdown, cut audio from the Capitol too. So what a hypocrite Chuck Schumer is. Because over and over again, he claimed the dangers of a government shutdown. Chuck Schumer did. Now what? He ignores his old words? I mean, his old words now come back to haunt him.
To minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open. The last thing Americans need right now is a pointless government shutdown. A shutdown will hurt just about every American. If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most.
Look, the reality is all of Congress can't do their job. We haven't been coming up with budgets, regular order, for as long as I can remember, and I'm 56 years old, and I can't remember the last time we had regular order of coming up with budgets. So we got a lot to go around when it comes to blame. But I will tell you, when it comes to this shutdown right now, the blame lies squarely on the shoulders of Chuck Schumer and his Democrats. I want to bring in now such a great friend of the program, Republican Congressman from Tennessee, Tim Burchett, is back with us. Congressman, it's great to see you.
It's great seeing you, brother. Thank you again for having me on.
Absolutely. So your thoughts now of what's happening. The Democrats are saying we're all crazy, calling it a Schumer shutdown, and they want to spend money on illegals for health care. But I think those are facts. Your thoughts about where we are?
Well, I think J.D. Vance had it right. I said this several days ago. I put it out on a video that it really has to do with Schumer looking in his rearview mirror. Had 1.5 million views. And, Republicans are terrible at messaging. We all need to just focus on the facts. And the facts are this. Chuck Schumer will shut this thing down to pay for illegals' health care, transgender surgery, all this radical NPR funding, public television, and some other liberal media outlets that just espouse the views of the Democrat National Committee. And as I stated in my video, Schumer is looking in his rearview mirror, and all he sees is AOC. And he sees New York. New York City is going to go vote for a Marxist, literally an open and shut Marxist. I mean, that's all there is. And he's unapologetic about it. And yet he knows that's AOC's base, and he knows that's not his base. If he does not appeal to them, he will be out of office. He will wreck this country to stay in power. And that is the problem with leadership in both parties. They've got their Suburbans. They've got their 4 deep security. They never have to stand in line anywhere they go. They're above everybody else, and they start believing it. And that's Chuck Schumer for several decades. He needs to go back home to New York and flip those raw hamburgers with cheese on them that we've all seen the pictures of and play with his grandchildren. His time has come and gone. AOC will smoke him. And I see Cortez all the time, and I told her, hey, Cortez, I said, are you taking on Schumer? I said, you can beat him. And she smiles and says, oh, shut up, Burchett. And, I get it. It's what it's all about. It's about these people been here too dadgum long, and this town has left them behind. And the Democrats don't realize these young folks are angry about what's going on in their party and ours. That's why the Charlie Kirk effect, it's nationwide. It's not a trend. It's the way of the future. These are the future leaders, and they're going to take control. They're going to take the bull by the horns. And he better realize that in his own party, or he'll be out on the CNN guest editorial writing his memoir somewhere.
Well, it's really sad because you bring up New York and Chuck Schumer and AOC. I don't like to tell people, I've lived in Texas now for 23 years. I like telling people that, but I grew up in and around New York City. I'm at the point, Congressman, where I kind of hope this Mamdani wins. I hope New York goes into the S-hole and they suffer and they realize how bad it is, because we'll be able to use it as an example. Now, I say that some respects hesitantly because I really want every American city to succeed. But if they're going to go down this road, they're going to learn a deep lesson. And in the end, I think we're the ones that are going to benefit from it when we look around the rest of the country.
Exactly. Margaret Thatcher said it best. The trouble with socialism is they run out of people to take their money from, and dadgummit, they've run out. And I guarantee you, Donald J. Trump will not allow a single dollar to go to any of their Marxist policies in New York, in a once proud city that he had a lot to do with making it proud. And and the American taxpayers are not going to bail out a bunch of failed policies and things. It never works. The socialism, Marxism, communism, whatever you want to call it, it's just taking from others and giving to somebody else who doesn't want to work for it. And that's what it's all about. And Schumer is caught in this trap, and he's got to throw the country down and the sad thing is, well, it's not so sad for me being a Republican, but the Democrats are just going to fall right off that cliff, and they don't get it because they've been for so long. All they'd have to do is get their message from the DNC, and then their leadership would espouse it. And then ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, The View, all those cluckheads, they would get on there and they would espouse it, and then in their arrogance, they would they would believe it.
Let me ask you about this, because I think the American people are fed up with all of it. We just want Congress to do their job, and I'll say present company excluded. We got a lot of them up there that aren't doing their job. You don't fall into that category, Congressman Burchett, but you will get paid. We got TSA agents that aren't going to get paid. We got members of the military that won't get paid. We got Border Patrol that won't get paid. Let me play a clip from Rick Scott and then get your response to this.
And by the way, if you didn't do your job in business, you didn't get paid. You don't show up and do your job, you don't get paid. Why are we getting paid? We shouldn't get paid if we don't do our job. We need to figure out how to work together to get our budgets done. It's as simple as that.
So you're going to offer legislation to not get paid during shutdowns?
Absolutely. I already have a bill. We've got a bill that we don't get paid during the shutdown.
Is he sincere? What do you think about all this, Congressman?
He's a multimillionaire. He can be sincere. I've filed similar legislation in the past. It goes nowhere. I've already written a letter to the folks that write our checks to say, do not send me a check for the time we're off. You know, it's in the Constitution. It's going to happen. We've got to change that. The reality is, again, 12% of the population that's eligible to vote votes. This is what you get. You get a clown show, and that's what you've got in Washington, D.C.
Speaking of clown show, I know you'll get a smile about this before I let you go. Hakeem Jeffries held a live stream yesterday as the showdown's going down. He had like 156 viewers. I think we have video of this, and we can throw that up on the screen. 156 viewers, okay? It gets worse because 20 minutes later, we'll throw up this video. That live stream dropped to 93 viewers. I mean, I'm going to tell you, pretty sorry.
I can get 93 folks to the Vol Market over here in Western Avenue. You can ask my boys Alan and Richie. I do it when we have political people in town. I just put it out, and I can get that many people to drive there from their homes. That's pathetic. And to say that the House has anything to do with it anymore, Hakeem Jeffries missed his chance to negotiate. He refused to negotiate. He walked down that path with Schumer, hand in hand. They're skipping down that path, and they're taking it on the chin, and they know it. And the Democrats are peeling off in the House. They are disgusted. This is the type of thing. This is the Republican primary. Republican, you'd be looking at a new speaker when we get back, or a new leader. And so you're going to have a lot of spoiled grapes on this one, because the polls are not looking good for them on this one.
It's not going to end well for them, and that's a good thing for us. Congressman Burchett, it's always great to see you. I appreciate you taking time out for us tonight, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, brother. Pray for our country.
Absolutely, we always do. And everybody out there, Stinchfield's Army is doing it on a daily basis, if not an hourly basis at times. All right, you want to see the exact example, the best example of the Democrat Party today, okay? someone who pushes violence, someone who lies, and is low IQ. That is the Democrat congressman or woman in America today. I'm talking about Maxine Waters, of course.
Do Democrats want to prioritize the health care of illegal aliens over a government shutdown? Because if the government does shut down, Americans...
Excuse me, stop it right there. We're not prioritizing. What we're doing is saying simply we want to keep the government open and we want to work with the Republicans and have a bipartisan agreement.
This interview was great, and it basically went viral yesterday. A young reporter for Lindell TV was doing that interview, and she did a fabulous job, and I said, we got to get her on. So with me now is D.C. correspondent for Lindell TV. Allison Steinberg is with us. Allison, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much, Grant, for having me. It's great to be with you today.
All right, I wanted to go through some of these clips with you, but first off, it was the end of your interview that I think sealed it for me. You turned to the camera and you gave a look, and I about fell out of my chair. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Your thoughts about Maxine Waters and how she responded to your questions before we go through some of them.
Well, obviously, Maxine didn't get briefed up on the standard Democrat talking points, which was to deny that they're giving illegals free health care. She actually just, said the quiet part out loud there. So that was slightly shocking in and of itself. But I was also just taken back by her inability to have a conversation. I was asking a very simple question. She told me that I was being divisive and trying to create controversy. No, I was simply trying to ask questions that the American people want answers to. And I guess a journalist can't even do that in today's day and age unless you're, part of the mainstream media, machine.
Let's see if Allison Steinberg was being divisive, as Maxine Waters said. Roll the next clip.
Aren't Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
That's right. Democrats are demanding health care for everybody. We want to save lives.
So there's where she admitted it for everybody.
Yes. They want health care for everyone, which actually, I guess, is pronouns for illegal aliens. This is how Democrats confuse you. They try to, use words and definitions that aren't actually true. They are notorious for changing definitions. So everybody actually is translation for illegal aliens. And she made that very clear in that statement, I think.
All right. I say she's a low IQ individual. You talk to her face to face. I hear her. Remember, she's the one, go out and get in their faces, get up in their face if you see them out there, all of these things. Your interactions with her, did she even see the Lindell TV mic flag? She's got to know where you're coming from when you walk up to her. Is she low IQ, or is she just doing what Democrats do?
I think she's just decrepit and ancient, and I think we need to absolutely implement term limits because she is way past her prime. In certain areas of the Capitol, they don't let us have the mic flag, so I think that's how I've been able to sneak in and get some of these great clips with Democrats, but I think before long, they're probably going to start recognizing me, so I'm going to have to maybe go undercover soon with a green wig and a septum ring. Maybe then I'll get some more answers from these people.
Groucho Marx glasses and those. Let me play one more. I know you're tight on time. Let me play one more clip, and then I'll get your reaction.
So you're good with the government shutdown, even if it means giving health care to people who aren't American citizens?
Well, that's what you're pushing on. What you're trying to do is you're standing here and you're trying to make me say that somehow we're going to put non-citizens over Americans. Quit it. Stop it. This is the kind of journalism we don't need.
No, I'm just
asking divisive. Questions. No, you're not.
Yeah, no,
you're being divisive. No, please.
No, I'm sorry, but it was great. Every question you asked, she doesn't have an answer for them. Allison, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, it just goes to show how ridiculous these Democrats are. In fact, I just was at a forum that they held about how we need to protect free speech because apparently President Trump is trampling over the First Amendment. It just highlights their sheer hypocrisy there. They don't care about free speech. They don't care about truth. They care about pushing their ridiculous talking points that don't actually benefit Americans and prioritize illegal aliens. They're sick, and I can't believe anyone even still follows these people anymore.
Well, I appreciate the work you're doing out there. Thank you for sharing some time with us. I always say in this battle against the left, we got to work together. Lindell TV, Real America's Voice, even One American News, Newsmax, all of them. This is a team effort, and great job, Allison. Thank you.
Amen. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. And Mike Lindell, what a great supporter of Real America's Voice as well. Happy and great thanks for him putting Allison on loan to us for a little bit. All right, I want to revisit Memphis. We're going to go out to Portland here in a little bit. But Memphis today, before the show started, you saw Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, and Stephen Miller talking about what the plan is. And the plan is we're going to track you down. We're going to get you. If you're a criminal, look out. The National Guard now on the ground in Memphis. The federal agents have already made dozens upon dozens of arrests in that city to give some people some relief. Here's the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
I just cannot thank you enough for what you do. What you do in difficult places, in dark places, in dangerous places, where politicians spend a lot of time second-guessing you, second-guessing the impossible decisions that you have to make that they will never understand. It's part of what we're trying to do at the department for our troops overseas or in combat and elsewhere is we're not here to second-guess you, we're here to have your back.
So that is the Secretary of War talking to the National Guard troops who are now going to be on the ground stationed in Memphis. This is relief for the people. I'm going to ask you, when was the last time in the last 4 years before President Trump took office that anybody in any city had any relief, that we could actually start to relax and think, you know what, help is on the way? Well, right now, help is on the way, thanks to our Commander-in-Chief and thanks to great leaders like Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, and yes, Stephen Miller.
We are about to provide you with a level of support you cannot even imagine. This isn't just a task force. This is a all-of-government unlimited support operation. ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE, Department of War, every resource we have. And they're not going to be sitting behind a desk at a keyboard. We are sending in real cops with guns and badges to go out with you on the street every single night making arrests.
Look, I've got a very good friend, a few of them actually, who live in Memphis. And they tell me, you go to the wrong part of town, it's game over. You don't want to be there. That ends today, folks, as the thugs and bruisers who rule the streets of Memphis are going to be put on notice. And this is happening in many cities across the country. Our own Brian Glenn was traveling with the president's crew there, which was Bondi, Miller, and Hegseth. He had a chance to catch up with the Attorney General just before they landed in Memphis.
Crime has plummeted in D.C. It's been amazing. I was texting with Mayor Bowser this morning, and last night I was texting with the mayor of Memphis. So we're really looking forward to going to Memphis today. And, you know, we know, President Trump knows, when the government shuts down, crime doesn't shut down. And so we're not going to let that impact what we're doing in fighting to keep America safe. Memphis has the highest violent murder rate in the entire country. Just this year alone, they have had 150 murders.
It's crazy. And then you look at cities like Chicago. I just saw over the weekend 52 people shot in 2 days. Like these are war zones. These are crime rates higher than Afghanistan. And yet these are American cities. So again, thank you to President Trump and his team for working to make America safe again. That's going on in Portland as well, as these Antifa lunatics take to the streets. They continue to riot and wage war on ICE agents outside that ICE facility in Portland. National Guard is there now as well. ICE agents stepping up. And you know who else is on the ground there? Ben Berkwam is. So we're going to talk to him in a moment. Now, do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file your tax extension? The October 15th deadline is fast approaching and time is running out. They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there's help available. Tax Network USA is a nationwide tax firm. It's helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. All right. The next chapter of the redistricting wars and what leftists are doing to stop them. We'll talk about that in the program. And Ben Berkwam is in Portland. We will talk with him as well. All of it on the Real America's Voice show today.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Welcome back, everyone. It's no secret that across America in blue cities, we literally have lunatics that rule the streets. From the thugs and bruisers that are criminals that should be in prison to the Antifa goons who literally cause such chaos and destruction, it needs to stop. Well, Portland, Oregon is one of those cities. This has been a problem for a really long time. The president is now taking notice. As you know, the National Guard is on the way in Portland. We've got ICE agents upping their presence there in Portland as Antifa surrounds the ICE facility. Antifa's used to getting its way in Portland. They basically are given areas of the city to just control. Why? Because the lunatics that rule the streets also are in City Hall. This is one of those lunatics, not in City Hall, but on the streets.
You everything that you do. And if you assault protesters, you are not better than us. Not going to be a good one. You do not run this.
This, folks, is what ICE agents have to deal with. And that's actually the least of their problems, because when they start throwing rocks and bottles at ICE agents, it literally puts them into danger. So Rav was given unprecedented access behind the scenes into that ICE facility and talked with top leaders of ICE, who, of course, gets that kind of access. Our own Ben Berkwam. He was on the roof with this high-ranking ICE officers who's in charge of enforcement removal operations. Let's hear from her.
And they can be here in a relatively short amount of time. There'll just be waves of folks that'll come in when they see if we've stepped up our battle rhythm, if we have more people coming in and out, if we have more people on the roof, if there's more traffic in and out of the building, just a whole lot of different things, because they have some spotters downstairs who will let everybody know through their networks what is and isn't happening down here.
So they've got spotters. It's like a military operation. And they want to tell us somehow that Antifa is not organized or a real group. We know differently. I want to bring in now my buddy, RAV correspondent Ben Berkwam is with us. He is in Portland. Ben, welcome to the program.
Hey, thank you. It's just incredible, Grant, to be able to stand here, to be invited in there. And the building you see behind me, that was Camila Wamsley. She's the field office director for Seattle, covers Alaska, Seattle, and down here in Portland. And what these guys have to go through every night is just truly unbelievable. Simply, and by the way, Grant, all of this is predicated on these crazy leftists that are coming out here protesting ICE getting rid of criminal illegal aliens in the community. All of it starts from there. But you're right. The most important thing people need to understand is this is not just Antifa. This goes all the way to the city hall, to the mayor, to the governor. There's a coordinated effort. It should be a RICO case by all of these different organizations to undermine America from within. Antifa is just the weaponized violent arm of this organization that's working to destroy this country.
We're told over and over again that, oh, this is just one city block. What's your response to that when we hear that?
Yeah, no, it's total nonsense. Antifa has been allowed to run Portland for the last 10 years, basically. They've been given carte blanche. It's basically the violent arm of the Democratic Socialists of America. So when you see DSA and all of these organizations, socialists, communists, all these different groups, Antifa is just the brown shirts of the Democrats now. And so they're used as the violent arm. There are places you go downtown, it's the same thing. And it's not just with ICE. It's not just obstructing what ICE is doing here. It's obstructing what ICE is doing across the city and across the state to be able to get rid of the criminal illegal aliens. It's also what they've done to law enforcement, where they protect these criminals. They commit crimes. They're not held accountable. A patriot, a conservative, commits a crime or doesn't commit a crime, is just accused of committing a crime, and they're prosecuted. It's this unequal, no longer equal protection under the law. That's what you have here. It's total lawlessness. I call it post-constitutional America. That's what you have in these communities.
Have they managed to hire police officers that subscribe to this ideology, or are the police officers in Portland feel like they're handcuffed too?
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a mixed bag, but for the most part, the police officers want to be able to do their jobs. But when you ask them, it's always off the record. They can't say it officially, but it's always, well, I got to keep my pension. And that's really what it comes down to. It's just like we saw in COVID. Well, I got to follow orders. And that's the unfortunate thing. But it's all driven by the mayor's office. The mayor determines what the police can and can't do. They cannot respond. The Portland police cannot respond to a 4-block radius of this area when calls are called out. Even to the people that live here that may have an issue, they will not respond because there's an ICE facility here.
I mean, that's like something you would hear in Paris or London or something like that. You wouldn't think that would be happening in an American city. Let me play a little bit more of the interview you did with that ICE higher-up. Roll cut 2 for me.
We get a lot of flack because our folks wear masks. Our people are doing that to protect themselves and their family from this doxing and from people coming to their houses and from being followed home. Meanwhile, we have people here who show up with gas masks, with helmets, different types of strobe equipment or other things that will impede the lawful operations that we have going on.
Ben, I don't want to litigate the masks because I'm not a big fan of the masks myself. I've been outspoken about that. But the reality is these agents are being followed home. These agents are being doxxed. These agents' families are being threatened. How bad is it getting, especially in Portland, for these agents?
Well, it's to the point where, you know, it's tough to hire people in some of these areas. If you're going to work for ICE, you know, a lot of people have second thoughts when it's like, well, I'm going to get stationed in Portland. Yeah, if I get sent to Texas or a red state where they back me up, sure, I'll go there. But that's the whole point of this, is to terrorize the individuals from not wanting to do their job. In fact, all around here, you've got kill cops, you've got signs that say jump ICE. All of these messages, they go in there, they're shouting up, kill yourself. It's just the most vile, evil thing you can hear. It's just, it's awful.
Ben, we played a clip from Nick Shirley, who does a lot of the type of work you do. And one of the Antifa members said last night to him, I'm going to smoke you if you don't get out of here. Is there any action on behalf of law enforcement that when people like yourself or Nick Shirley or Brandy Cruz are threatened by these Antifa people, I mean legitimate threats, where they will go and arrest them?
No. And look, and I'll tell you from now, if it happens when ICE is out here and they're dealing with another arrest, if there's an assault near them, they see that, they'll step in. But their objective, their purpose is to secure this federal facility. And when National Guard comes in, that will be their purpose. It's the local PD's job to protect you on city streets. And they have given up on this area of the city.
Wow.
They have left this to the citizens.
Lastly, when do you expect the National Guard to be helping ICE agents protect that facility?
Anticipation is sometime this weekend. I don't have an official day or time, but that's the rumblings that we're hearing. So we're kind of waiting and seeing. And really, it comes down to how violent, you know, President Trump, this is a response from how violent the left gets. And so the more violent they get, the faster that will happen. And by the way, you can see it's mostly peaceful right now. Mm-hmm. It's always at night when these demons come out. And that's always the way it is. And you have the mainstream media come out and say, oh, there's nothing to see here. But at night, that's when all the violence happens.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, not surprising. You know, nothing good happens when the sun goes down, especially after midnight, as my grandmother always said. But, Ben, be safe out there. As always, we appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right. That was the great Ben Berkwam. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about Texas redistricting. We're going to talk about California redistricting. And we'll talk about some possibilities, one good, one really bad, next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Well, welcome back, everyone. Redistricting battles are going on across the country as we speak. In Texas, what's estimated to be a 9-day trial over Texas's new maps, which the left wants to claim are somehow racist. Well, this is the same group that sued Texas over its 2021 maps. And so now a court will decide. Now, remember, in 2019, the Supreme Court basically said that gerrymandering may not be the Democrat process, but if it's not unconstitutional, there's nothing the courts can do about it. So Texas aims to pick up 5 seats. Now, this is from a woman from the plaintiffs who claim the maps are racist.
The DOJ obliged, providing Governor Abbott with the cover that he was looking for, a roadmap as to how to redraw these districts.
All right, she's talking about Pam Bondi's DOJ that sent a letter to Greg Abbott saying, hey, the other districts you had were no good in 2021, redraw them. That opened up the door to redraw the maps this way to gain Texas 5 seats. Here's our friend Christina Pearson. You may remember her. She's now a state representative in Texas defending the maps.
And I just reject the notion that race is even involved here, because one of the things that we did hear is that they wanted districts of people who look like them, sound like them, have the same culture, and those districts exist. There's 4 new Hispanic seats. It just doesn't make any sense.
Look, the bottom line is we can argue all day about how we're drawing the lines with the racist, not racist. The reality is we're trying to gain 5 seats, okay? I'm not hiding that fact, and it better work. Now, here's where disaster would strike. If Texas loses this and California moves forward with its redistricting plans, which I believe go against the California Constitution, and California wins, now we're under a real world of hurt. Same goes true, though, if Texas wins and California voters stop it, then California and the Democrats are under a world of hurt. So this goes both ways. So you have Prop 50 in California. There is a huge effort underway to get California voters to say no to Prop 50. No, the legislature can't redistrict. I want to bring in now someone who's instrumental in pushing back against this Prop 50. She is actress and comedian Roxanne Hogue. Roxanne, welcome to the program. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Grant.
All right. So it's interesting because Republicans in Texas are making one argument. Republicans in California are making another. But the difference is California is breaking its own constitution. That's not happening in Texas. And that's a big difference, Roxanne.
Yes, not only that, Texas is responding to gerrymandering that was distinctly racist. And I have to say, as the chairman of the Los Angeles County Republican Party, an immigrant and a non-white person myself, I find it very interesting that Gavin Newsom and his cronies decided to redistrict just when minorities, Hispanics, and everyone young started taking a step to the right. And the electorate, even in Los Angeles, moved 9 points into the red. It's, I'm sure, a coincidence.
All right. So the people of California have to vote this through. They've got to approve this. That vote is coming up. How is the effort going to push back and get Californians to vote no, which I would think would be a very tall order in a state like California with the blind liberal zombies that simply follow Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi's every move?
Well, one thing you have to remember is that people, even though we are a blue state, they are rightly suspicious of any ballot proposition because we've noticed in the past decade that they're almost always the opposite of what they're called, and they accomplish the opposite of what they claim. So we got our sample ballots, and it turns out, whoops, they made a mistake in how they depicted one of the districts. It turns out to be the one that Mike Garcia used to sit in, and they've misstated so much about what they're doing. And so I really hope that normal Californians, who we actually have some, they are all, when you tell them, hey, this is upending our Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, which is part of the Constitution, they pretty much don't want that. And just like they voted for Prop 36, which made crime illegal again, I think they're going to step forward and say no to Prop 50 because it is a naked power grab.
All right. I know Republicans are trying to bring in heavy hitters. My least favorite Republican in California may just be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he literally ruined the Republican Party in California. But he is out campaigning on behalf of saying no to Prop 50. Let's roll his clip.
The politicians want their power back.
That's what they want to do, is take us backwards. This is why it is important for you to vote no on Proposition 50.
California voters established an independent commission led by citizens to stop rigged elections. Prop 50 cancels this historic reform, putting the politicians back in charge.
The Constitution does not start with the politicians, it starts with we the people.
Trust citizens, not politicians. No on 50.
Democracy. We got to protect it, and we got to go and fight for it.
All right, Roxanne, I'll admit the first rule in marketing is don't do what you think is best. Do what the numbers say is best. Does Arnold Schwarzenegger still have a big following? Does this help us?
He has absolute star power, but more than that, he actually makes sense. He has been proving since out of office to say a few things in the last year, like immigration enforcement is the purview of the federal government. That almost knocked the ladies of The View back on their tuckuses. And the fact is, he's right on this. We have maps that actually nobody really disputes, even though we are vastly underrepresented. Republicans are about 40% of the electorate when you count the partisan races, and we have 9 members of Congress out of the 50 plus. So I think people who pay attention will see this for what it is.
All right, lastly, I want to play one more soundbite because California always does some crazy things with ballots and sample ballots and all these things. You mentioned they listed District 22 twice, but I want to play a clip from a voter who got one of the sample ballots, and it's all screwed up.
Good information, cost a fortune to mail out. Now here we go. Sample ballot, page left blank. Measures. Following pages may include blah, 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 right? And go to the actual text of the measures, nothing. But these pages seem to have been there and cut out. Nothing gives anyone confidence about a fair election.
Roxanne, I'll let you respond. I never think things are accidental or coincidence. I always think things are by design. Your thoughts real quick, if you can.
This is one case. I have the same thing in my hot little hands, and it's got this page left bank. This is just crap work by a crap bureaucracy that can't even keep our streets clean. The next thing that came out in the mail with the other mistake was the statewide ballot information, and that had all the information on it. This is a nothing burger. The most important thing everyone should focus on is to take their ballots when they get them, vote no on Prop 50, and return them as soon as possible. This is not a drill. This is an existential threat to actual representation in the Golden State.
All right. And it's not a joke from comedian Roxanne Hogue either. Roxanne, thank you. Appreciate you. Look, vote no on Prop 50 if you're in California. It's imperative. All right, folks, did you know that your home can be stolen without you even knowing how to protect yourself? That's next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Welcome back, everyone. You know, I wish criminals would put their minds to something legal. I mean, sometimes they come up with the craziest schemes, and you think if you just did something legal, you'd be a millionaire. But instead, they use their brilliant mind, their scheming minds, to come up with all kinds of crimes. One of them is stealing your title to your home. Basically stealing your home right out from underneath you to take loans out and all kinds of things. We told you about this before. There is a way to protect yourself. It's home title lock. And I want to bring in now investigative reporter with home title lock. John Summer is with us. John, welcome back to the show.
Thanks so much, Grant. And by the way, I concur with your previous segment. I'm in California as well, so we're dealing with all kinds of stuff here. But you're exactly right. I mean, what we're talking about here is title theft or deed theft, or the FBI used to call it home stealing. But basically what it is, Grant, is, and now with the internet and with artificial intelligence, anybody anywhere in the world can create the documents to be able to take somebody's title. And it doesn't have to be a home. It can be open land. It could be, a cabin in the woods, grandma's house, an Airbnb, whatever. And then what they do once they gain access to the title is they either sell the home, but more than likely, Grant, they're going to take out loans, multiple loans on the house, and the homeowner never knows that they've been taken until it's way too late. And then the bank comes a knocking on the door and asking for the money, and you didn't even know that you were scammed on this thing. It's so prevalent right now. It's a stealth crime, and insidious too, because it's for most folks, it's their net worth. I mean, it's their whole estate, and if it's gone, and you're done.
Well, look, I know if someone stole my home, you're right about that. I mean, I've got so much of my net worth in my house. And, as you work to pay that off, like so many American families do. In many respects, when I hear you talk about this, it seems like a form of identity theft. I mean, I know you're stealing the house, but now you've got to prove that it wasn't you that transferred the deed, that you didn't actually do this. That's got to be so hard. Is that where home title lock comes in?
Yes, it is, because otherwise you have to hire an attorney and you go through the court system, and you know as well as I do just how messy that can be. But what you do need, Grant, is a service that can be able to monitor your title. And you mentioned this company, Home Title Lock, and I've done the research on all these companies. These guys are the pioneers, and what they do are three things. They monitor your title 24/7. You can't do it. You can't do that. You have to go down to the courthouse and get a mattress and sleep there the whole time. And then they alert you if something fishy is happening. And then if for some reason, Grant, the title does get transferred, and it can happen very quickly, then they will work with you to restore the title into your good name, up to $1 million. Otherwise, you have to hire an attorney and go through the court system. And Home Title Lock, just go on the website. It's not expensive, and it's peace of mind. And literally everybody, every homeowner, property owner should have this service. It's just one of those things that you don't want to think about. Just do it.
This would be devastating to anybody to have this happen. Forget about the headache. The headache would be the least of your problems. The financial worry and the expenses that incur, Home Title Lock takes care of all that. John, let me tell people how to get to Home Title Lock, and I so appreciate you coming on today and talking about it. So here's what you do, folks. Go to HometitleLock.com/Stinchfield. Use the promo code ST14 to get a title history report plus 14 days of protection for free. For details, visit HometitleLock.com/Stinchfield, or you can go to HometitleLock.com/warranty. All right, Trump thought the sombreros were so nice that he had to do them twice. We get into that next.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working